Good morning. I'm Councilmember Harry Tommy Thomas, Jr. I'm Councilmember for Ward 5 and Chairman on the Committee of Libraries, Parks, and Recreation of the Council of the District of Columbia. We're here in room 500 in the John A. Wilson Building at 1350 Pennsylvania Avenue. It is now 10:20 a.m. And I'm here today to reconvene our joint public oversight roundtable that started on Friday, October the 30th, 2009, with my colleagues Kwame Brown from the Committee on Economic Development, Mary Che, the Committee on Government Operations and Environment, and Marion Berry, Chairman of the Committee of Workforce and Housing and Housing Workforce Development. I also want to say, before I go forward, I'd like to thank all of our staffs who are with us, who have done a tremendous amount of work to ensure that we have a sufficient work product and research for these hearings, and they put in many hours, and I want to do that. I also want to say I'm joined to my right by Brian Flowers, our General Counsel. Before I go any further, I would like to not only have a moment of silence, but also say that two of the government witnesses had extreme family matters. The city administrator lost his father, and I want to make sure our prayers and condolences go out to City Administrator Neil Albert, as well as Ms. Valerie Santos' father, I believe, has some illness that has required her to attend to those matters, and she has indicated that she will be coming before us at our next hearing. We were hoping to try and not have as many of these hearings as possible and move forward, but with these extreme measures, we will afford that opportunity to them and send our prayers out. Saying that, I would like to now have a moment of silence. Thank you. As I said, the four chairs are committed and will continue to collaborate toward the common goal of increased government transparency by vigilant, thoughtful, and insightful oversight of the operations of our city's government. We have ascertained from testimony on Friday past that the concern has been and remains the need to improve procurement services, expedite construction, and therefore deliver citizen services better, faster, and cheaper. Most certainly, I, along with my council colleagues, admire these goals and aspire to their realization. The challenge before us, however, is the use of multiple layers, 3 to 4 agencies, and many government employees, and a better way to procure and realize construction, as the abridged process, as we know it to be faster methodology to meet our citizens' needs, is not necessarily happening, and not happening in accordance to the law. It is cheaper to pay administrative costs throughout government agencies, a percentage of gross for a contract manager, and or to receive fees from subcontractors, all of which is expended from the project, reducing available dollars for the final buildings and cost savings for the government. What we are hoping to ascertain is why this procedure was implemented, by whom, and with what prescribed outcomes. Hopefully, with the participation of the Office of Contracts and Procurement, the D.C. Housing Authority, and the D.C. Housing Enterprise Entity, along with the Department of Parks and Recreation. And let me pause here. I've been informed today that the interim director will not be available today, and I will inform the executive and the interim director that any or none of those individuals coming today from Parks and Recreation, the committee has authorized subpoena power, and subpoenas will be issued for their presence for a future hearing. I take these matters very seriously, and I do want to say that this committee has showed great compassion in understanding other matters can come up, but for witnesses not to show up of their own choosing for no reason is one that this committee will not tolerate and will treat as a hostile witness, and will have a subpoena issued as soon as possible when the next hearing date is determined. Hopefully, with the participation of the Office of Contracts and Procurement and the D.C. Housing Authority, we will get to the bottom of some of these issues, but without Parks and Recreation, who was the initiating entity in signing these MOUs and sending money over, that piece of the puzzle will be missing today. We will learn more about the process and projected outcomes for using this methodology. It remains questionable why Parks and Recreation would follow this alternative structure, and equally important is why, and again I say why, in choosing to do so, it appears they circumvented the city's Office of Contract and Procurement. We are anticipating hearings today why that choice was made, and we will hear that from the affected agencies, and contracts exceeding $1 million by law must be approved by the District of Columbia Council. This is to assure equitable distribution of funds, public oversights of large sums of money, and assurances that the process remains open and transparent. We have ascertained that an alternative route was pursued, one which omitted public oversight and scrutiny and permitted projects and large sums of money to reportedly move forward without the council's approval. What we have surmised is dollars were allocated to agencies other than the Department of Parks and Recreation, utilizing memorandums of understandings, both of which the Office of the Deputy Mayor of Economic Development and the D.C. Housing Authority. Of note is the fact that both of the Department of Parks and Recreation and the Office of the Deputy Mayor of Economic Development utilize the Independent Procurement Authority of D.C. Housing Authority and or the direct subsidiary agents. What has become of these projects? Who controls the dollars? What are the true costs of construction? Are the dollars still managed by the government, or have they been distributed beyond our control? These are questions we will hope to answer through thorough review. Further, it has been learned that many of these projects that were funded in our budget and moved forward, dollars were used for other projects other than the allotted projects that were prescribed in our procurement process here at Parks and Recreation. Together with my colleagues, we are hoping to find answers to these questions, and I now will have opening remarks from our co-conveners prior to calling our first witness. I will now hear from my colleague from Ward 3, Councilmember Mary Che.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Thomas, and good morning to everybody. You know, in the Federalist Papers, James Madison famously wrote the following: "If men were angels, no government would be necessary. If angels were to govern men, neither external nor internal controls on government would be necessary." In framing a government which is to be administered by men over men, the great difficulty lies in this: you must first enable the government to control the governed, and in the next place oblige it to control itself. It's often said, and appropriately so, that we are a government of laws and not men. This is a basic and essential foundational principle of good societies. And the reason why we have this requirement is because we know that if people are left free to exercise power in any way they wish, it invites mischief and it invites situations where people are hurt. And so we expect our officials to follow the law. And societies have paid dearly when they have not. Even if the officials say that they're not following the law for good reason, they think they're well motivated. That's no excuse. They may be well motivated, they may think they're well motivated, they may be motivated by other reasons. But the point is, what keeps us safe, what keeps us secure, what keeps us away from discretionary judgments by individuals acting on their own is following the law. Now, before last Friday, we knew that the situation that we're confronting here, that there was at least one law that was broken. That is, contracts in excess of $1 million were not sent to the council in violation of the Home Rule Act. But as of last Friday's hearing, we also learned of other legal violations. We established that the use of MOUs to transfer funds without council review also violated the Home Rule Act requirements. We learned that the construction management contract led by DCHA or DCHE violated both the federal and local anti-deficiency acts, which prohibit employees from making or authorizing expenditures or obligations exceeding an amount available in an appropriation or fund. As of July 14th, when that contract was signed, no funds had yet been transferred to DCHE. We further learned that the contract violated the Anti-Deficiency Act because the construction management contract included 3 projects that had not been approved by the council and had not been budgeted, in violation of the provision that no employee may, and I'm quoting, involve either government in a contract or obligation for the payment of money before an appropriation is made unless authorized by law. That's no minor matter, by the way. Intentional violations of the Federal Anti-Deficiency Act can land somebody in jail. Then there's the matter of the administrative fee. Under D.C. Code 1301.01K, the mayor is authorized to have agencies place orders with other agencies and charge, quote, the actual cost as may be requisitioned. We learned, however, from the testimony of the CFO and DCHA that the $700,000 administrative fee for DCHE, the wholly owned subsidiary, was intended all along to be a revenue-generating device for DCHA and therefore not a lawful use of funds. Finally, according to the city administrator, the district issued a task order for one capital project, Emory, from another capital project's contract, Walker Jones, which, based on the CFO's testimony, should not have been permissible. In other words, even assuming no funny business, even assuming no bad intentions, the process here violated many laws. And before we can understand anything about whether we're getting a good deal, whether this was necessary or anything, we have to acknowledge that laws were broken. We also have to remember the costs, sometimes hidden, of violating the laws, because we are a government of laws and not men. And even when inconvenient, the laws are to be followed. Remember the testimony of the Inspector General. Procurement laws provide public confidence that we're getting the best value, protect competition, and avoid undue influence and corruption. The laws that ensure that we remain accountable to the public. The laws aren't some barrier to our success. They ensure our success. And if we don't follow the laws, who will? If the laws are inadequate, we don't simply ignore them, do what we want, go around them, act on our own impulses. We change them. We identify the problem and we deal with it. Now, there are many unanswered questions that still remain, and I look forward to hearing the witnesses that we have today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I guess in his absence, I suppose I will next turn to Mr. Barry.
Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, Mr. Thomas. Let me begin by thanking my co-chairs, Mr. Thomas, Mr. Che, and Mr. Brown, for taking this unprecedented action and movement. On Friday, I was, that this happened, came out publicly, I was at the National Conference of Black Mayors. I was president of the organization. It represents 602 black mayors in America. And I was president for 4 years, and they gave me a big old plaque thanking me for my service. My staff called me that Friday evening and gave me the gist of what was happening and asked if Friday afternoon if I could sign my name to the letter to the mayor. And I said, I couldn't believe it, but I said, yes, do that. And that was the beginning for me of what I call the most bizarre legal set of activities that went on. And we met on Monday with the three other of us. Let me just say that a lot of this is to the public. And Ms. Shea sort of hit upon some of it, Ms. Thomas on other parts of it. In my 44 years in Washington, 31 years in government, in and out, I never seen what I would describe as a scheme. Ms. Shea describes it, and I agree with her, this way. Here's what happened. On February 27th, an MOU was signed between the Department of Parks and Recreation and Mr. Neil Abbott, the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development. Now, what should have happened is that the MOU required $40 million be transferred in bulk. Well, let me just read just a little bit. The reprogramming laws. The mayor submits a request for such reprogramming to the council and the chief financial officer of the District of Columbia. The chief financial officer transmits to the council a statement certifying the availability of funds for the reprogramming and contain an analysis of the effect of the reprogramming on the financial plan and budget for the fiscal year. This did not happen. Very clearly, didn't happen. The council approves the request after receiving the statement described in subparagraph 2 of this paragraph, but only if additional expenditures provided under the request are offset by reductions in expenditures for another activity. If the chief financial officer does not submit to council the statement described in subparagraph A of this paragraph during the 15-day period, which begins on the date the chief financial officer receives the request, then the mayor and council cannot act on this. There are a number of other things that are here that did not happen. Members of the council, my colleagues, the kicker here is the reprogramming which occurs regardless of amount should be reported by the mayor to the council on a monthly basis. That didn't happen at all. But the big one is that all contracts out of capital projects, all reprograms out of capital projects of over $1 million has to be approved by the council. As Mr. Thomas is pointing out, there were various intermingling of projects. I remember one very specifically, Bald Eagle in my ward. Mr. Thomas had indicated and put into the budget $3.8 million of capital projects for a boxing expansion at Bald Eagle. So when I read the statement about how much had been authorized to be spent, it was $5.3 million. My question is, where did the additional money come from? What was the impact on it? So a lot of that went on. And then there was an amendment of $68 million. Where that's coming from? $86 million. And to my colleagues, we all know this, I just said publicly, you can't spend and obligate money you don't have. And this Fenty administration has, through MOUs, potentially obligated money it does not have. You cannot spend future year money. We all know that. You can't obligate 2011 money. You cannot obligate 2012 money. You can only obligate the money which has been authorized by this council for the fiscal year and any carryover that's there. So there's a lot of illegality going on here. And finally, almost finally, Mr. Chair, is that suppose the mayor, and Neil and I would testify to this, we did it because it was an efficient way of doing it. Let's concede that probably may be true. What the mayor's administration, Mayor Fenty's administration should have done was go to the Department of Recreations and Park, get the CFO in that agency, that's why the CFO is coming here, and submit a reprogramming of up to $40 million, if it required that, to this council. Didn't happen. Suppose it was a good idea that the Deputy Mayor's office would administer this program. Should have come to, the Mayor's office should have come to this council with reprogramming from there to DCHA. Didn't happen. So, Ms. Shea, a lot of reprogramming laws and other activities clearly has been violated. It has been illegal to do what they did. We're not talking about personalities. We're not talking about politics. We're talking about illegal acts on the part of the Fenty administration. The other thing which bothers me, and I'm going to finish with a couple other things, is that any mayor that I know that believes in accountability, believes in transparency, would have come before this council committee. I said the other day that Shan Pratt Kelly would have come, Mayor Williams would have come, I certainly would have come. And that just shows that you care about the taxpayers' money. So I believe that we're not talking about some light couple of dollars. We're talking about $86 million at least of taxpayers' money being hidden from the public. No transparency, no accountability. And Mr. Thomas, I wonder what they were thinking about. Do they think that nobody's going to find out about this? We have such disgruntled and upset employees in this government that every day I get 4 or 5 calls about stuff that's going on in this government. They're not snitching. They're just being good citizens, Ron. Good citizens. Good citizens. Good citizens. Good citizens. And so I wait the testimony of the DCHE board. I didn't know anything about what this board was doing, never reported to this committee. No income from that was ever reported to this committee ever since I've been chair of it. And I've been chair of it almost over 5 years. So a lot of things are going on. Maybe some people well-intentioned, but the unintended consequences are serious. Are serious. And so I wait the testimony of other people. Let me say one final thing to the public. This council is not stopping one project. This council has not stopped one project from going forward. If they're slowed up, it's because of Mayor Fenty's administration. If they're cut off because of their illegal action, it's because of Mayor Fenty's administration. I'm not passing the buck. I'm not blaming. I'm just telling the truth. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, I'm glad you threw in that not snitching on, Mr. Berry, for some of those in the audience who understand that this is just good civic procedure and understanding that when you see a wrong, you're supposed to make sure that wrong is brought to light. And now I'll bring to my colleague, at-large member Kwame Brown, Chair of Economic Development.
Thank you. Let me start off by saying that, I don't agree with Councilmember Berry saying that the mayor should come testify, even though I share a lot of some of your other positions. Let me say that I believe that the mayor wants to get parks and recreations built. I believe that the city administrator wants to see parks and recreations built, and they want to do it quickly. I believe that residents have been waiting for too long to get some of their parks and recreations built. Even though we've built more recreation centers over the last 10 years than's been built over the last 30 years in the District of Columbia. As a youngster who, always wondered why the recreation department we didn't have the best and the greatest in the neighborhoods I came, I'm sensitive. We want them done for our kids. And as someone that has a 6-year-old and an 8-year-old that plays t-ball, basketball, and Pop Warner football, no one wants to see, them be able to play on updated fields. But I think that what this is about is really a process. And there have been a lot of characterizations of the mayor that may have been, some of them have not probably been as kindly as they should. I think this was about the process. This is about the process that was actually used. And where I want to go today, that if in fact procurement is broken in the District of Columbia and the Office of Procurement, Contract and Procurement can't get the job done, which we've heard testimony from the city administrator and others, that there's no confidence in running these through the normal process of procurement, contracts and procurement, so we needed to find another avenue, then I can respect that. That's why we have OCP here today who's going to testify on any improvements that have been made to try to correct that. What comes to the issue that I have is that laws were violated. Multi-year contracts should come to the council. Clearly, it looks like there was some opportunity on the selection process. But more importantly, we have a lot of local businesses that are general contractors that have been selected. And they're out there trying to hire people to do the work. And the workers and the residents are the ones that are being affected because it was a process that seemed to be flawed. So, the real question becomes, how do we deal with moving forward? And I was hoping by this time we would have received some information from the executive, kind of lay out, how they tend to move forward in this environment that clearly has a lot of smoke in it. I think it's in the best interest of the residents. It's best interest of those communities that have been waiting for their recreation center to be built. It's in the best interest of some of those general contractors that have hired people and they're working and they expect to get a check, to figure out how we move forward. And I would say that if, in fact, there's nothing presented to us within a week, then we need to make a decision on how we help move this particular process forward. Now, that being said, they are clearly some violations that have taken place. And I think for anyone to overlook them in the sake of getting projects done is unacceptable. It's our legislative obligation to ensure that we have a fair process of how we select contractors, a fair process to ensure that we're not paying more money, a fair process to ensure that people that we hire are hiring local businesses, that are hiring local residents. More importantly, when we had the hearing earlier and there was $3.9 million that had been spent on Rosedale Recreation Center, and have the Rosedale community very concerned about how those dollars were spent and how come they don't see those dollars as it relates to their community. And then you have them say that there's not one contract that's been signed except one, does lead to the point for us to get a better understanding on how these dollars are spent as we move forward. So I look forward to the testimony. Let me say it's very unfortunate, and I would plead to the executive. I know under circumstances that the city administrator and the deputy mayor for planning and economic development couldn't be here, but my understanding we don't have anyone from Parks and Recreation, and I think it's for the best of the city, as was articulated in the editorial by the Washington Post, just to get any questions unanswered answered so we can move forward. And the longer we continue to delay, then the longer we're going to go through this process of holding up projects in communities. But let me say to Councilmember Thomas, Che, Berry, and those joining, I think we've done our duty as the legislative body to ask the questions, to try to work on a solution to move forward. And Councilmember Thomas, I think you have done an excellent job trying to really lay out Parks and Recreation. It's unfortunate that no one is here to testify on their behalf, and that's the reason why we're here today, is because we had sayings that the Parks and Recreation could not get it done, contract and procurement could not get it done, and that we had to go another route. And I think as we clear that up, it's easier for us to move forward. So I would plead again to the administration, who has stepped up to the table over the last couple of days to provide more information, that they do show you some level of respect and send someone from Parks and Recreation here and they can answer your questions.
Well, before I go to Mr. Evans, who was the first of our fellow colleagues here to come, I'm going to say thank you, Mr. Brown, for saying that, and it is important. And I would hope, as the executive is watching and they have folks here in the audience, that whatever the message that went out that said Ms. Hartstock and Mr. Jennifer wouldn't be here, that they would appear. And they have ample time to do that. They're on the second panel. I think it's important to this process, so I don't have to issue these subpoenas. The other thing I would say is I was glad you raised the issue about Rosedale, because at last meeting we talked about $3 million, Mr. Brown. $3 million that was spent. And the folks said, well, where could that $3 million have gone? Actually, it's $4 million. And from what we've looked at, is that $4 million has been spent on other projects that was transferred to start the work being done. And that's why this hearing is important, to put the truth to light and put it on the table, because we're going to ensure that those dollars are returned and make sure those dollars exist for that project and make sure that community gets what they have to get. And before I go to you, Mr. Evans, also last hearing I spoke and I was saying something about Mr. Moten and the snitching thing, but more importantly, he brought some young people last hearing, which I was very proud of. And I'm really proud today because you have two young men from my neighborhood, Brentwood, with you, and I'm always glad to see them come and learn this process. They've testified before Mr. Gray's committee. They've testified at other hearings, and they've been very staunch in this process. So I'm glad that they can see how government works. Mr. Evan, it is now your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And first of all, good morning to everyone. Welcome to the Council of the District of Columbia. And I'm pleased to be a part of this hearing into what is a very important matter concerning our government. As I see it, there are three components which I will be following carefully as this whole process unfolds, not just this hearing, but the whole process of gathering information. And the first concerns utilizing DCHA for contracting. I've been here a long time, as many people know, and was here when this whole process started. If you remember in history, there was something called DPA. It was the Department of Public and Assisted Housing. Ran our public housing here in the city and was doing such a terrible job that in the mid-90s, it was taken over and put into receivership by the court system. Someone named David Gilmore, who's still with us today in another capacity, was appointed to run the housing department. The procurement and personnel laws were suspended, and he was charged with fixing our public housing and frankly did a good job. And then in 2000, 2001, with the control board heading out of existence and a different city government in place, the department was brought back to the city under the name of the DCHA, Department of Housing, the DC Housing Authority. When I've done some research quickly to try and find out, what has been the evolution of that, the Housing Authority came in as an independent agency, actually had quite a good procurement and personnel process in place, and under the laws of the city at the time and now, the then Williams administration began using that authority to do contracting because it was having such a difficult time getting projects done through the regular procurement process. Going to some of the comments my colleagues made, from 2000 till now, the procurement process just has not been fixed in this city, even though this council has done an enormous amount of work in trying to get it finished. So the first question then that will need to be determined at some point in time is the Housing Authority. What responsibilities did it have as far as sending contracts to the council over $1 million? At one time it didn't have to. I don't know that it even still has to. It has sent contracts, but what is the legal authority to say that it has to send contracts to the council today? If we don't have that legal authority, it needs to be fixed. Because if the determination is made that all contracts issued since 2000 by the Housing Authority in excess of $1 million had to be sent to the council and many weren't, what does that mean for the contracts that were let? And what is the responsibility of the government? What is our financial responsibility? There are a lot of ripple effects that come from answering these questions. And let me point out that the answer to the question I'm looking for is a legal ruling probably by a court. I'm not really interested in our Attorney General, our Corporation Counsel, my colleague's opinion, or anybody. I really need an opinion by a legal entity as to what is the status of these contracts. Secondly, once we get beyond that issue of the Housing Authority and the contracts over $1 million, in this particular situation with the $82 million that the Housing Authority had in contracts, was the process fair that awarded these contracts to the entity that got the contracts? And what I mean, there is a process. Was the process followed? Was there competition? Did people have a right to compete? And was the decision made in a fashion that was legally mandated? And that's the second one, because there are a lot of allegations about the mayor and his friends and everything. But what we have to do is find out, was it legally done? If not, then there's a problem. If it was, then we move on beyond that. And then the final thing that concerns me as well are what happens to the 15 projects that DCHA currently has under their control that may or may not be funded. And I was given a list of them, and they are all over the city. And I'll read them quickly. There's one at 7th and N, which happens to be in Ward 2, 10th Street and N, which is in Ward 2, Bald Eagle in Ward 8, Barry Farms in Ward 8, Chevy Chase in Ward 3, Fort Stanton in Ward 8, Friendship Park in Ward 3, Guy Mason in Ward 3, Justice Park in Ward 1, Kenilworth in Ward 7, Newark in Ward 3, Parkview in Ward 1, Raymond in Ward 4, Rosedale in Ward 6, and the Tennyson Learning Center in Ward 8. These are the list, at least I was given, of the projects that are in the Housing Authority right now, and the question of whether or not there's funding to do these projects. And I think having spoken in Shaw last night at the ANC, where the 7th and N Street project is located, there's enormous concern that a project that we've been working on for, oh God, it's got to be almost 10 years now, whether or not that project has funding, can go forward, or will be delayed. And so that would be the final question that I know people are concerned about, is what are the status of these projects? How do we get funding to them? Will they be delayed or won't they be delayed? And so that's what I'll be looking for from the process as it goes forward. And hopefully at the end of this process, once again, like in some of the other issues that have come before the government, there are gray areas, there are loose ends that need to be tied up. And we'll be looking for the council to take action that will address those concerns, hopefully tie up the loose ends, and as we go forward, have a process in place. And then the final note is what some of my colleagues have already said. There is a part of this government, the procurement process, that still has not worked. And that is what has led to these various different arrangements taking place. And it needs to be fixed. And we have spent countless hours over the years through various different administrations and a control board trying to fix this process unsuccessfully. And until it gets done, we are always going to find ourselves in a situation of trying to circumvent the process in order to get things done quickly. Because many of our residents have been waiting for years for some of these things to get done, and clearly there's a problem here. I know on some of these parks there was, because of the success that Alan Lewis had with the schools, again, there's an area where years would go by and things would not get done, and then when Alan took over, we started making a lot of progress in fixing schools and fixing fields. And so there was an idea, why don't we put all the parks in the school system and get them done that way? And it was rejected, and rightly so. We don't need to be doing this kind of stuff. We need to fix the process in front of us. I think the libraries is another example of that, where we took the libraries a couple years ago, 4 or 5 years ago, out from under the procurement process in order to get things done at the libraries. And so we shouldn't be in a position of taking things out of the government process in order to get things done, because all that's saying to me is the process just isn't working. So a lot of areas to look at, and I look forward to working with my colleagues as we go forward and address these matters. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Evans, and I'm glad you highlighted some very important facts and some very important items that I'm sure we all want to get to, especially in citing the libraries, because that's under my committee oversight, and they do have independent procurement processes and authority that has worked well, and so we want to make sure that, just like the housing authorities, there are processes in place that can help this work. And saying that, I will now turn to my large colleague who has been at all of these hearings and spent a great deal of time with us, Councilmember Michael Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Chair. I, too, want to associate myself with many of the comments by my colleagues in the last few minutes, but I want to talk a little bit about the process. And before I do that, I, too, Mr. Chairman, want to extend my heart and prayers out to the City Administrator's family, as well as to the Deputy Mayor's family, to make sure that all is well with them. We learned a lot last week at the hearing related when the City Administrator was here. When I say learned a lot, I don't know if we got a lot of facts, but we learned that some things were not done right. And I think that's what this process is all about. I am sending a letter today to the City Auditor, which will talk a little bit about DC Code 2-301.05A and the Home Rule Act, which talks about the responsibilities of our council related to funds that were transferred without the following appropriate reprogramming policies and procedures. And it's just an audit. We want to get, as Councilmember Evans talked about, getting an independent answer from someone to give us some guidance on where we are. So the auditor will be receiving that letter today if she has not already received it. One of the things we also would love to talk about is I'm fortunate enough to be an at-large member, get around the city, and a lot of the questions I'm getting at community meetings are what's going on with these contracts. Was anything done illegally? Was anything done illegally with our taxpayer dollars? If they were, how do we stop it? I have yet to find one single member of this community in our city to say, please let the contracts go because we want our projects done whether they're legally done or not. I have yet to see that because I don't think anyone in our community wants that. They want good government. They want things done properly by a process. So that's why I look forward, and when Mr. Gragan comes up, one of the things that I will be asking him is to talk about a plan B. From my standpoint, one of the things I asked the city administrator for was to see the scoring sheets, because maybe we should just kind of move these contracts aside for the time being and go to plan B. And from my standpoint, plan B is to pick the people that came in second and let those folks pick up the reins as quickly as possible and keep these projects moving. because if this cloud is going to continue to be over these contracts, it may not be in the best interest of the residents of the District of Columbia to move forward with these contracts. And that's what this process is all about, not to slow down projects or stop them, because if they're people that came in second, let's give them an opportunity. And you've heard me mention on several occasions, also with Councilmember Brown, is we have small business owners in this city who are begging for business, standing in line, doing everything the right way, and then they watch people with no experience get contracts, and they don't think that's right or fair. And so from my standpoint, I may agree with them. That's why this process is so important. And I think we need to use, Mr. Chairman, the term that I've tried to use quite a bit, and I'm trying to stay disciplined in using it, and use the word alleged. We do not know that anything was done improper. That's what this process is all about. It appears that some things were done improperly, but we don't know for sure. So I look forward to this hearing, and it sounds like, Mr. Chairman, you're going to have several more hearings, and I look forward to participating in them. If I can, as a point of privilege, Mr. Chairman, before I yield the balance of my time, I think Mr. Barry will be interested in this. I don't know if he's still here. I can't see that. I'm very proud and glad to report, for those who have heard me talk about this ad nauseum, that Chancellor Rhee and President Sessoms of the University of the District of Columbia are now going to have some meetings to discuss how they can work in tandem to help our young people out when it comes to education in this city. So I'm pleased, and Mr. Barry, as you know, when you created the University of the District of Columbia out of those 5 universities and colleges here in D.C., it was important that they be linked with DCPS. So I've learned a good lesson, which is if you keep pushing and pushing and pushing, good things happen. So I'm looking forward. And on another note, I certainly hope that Chancellor Rhee decides to do the meeting at the University of the District of Columbia so she can see the vibrance and the energy at UDC for herself. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back the balance of my time.
Well, thank you, Councilmember Brown. And while I know you were being respectful and polite about using the word alleged, there have been some illegal actions that we have found through this committee's work that were, in fact, illegal. And so you do not have to be as cautious with that as you need be, because there are some illegal things that have taken place in this process through this committee's work and finding out. The other thing is I'm glad to hear that you sent a letter on to Ms. Nichols, because the first thing we did is sent and asked the independent auditor to look into these matters from our committee's point of view. And having a letter as we've gone forth to support that from any of our colleagues is one that I would say we're very appreciative of. Saying that, I don't see any other members.
Mr. Chairman, I'm passing a copy of the letter down for you.
Thank you very much, and we will put that as part of our official record. Saying that, I will now ask that our first witness would come to the table, and that would be Mr. David Gragan, the Chief Procurement Officer for the District of Columbia. And it's always interesting when you have someone that they say is a panel, and he is the panel. So that means you know what you're doing in your position. So we appreciate that. What I would like for you to do is just simply state your name, and then once you state your name in the microphone so we can hear you, if you could stand and raise your right hand, I will swear you in.
I'm David P. Gragan.
Could you stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury and all other applicable laws that the testimony and answers you provide today are the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Welcome, and you have an opportunity to give an opening statement, and then from the opening statement, so you're familiar with how this works, since this is a new structure where we have 4 committee members here. I am the chair of chairs for this purpose, simply because the originating contract dollars in question came from Parks and Recreation. As you know, this committee is made up of 3 other members, and that would be Mary Che, Government Operations, because of the broad-reaching effects of this. That would be Marion Berry, because the dollars were transferred to his committee in housing, and then that would be Carmi Brown, because the Deputy Mayor's Office had some signatures which come under his oversight. Saying that, please begin with your testimony.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairpersons Thomas, Che, Brown, and Berry, Council Members Brown and Evans. I'm Dave Gragan, the Chief Procurement Officer for the District of Columbia and the Director of the Office of Contracting and Procurement. I'm here today to testify on the transfer of capital funds of the D.C. Department of Parks and Recreation through memoranda of understanding through various intergovernmental entities. As always, I will post my written testimony on my agency website after this hearing. D.C. Official Code.
Might I ask, before
Yes,
you go any further, did you give copies of the testimony to all of us? So we
Yes.
have them all. Everybody has them?
We did.
Ms. Che is saying that she did, now she has it. I just want to make sure the members, because what they like to do is highlight your comments.
Very good.
And make certain that they have any key points they'll ask you from that. Saying that, please go on.
DC Official Code 1-301.01K authorizes district departments, offices, and agencies to enter into memoranda of understanding, MOUs, with the prior approval of the Office of Contracting and Procurement. An MOU, which can be for materials, supplies, equipment, work, or services of any kind, has to be signed by the directors of the affected departments, agencies, or offices, and then forwarded to me for signature. Since becoming the Chief Procurement Officer in June of 2007, I've signed more than 400 intradistrict MOUs. It was in this capacity that I signed 4 MOUs between the Department of Parks and Recreation and the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development, authorizing the transfer of funds for the recreation facility construction, repair, or modernization that were ultimately used for the contracts in question. As you're aware, I believe my signature on MOUs was an extra step in the process that added to the timeline but provided little additional true value. I firmly believe that if 2 agency directors reach a mutually beneficial agreement to either provide services or receive the services and provide remuneration, there is no need to also include a review by the contracting office. For that reason, I recently proposed and the Council approved changes to this law in Bill 18-004. That law became effective after congressional approval on October 22nd of this year. Because the D.C. Housing Authority is an independent agency, I'm not deeply familiar with the details of the procurements conducted by that agency on behalf of the Deputy Mayor's office. In fact, I only became aware of those procurements through a recent Council email inquiry that was sent to the Office of the Chief Financial Officer and then forwarded to me. Just as you are, I'm committed to open, transparent, and proper governmental contracting. I know that the Mayor brought me here to fix the problems we've already discussed this morning, and I concur with the sense that there is a great reform necessary in procurement here in the district, and I feel completely empowered to lead that transformation. When irregularities are found, I feel very strongly that we should work together to put in place the proper controls moving forward. And to that end, I appreciate the opportunity to appear here before you today. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your testimony. We will be doing 10-minute rounds for each of us, and what I did not also say is that other members are free to come in and participate in those 10-minute rounds, even though this is, as any of our other committee hearings. Let me ask you a question. The talk about this and why we're here has been because the procurement system apparently is broken and doesn't work in this District of Columbia. We've put a lot of great stake. I've met with you, have felt confident that you were trying to move forward. What are the difficulties that would have Parks and Recs not be able to do this work themselves?
In my opinion, and I will absolutely concur, as everyone at this dais knows, that the procurement process was in need of reform. It is our own construction project, and it's still underway. It will be underway for a lot longer than I thought when I came aboard here about 30 months ago. The architecting of the solution had not even been done, and a large part of the investment that we've made in the 2.5 years I've been here is exactly that, the design and drawing of the future procurement process for the government and the citizens of the District of Columbia. I think, among other things, when construction was under me, where Parks and Rec would have done whatever, roof replacements or new ball fields, new rec centers, or rehabilitating rec centers, we had a very long queue. I think many members of the council recognize, and I've talked to many members of the council on matters related to construction in their wards that had been ongoing for years, 5 and 6 years, often without even groundbreaking having occurred. So without having to dissect the body to know exactly what killed it, I knew that there was a dead body in front of me. And that was enough to allow me to believe there were many other, you've pointed out Alan Liu, I think someone at the council or on the diocese pointed out Alan Liu, the District of Columbia Public Libraries. These are procurement shops that are operating under different rules, although under the PPA, not Alan Liu, but DCPL, and doing so very efficiently and effectively. They are, in fact, models for me in our repair. So as we move forward, knowing that we had a very long queue, we weren't getting ground broken, we weren't delivering construction projects in a timely manner, the MOUs made sense to me to just cooperatively work along the lines of getting rec centers delivered to the public.
We have 11 FTEs in the budget for Parks and Recreation. Specifically, for contracting purposes and contracting oversight and management. Of those 11 FTEs, from what I have surmised, there are 9 that are filled. We're talking about 12 projects. It is hard for me to believe that with 9 individuals, if you took 12 projects, that would mean they'd have to share maybe 3 of these projects in question. And to date, all of them hadn't been done. What is the problem with them being expediters or working through the situation to ensure that they work with you to get these things done?
Well, I think that was occurring, Chairman Thomas. I don't know that that was not occurring.
Okay. So you think that was occurring, but what happened in this instance, by us signing these MOUs, those 11 positions, but 9 people, because it's, from what I'm seeing, is only 9 filled,
Right.
were taken out of the process.
Well,
So on the flip end,
yes.
who at housing
Right.
is now better serviced to be those 9 people, because we got 9 people we're paying for out of our government budget to do just this.
Sure.
And now we send it to housing that does not have these 9 people to oversee these projects. And so where's the efficiency in that?
Let me explain that DPR didn't have any kind of independent or delegated contracting authority. The 9 people that you mentioned presumably are developing the specifications, describing what the delivered requirement is going to be. I don't know that it's a safe assumption that they're not doing the very same thing with DC Housing Authority.
Have you seen the scope of work that were provided and sent forth to the Housing Authority?
I have not.
So you don't get to see those scope of works. Because in most instances, and I was trying to pull them up to say them to you, they were 1-paragraph scope of works. I mean, it was the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. So I don't even know how we want to track what somebody was going to do when we had a 1-paragraph scope of work that pretty much said this project will be done at Rosedale, for example, for the cost of $16 million. That's pretty much what the scope of works would say. And so at that point, you're a procurement guy. You know that leaves a large, beyond gray area, it leaves the black hole of what work is actually going to be performed.
Right.
So how can that possibly be proficient for the purposes of getting this work done? Now, let me just read one for you. The Guy Mason Recreation Center is a historic facility in need of major renovations. The scope of work entails completely renovating the existing recreation center and supplementing the furniture, fixtures, and equipment to meet the program needs. The renovated center will improve safety in and around the center and respond to the needs of both staff and the community. The redevelopment will be responsive to the surrounding natural environment, existing DPR design standards, and the culture of the surrounding community. The estimated cost to complete this scope of work is $3.6 million. This was the scope of work that people bid on. And so for me, as a procurement person, there's got to be some issues with that. And then if I look further, you have a signing page where you have, I guess it starts with Ms. Hartstock, then it goes to Mr. Kelly, then it goes to the General Counsel, and then it comes to you. Correct. So those are the 4 signatures. But after that, because it comes out of, because you know we send it to an independent authority.
Right.
That means you have very little recourse, I guess, in looking at what happens to the monies and how they're spent, right?
That's true, and I think that's...
So you couldn't really just look at the monies and say, how am I going to follow the dollars now that it's out of the normal government process?
Well, yeah, exactly. I think, sir, in this, in a circumstance like this where we've done by MOU an agreement that 2 agencies will cooperate to do something, there's not a sort of an oversight function that OCP provides at that
Right.
point. Yeah,
But you
you're
are
exactly
aware
right.
that what was happening was it triggered anti-deficiency issues that, for example, I cited in Rosedale's, for example, I was going to try and pull up all 4. There were about 4 different projects that had been funded that were now sent to the Housing Authority. The specific budget requests for those projects were the projects to be performed at those sites. However, the dollars once transferred went to other projects. No work was done on the projects that were outlined in our budget, and in some cases they were done on projects that were in out years, or in even further cases, I believe we had some contracts that weren't even in the budget. And so to the tune of it, Rosedale sent $4 million, Kenilworth sent $4 million, Guy Mason sent $3 million, Justice Park was Park was $75,000 and Berry Farms was $80,000. And so that money went, but it was not used for any of those projects. So that creates a huge problem for us, and what would your comment be on that?
Well, again, I haven't looked at the issues of anti-deficiency or anything related to the finance. I don't really have a comment on that, I don't think.
Okay. But do you think this would be a good procurement practice when we're taking dollars that we put in our budget to fund, and it should be for those specific projects, and now we've moved them around, and so now those neighborhoods are suffering? Because you hear the number one comment. We want neighborhoods to get their projects done, but neighborhoods who are getting their projects done are being penalized.
Yeah, you know,
because their money's being used for something else.
Well, without, sort of weighing in on something that I don't have personal and direct knowledge of, I can tell you as an agency head, and I think every one of us here who's managed agencies or run governments before, recognizes that we occasionally have to reprogram. I'm not saying that I don't know what happened here, but I can tell you that it's common in my way of thinking that even though I have a budget established at the beginning of the fiscal year, to have to move money to take care of the exigencies that, come up during the year.
But in this case, reprogrammings weren't done, so that's the key thing. Reprogrammings weren't coming before us, and so now we have a situation where, like you just said, we do have to do reprogramming. That's why we're here today, because in the council, because of the diligent work of our staff, looked and saw these projects and said, we didn't get reprogrammings for this. We didn't get information telling us this was going to happen, because I surely would have stood on both hands, jumped on my head, and said, no way are you going to take the money from Rosedale and start something different. The other issue that becomes for us, which is a procurement nightmare, is we've learned that many of this work that has been started, they haven't paid for people or entered into contractual arrangements prior to the work. I gave the story of the day we went to the Rosedale groundbreaking. The contract that we saw was after the groundbreaking. So there was no way that the day we went and demolition started on that rec center, that there was a contract in place. And as a procurement officer, that would be something you surely would make sure was in place before the work started, wouldn't it?
Well, even if I were a business owner, I wouldn't start work without a contract.
But that's a normal practice for your office to make sure that happens, right?
Absolutely.
So you have very little oversight once it left us and went to the housing authority. You have very little. Once you sign this MOU,
right,
you have very little recourse, or do you have any recourse to track the dollars and make sure that they're being spent for what they should be spent for?
I certainly didn't do that. Whether I could or couldn't, I think is a great question. I don't know. Of course, as I mentioned, on October 19th of this year is when I received an email actually forwarded to me, but it came from council originally, and I don't recall which office, that alerted me to the very issues that we're talking about today.
It may have been from us, and that's the concern for us. If we don't have transparency in this, and we don't have a process that, you set before us to be in the seat you're in now.
That's correct.
So that meant we all gave kind of like the stamp of approval to say that you're going to do what we need to be done to make sure that contracting and procurement is where it is. But yeah, we sit here and keep saying, and you said that you want to fix contracting and procurement, and you saw the problem was big, but I don't think we're fixing it this way. And so I have run out of time. I think my next witness is Ms. Che, and so Ms. Che, it's now your time.
I don't want to be a witness. But
The next witness is
I want Mr. Gregan to be the witness.
Yeah, absolutely.
Good morning, Mr. Gregan. Thank you very much for coming. Let me just ask you a couple of questions so that we can set the stage for some other discussions. Okay. How long have you been in office in the District of Columbia?
29 months.
29 months. And you have a rather extensive background and experience in contracting and procurement elsewhere before coming to us. Is that right?
I do.
Could you tell us a little bit about that?
I will. I was the state procurement director for the state of Indiana for 4 years. I was also the state procurement director for the state of Texas for 3 years, and then served in the private sector in a consulting role, mainly with state and local governments, but advising on procurement best practices and matters related thereto. Was very anxious to return to public service where my heart is, and was offered the opportunity to come to Washington, D.C. in June of 2007, which is
so you have a very extensive experience heading state contracting and procurement offices and other activities. So in that experience that you have, I think it's also fair to say that you're very familiar with what are best practices in terms of contracting and procurement. Isn't that right?
I believe in many cases that's true.
And I think also, and you said this before, that you're dedicated, you said it today even, that you're dedicated to making our Office of Contracting and Procurement effective, transparent, efficient, kind of, a model, and that that's your mission.
It is, in fact, my vision statement. I appreciate you bringing it up because I'm dead serious about this, and as long as it's taking, we still need to continue this investment. The vision is to make this the absolute best municipal procurement operation in the U.S.
And you've already taken some steps. In the Office of the Inspector General report in 2008, it recommended that OCP maximize potential savings by increasing construction design, building, and renovations group full-time staff with qualified, experienced contract specialists, eliminate the number of contract experts hired under the consultant services contract that are performing inherently government functions. And in response, you wrote, I'm quoting, OCP agrees with this recommendation as in the process of phasing out its consultant contractors and hiring FTEs who have prior construction contract experience. Did OCP hire the necessary FTEs?
Well, at about this time, we delegated that authority to the Department of Real Estate Services and to the District Department of Transportation, which I believe to be a best practice. It's the model that you will find in almost all state and local governments, that construction contracting is managed in the agencies that receive the delivered product. And so that's what we've done here.
That if it were Parks and Recreation, they would handle that.
The Department of Real Estate Services, that's the group that would handle Parks and Rec contracts. That's correct.
Okay. But not the Housing Authority.
Well, in the circumstances where we've, by MOU, agreed that the Housing Authority has capacity that we didn't have, then the Housing Authority would handle them.
So that you think that your response to increasing the capacity at OCP is to farm it out to other entities?
No, I really don't. I think the difference in what we're talking about probably is a tactical solution to an imperative that sits before us at a specific moment versus a strategic solution that, gets to where we need to go. But again, I'll say, as I said at the beginning of this testimony, this is a long road.
Well, and 30 months is a significant period of time.
It is.
Can I ask you, has OCP dealt with any major contracts during your tenure?
I'm not sure how you would define major contract, but
put them through the process?
Consolidated Forensics Lab is an example of one. I think we do many major contracts.
Okay, and the process has worked efficiently and effectively with respect to those?
It could always be more efficient. It's worked effectively, I would say, but it is awfully slow.
So that you had that capacity to do that?
We did.
Okay. And in terms of having the capacity to do that, would you have had the capacity then, by way of analogy, to handle the contracts that were ultimately sent over to DHA?
Well, I think timeliness, again, is the issue. I think we have the capacity, depending upon how long we want to take to deliver a rec center.
Well, how long would it take your entity to deliver, whatever that may mean, a rec center?
I really don't know. I do know that in the specific instance of Anacostia Gateway Center, we had the contract essentially for, I want to say 6 years. That may not be exactly right, but ground I don't think had even been broken. So, and there are various reasons for that. I don't want to be critical.
But see, I want to get underneath that because you see, we're saying on the one hand, you hear all this discussion. Well, the contracting and procurement system is broken. Right. But I'm not exactly sure what that means. If you're telling me that you have the capacity to handle these kinds of contracts, but it's a timeliness issue, and that you're dedicated to make OCP a model, and you've been there for 30 months, why haven't steps been taken to increase the timeliness? Is there something inherent about putting it through your shop?
Well, I will tell you, no, I think there are some inherent issues. One is the Procurement Practices Act, which we are in the process of reforming, which describes, just as the federal acquisition regulation does, an overly burdensome and time-consuming evaluation process that is not streamlined at all. It's not a model in state and local government. This is a city government. This is a municipal government. It is very burdensome, and that's just one example.
Well, hang on one second. This evaluation process. Explain what you're talking about.
Among things that we do in the proposal evaluation process are we construct, like everyone does, an evaluation team that's subject matter experts on the matter before the evaluation panel, but then we evaluate independently each proposal as opposed to concurrently and side-by-side evaluating proposals relative to one another on all evaluation factors. We then conduct, and I've never heard of this anywhere other than the federal government and here, a contracting officer's independent assessment which theoretically, although it almost never happens, could obviate all the work that was just done over a period of weeks or months by the evaluation panel.
Okay, could I just stop you right there?
Of course,
so
yes, ma'am.
If this is such a problem, why couldn't you have switched almost immediately on coming in and assessing this being a problem, this evaluation process?
Well, because it's in the law, and the law is being fixed, and I can't answer the question. I wish I could. Why does it take so long for for us to get before you legislative changes? We've successfully done some, but we haven't done the omnibus procurement reform legislation that we need to do.
Where is it?
It hasn't reached my desk yet. It is either in my office with my general counsel or in the Attorney General's office under review.
So for 30 months, you have staring you in the face an evaluation process that you think is too time-consuming and irregular vis-a-vis other places.
Yeah.
And we're still waiting.
Well, Madam Chair, I will only say that it's just one of, I don't know how to even give you a number, maybe hundreds of things not dissimilar. That is not the most egregious change.
Well, that's the
or
one
issue.
you identified as a timeliness problem. And
yes,
then
exactly. No, as an example, you're right.
Right. And so the other timeliness problem is this independent review by the contracting officer?
Well,
that you mentioned?
No, we're sort of on what I think are minor, but they aggregate. All of the issues related to the way we do procurement in the District of Columbia that need to be changed are being changed. And we're not doing them one at a time. We're not doing them, ad seriatim. We're not doing them, one after the other as if they're all dependent upon each other. But frankly, they're all related. And omnibus end-to-end reform is what we need here. We are absolutely moving in that direction. We're just moving
okay, so
too slow.
Is it your opinion then that this evaluation of your agency is that it is broken?
I wouldn't say that. I would not want to be disrespectful at all to all the good people who've preceded me and all the good people that have worked over the years and still work in OCP. Not at all. I just think there hasn't been a clear vision of municipal government procurement best practices. There's never been.
So it could be more efficient.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So if it could be more efficient, instead of tending to it, which you say we are, but it's 30 months and we're still waiting, instead of tending to it, then there's this instinct to go around it, right? And we went around it with respect to DCPS. But there are different ways to go around. One way you go around is to say, you go ahead and do whatever you want to do, and you're free of OCP, but you're also freed of the procurement laws, right? That would be one way, right?
Well, I guess that would be one way, but I don't think anyone is free of the procurement laws.
Okay, so, but then that gets me to the other point.
Okay.
For example, the libraries. They have their own procurement operation, but they have to still follow the procurement laws.
That's
right?
correct.
Okay, so they still have to follow the rules about, putting out proposals and evaluating them fairly and transparently and all the rest of that.
Well, they're under the Procurement Practices Act, so the law
Procurement
they follow,
Practices
but they
Act.
actually have their own rule,
right.
if you will.
They have their own
administrative
rules,
code.
but they have to
Yeah.
follow the Procurement Practices Act and whatever additional rules they layer on top
That's
of
correct,
that.
yes.
So let's talk about some of these principles of good contracting. Competition, would that be one?
Yes.
Transparency, I suppose that
Absolutely,
would be
yes,
another.
ma'am.
Best value,
Yes.
right? Oversight and verification by the agency that the work is actually being done according to rules
Yep.
and so on.
Absolutely.
And all of these things are a part of a process that we use to make sure that we get good value, that it's efficient, the work is done, and people are treated fairly out there in the business community.
I concur.
Okay. So let's take a look at what we had in this particular case. And Mr. Chairman, I don't want to, I can go another round. We're going to do more than one round?
At your request, yes, we are, Madam Chair.
Okay, because I want to set the stage for this, because knowing what you know, being an expert as you are, and given the purposes of a proper procurement law, I want to look at some of the actions that were taken in this particular case and seek your opinion about whether they comport with best practices.
Very well.
Thank you, Madam Chair Che. I also want to say we've been joined by our colleague from Ward 4, Muriel Bowser, and my large member David Catania. And when we get to you, you will be in the bottom of the queue. I think you will be following Mr. Brown, Ms. Bowser, and then you'll be following Ms. Bowser, Mr. Catania. Welcome, and thank you for being here. Next, we have Mr. Marion Berry from Ward 8.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Again, let me welcome Mr. Gregan He and I have spent a number of hours talking about this broken procurement system. He's been here some 30 months. You have a Herculean job ahead of you. We talked about that, but you say you're up to the task. I guess my overall beginning question is, Mr. Reagan, when do you expect to have your version and your view on what it takes to fix this system?
I came here with a 36-month plan, and I was a little naive. And I would have to say now, and this is a pretty courageous statement, that
You were naive in terms of the complexity of the DC government?
No, not about the complexity of the government, but more about the sort of
how broken the system was?
Well, again, broken is a word I wouldn't choose to use, but it does need to be remodeled.
What word would you use to describe what you found?
I think the way the GAO phrased it on the front of their report was the process is in need of reform, and I absolutely agree that it's in need of reform.
That's charitable. The reason I said that because as you know, for 16 years I had the responsibility of trying to fix a very, very broken system.
Right.
To be frank with you, I tried various ways. My agency people did. We centralized it. That didn't work because everybody wanted their projects done right now. We decentralized part of it. That didn't work because the agencies that didn't get it were jealous of those who did get it. Mm-hmm. And it was better, but it's still and it fell in disrepair after I left, more so. Right. And so I just trying to get a sense of it. Now, having said that, quickly, what's your time frame now?
Well, I've taken that 36 months and stretched it over to a period of about 5 years, which is actually my term under the law as the CPO. And I'm just being brutally honest and frank with myself. I sure thought I was better than this before I got here. But
Mr. Gray, are you saying to us, this committee is that the citizens of the District of Columbia and the government infrastructure has to wait up until 5 years to have it fixed?
Well, I'm giving you an honest answer about how long I think it'll take me to
to
put in place all the
I agree
reforms.
with it. Okay, well, let's leave that alone.
All right.
But I think you ought to rethink that because I don't think 13 of us are willing to wait that long. I don't mean it has to be completely fixed, but there ought to be some parts of it fixed.
And that's a great point, Mayor Berry, and I appreciate you making it. We are absolutely making inroads, and I think there are a lot of people.
You ought to bring what you got to Ms. Chase so we can at least have pieces going on that would form the worst part of it. Back to the situation here. In terms of, you said you were a signatory to the MOU. You signed a lot of them. Professionally, do you believe that there ought to be a statement from the chief financial officer or his designee indicating that funds are available to be transferred from agency A to agency B?
I actually think that the
and also there's the October 22nd law that becomes effect in October 22nd. Does it contain that provision that you had to have?
I think that the agency finance officer does sign MOUs.
Well, we didn't. I tell you what. So you'll just know.
Okay.
The Parks and Recreation CFO did not sign the MOU of $40 million. I just tell you that.
Okay.
Because we had that discussion, Mr. Thomas, on that. But anyway, do you think you need to have that formally that as a chief procurement officer that you have a certification from either the CFO or the other CFOs from agency that money is available in agency A to be transferred from agency B. Wait a minute. And if agency B transfers to agency C, that the CFO in agency B would have to also certify that there's money available to transfer to agency C.
Well, as an agency head myself, if I were to commit, and by my signature...
Can I get the answer to that question? Do you think that there ought to be a requirement, even at the enactment of law, that agency A CFO certifies that the money is available to be transferred to agency B and B sent to C? Do you think that ought to be part of it?
I don't, and I'll tell you why. I think the signature of two agency heads forming an agreement that one will do something and the other will pay for it represents everything else that you just described. I think two agency heads properly appointed, selected, appointed, and confirmed by this council, these are men and women who are running major components of the city government.
I'm doing it because of time.
Okay.
I know you're familiar with reprogramming law, aren't you?
To some degree, yes.
Well, I mean, suggest to you that with these enhanced powers that I'm looking at, that you know what the reprogramming law is. The reprogramming law requires the mayor to submit to the chief financial officer, and he or she certifies that funds are available for the reprogramming to happen. If that being the case, what happened in Parks and Recreation was a violation of the reprogramming law. Did you know that?
Only in that it's been discussed this morning.
No. If you look at the reprogramming law, and I suggest you do, you're a very honorable person. You have the best interests of the citizens at heart. This law has been unequivocally, by all 4 of us, and all 13 of us have looked at it, have been violated. They took $40 million and packaged it, taking it from one project to the other. Mr. Thomas has referred to Rosedale, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so going forward, I'm sure this committee is going to put as many safeguards into it as possible without making it unduly cumbersome. But I think every director, and you are a director of the department, has a fiduciary responsibility to ensure that the money or the authority is there to spend this money. So this is a new day, and I'm sure you didn't know that. What happened in government, as you very well know, this has been the practices in the past, so we just keep on doing it a certain way, but that's going to stop. Now, in terms of scope of works, if you were to, in your office, were to be doing some work for Parks and Recreation,
Okay.
and they write the specs and RFP, when they write for the scope of work a more extensive set of requirements than what was read here?
It's hard to say, because a lot of what happens in a construction contract, I think, is really all the layers of architectural work that go into providing definitiveness to
How
the
would you
contract.
write it? If your office was oversight in the writing of an RFP for Guy Mason or any other recreation center, how would you write it?
I don't know that I would have modified the statement of work that was read to me this morning. I don't know that I would or wouldn't have, frankly.
Would you have put it the estimated cost of $3.6 million? Would you put that in the RFP?
In the RFP, sometimes we do, but it's fairly rare in government contracting.
No, not fairly rare. Mostly, almost 98% rare.
Yeah.
You know that's true, because if you put the estimated cost in it, why would a contractor come in with something less than that? Right? The idea of RFP is to be competitive, make people sharpen their pencils, and get the best value for the government that we can get. And in this case, so many things were violated in terms of procurement. Give me an example. In housing, DCHE had a request for proposal out 3 days before the resolution was approving the project. And what kind of nonsense is that? Would that happen anywhere else?
I don't know whether that would happen anywhere else or not.
What would happen in your shop?
I would certainly hope not.
No, would it happen in your shop? You know it wouldn't happen. Come on. I'm not trying to be nice about it. Come on. You know it wouldn't have happened, Mr. Gregg, because you're an honorable person. You have integrity. You would not let that happen.
Right.
If you did let it happen, you would be not doing your sworn duty. Is that correct? Yes, sir. Thank you. We're on that one. And finally, not finally, but almost finally, when you signed the MOU, which you said was almost perfunctory, did you ask any questions of anybody?
I don't. Actually, before it gets to my desk for signature, my general counsel staff reviews for the legality of the agreement, basically that there are, competent parties signing the agreement, that it represents definitive work.
Did your general counsel review this particular MOU for $40 million?
If it was an MOU that I signed, they did, yes.
No. Yeah, that you signed.
Yes.
On top of that.
If I signed the MOU, my counsel reviewed it.
Is that doing anything in writing, or just tell you verbally?
It comes to me with a route sheet on it. They don't even talk to me verbally about it unless I have questions, and occasionally I do, but pretty rare, to be honest.
Do you have on the routing sheet that it say, I agree that this is legally sufficient?
It comes to me for signature, which represents that the council has approved it. That's correct.
Well, it seems to me we need to find another system about that, too, because the general counsel might have had somebody that's in office just look at it functionally and let it go. Too much of that's going on in this government. Legal sufficiency means legal sufficiency, and also means that money has to be there. So I'm very disturbed by that. Now, did you sign the MOU from the Deputy Mayor's office to DCHA?
I did not. I'm not sure which one you're talking about. I think I've found 2 or 3 of them. But I
No,
don't
wait
believe
a
I've
minute,
signed.
Mr. Gregan. $40 million. It was an MOU for up to $50 million signed by the Deputy Mayor's office and the D.C. Housing Authority. And as of this point, we've not found your signature on that MOU at all. Also, into that MOU, the General Counsel, Mr. Fortlinger, testified that he didn't even see it for legal sufficiency. So, well, here's what happened, Mr. Gregan. You can see it there clearly. It looks like somebody trying to hide something. It seems that transparency is not there. Accountability is not there. I said in my opening statement, the Fenty administration people must have thought nobody would find out about this. Because if they thought about it, and that doesn't have anything to do with efficiency, it has to do with trying to get at the truth of what's going on here. And you've been helpful. But this is not a spectator sport here. I think the CPO, which has that awesome authority, has to be involved more with these projects. And I think this committee can recommend to the council some laws that will strengthen your role. This is a serious role, not just a signed piece of paper. You said it yourself that it seemed to be an afterthought in essence. So we thank you for your service and thank you for moving. But please, 5 years, I may not even be on the council, and you may not even be here. So not to suggest that anybody going to run you off from here, but you may decide just give it up. It's too much for you, you know.
I'm pretty committed, but
so think about that 5-year period. I mean, it's,
I'm working hard on it.
yeah,
Mr. Berry, I really am.
Thank you, Mr. Berry. And what we will do is if we go to 5-minute rounds and follow-up, you will have 3 minutes left in your 5-minute round. I just want to make sure we keep, because I want to keep us moving today. Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, and welcome, Mr. Gregan, to this roundtable. Let me first start off by saying I hope that the executive is working on a solution to present to the body to move forward. At the end of the day, we want to move forward. We want to ensure that we're able to get these parks and recreation centers complete, and we're looking for some leadership to be able to make that happen. Secondly, I want to say for the record, we are here today. The only reason why we're even having this hearing today is because a multi-year contract, the value up to $100 and something million was not sent to the council. That is the only reason why we are here today. We're here because the law clearly states that multi-year contracts over a certain amount of money be sent to the council. And since that did not happen, that's why we are even having this conversation today. Now, it was a decision for that not to happen. And once we started to ask questions about that particular contract, and it was only one contract valued over $100 million did not get sent here like it lawfully should have been sent here. And as we ask questions on this one contract, then there's a whole list of other things that have derived from just this one contract. I have a question for you because let me appreciate your honesty as it relates to the capabilities within the Office of Contract and Procurement itself being able to carry out these duties. And which you testified a little earlier was that it would go to the Department of Transportation or it would go to Real Estate Services. And given the GAO report, that they have beefed up their capacity to be able to handle this work. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Okay. And I didn't get your testimony. Does the Department of Parks and Recreation have that capacity?
No, they didn't have any independent or delegated contracting authority.
So, and that capacity, you would imagine, is critical in terms of moving out a contract of this particular size. Is that correct?
Certainly development of the specifications, that part of it that's the agency's responsibility. I don't think necessarily that Parks and Rec or any agency ought to have independent authority. In fact, I strongly believe in centralized control, but certain delegations that allow flexibility at the lowest levels.
No, I don't have a problem with that because it can't get done. We need it done, so therefore the Housing Authority was the one to do it because we wanted to hurry to get it done because you didn't have the capacity internally to be able to make that happen. So therefore, that's why they did it, right?
That appears to be right, yeah.
Now, when you say, can you define what you mean by capacity? Can you just give me a broad, what you think capacity is in terms of a contract valued at over $100 million in terms of these particular projects?
Well, I think it's just available man hours, really. I mean, it's a matter of, what you have personnel doing, just workload balancing within the procurement shop. Things go into a queue, typically first in, first out, but I can tell you.
Can you speak to the mic? I'm sorry.
Absolutely, yeah, I apologize. Things come into a queue, requisitions, if you will, come into a queue. In OCP, they get assigned to the proper buyer. They could be anything, but there are about 70 different buying personnel over there. And things come in, first out. I'll also tell you, for a lot of reasons, we constantly move the queue at different levels vertically because we have certain imperatives that come upon us.
So you would say that it's some level of capacity is needed in order to carry out the function. And since you didn't have that internally, and it looked outside to make sure that happened. I can
Another available tool, yes.
Right. Okay. The reason why I asked that question is because the capacity of the D.C. Housing Enterprise is a staff of 1.
Okay.
And the Housing Authority, gave all of its authority for contracting to the D.C. Housing Enterprise. Would you think that the capacity of one person that is a consultant is justifiable to be able to handle something that you could not have handled?
I don't know exactly what that person was required to do. So
Let's say if it's one, just one person. Do you think one person is able to do this?
Depending upon what that person was assigned to do, yeah, I just don't know what.
Say they was assigned to do everything and dealing with the contract. Say that one person was you.
It would take a long time. I can tell you, it would take one person a long time to do a construction contract, I think, yeah.
Okay. And you mentioned typically, and thank you for being honest, because one person can't do it, especially if they're splitting their hours, working part-time over here and part-time over there, and it's a one-person shop. I mean, those are the things that are just obvious to anyone watching, especially that's in the construction industry, that one person can't handle $100 million worth of contracting and procurement alone. These are the things that kind of look silly, and it makes us ask, specific questions as it relates to the process itself. Let me say that I'm going to yield my 4 minutes and 40 seconds to Councilmember Che, who has direct oversight over the Office of Contract and Procurement, and allow her to take the rest of my time.
Thank you, Councilmember Brown. Mr. Gregan, going back before we talk about particular aspects of the transaction that occurred here, going back to this idea that, there is an inefficient process in your agency and that you're planning to fix it, the problem comes in that, especially if the timeline is 5 years, we have a situation that goes back some considerable amount of time. And the question is whether we should just devote all of our resources right now to fixing it, because by not doing that, and I'm referring to a GAO 2007 report, that it said, according to senior procurement officials in the CPO's office, entities seek exemptions, believing that working through CPO or the competitive process required by the law takes too much time. They just think it takes too much time.
Right.
Current and former district officials noted that in giving some entities their own temporary procurement authority through exemptions in the law, the council and the mayor have in effect created a culture of resistance to centralized management and oversight of the acquisition function. And you just said that you're dedicated to a centralized approach, a uniform approach. And so we have clearly, historically, a record where, in fact, we're acknowledging that the process as it works now takes too much time, but instead of promptly, efficiently, not taking too much time dealing with that, we continue with exemptions and workarounds and all sorts of other things that create what the GAO report says is a culture of resistance to centralized management. So we're actually working against ourselves even as we're purporting to work to fix things. I mean, that's the way it seems, especially if a timeline of 5 years. And I just wanted to make that observation because this
Okay.
is the GAO report of 2007. In any event, I do want to return to the transaction that occurred here and ask you, because of your experience, because of your knowledge in this area, I want to ask you a couple of things related to this transaction. Could you tell me, in your experience, under what circumstances would you choose to use a construction manager, as is the case here, where you're paying an outside entity $4.2 million, and then you're also paying a special fee to DCHA or DCHE, whichever, rather than having a construction manager in the department where the work is to be done? Why would you do something like that?
I think it's on a case-by-case basis, but construction manager contracts are, I would say, an emerging best practice. My first knowledge was 10 years ago in the Texas State Library building, Texas State Museum, I'm sorry, but that's the first time I saw it. And I think construction managers are used very, very frequently in construction contracting in government now.
And if you have construction managers within the department for whom the work is to be
Right.
done, would that be the same approach, using a construction manager inside? Does it have to be an outside construction manager?
I don't think, no, it doesn't have to be. The very same question would go to IT projects and program managers. We often outsource program management to professional,
Right, but
you
it's
know,
the idea of
systems
having a
integrators.
construction manager.
Right.
That doesn't necessarily mean you have a construction manager on the outside. You could have your construction manager on
No.
the inside.
Well,
right?
and in fact, typically, historically, that's what we've always had, construction
Right, so
managers on
that's
the inside.
the
That's
best
exactly
practice
right.
can still be adhered to, but you use the employees and the people that you have in place if you have them.
Yeah, the best practice I was trying to describe was the outsourcing of that function.
Okay. Now, when would you use a design-build approach as opposed to a design-bid-build approach?
Again, on a case-by-case basis, I think that design-build is a common form of construction contracting. Design-bid-build is an emerging form of construction contracting, more and more frequent.
And when you use a design-bid-build project, does that allow more competition?
It gives more definitiveness to the build portion of the contracting function because the design is complete. Design-build, there's a little bit of, there's some uncertainty going into the design phase what the end delivered building will look like.
And does it also allow more community input when you have a two-step process?
In that there's more time, I would think the answer to that is yes.
Councilmember
Again, I
Chey.
keep using up my time, so
Thank you.
I will stop there, and I think the next
Next one is Councilmember Brown.
council member is Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. Good morning, Mr. Reagan. How are you?
I'm very good.
First of all, I apologize that there won't be kind of a natural flow to the questions because, as you can imagine, some of my colleagues will ask mine. I'm sure I'll ask some of my colleagues, so I'm sorry about that, but we're going to do the best we can. Do you think, and without giving a legal opinion,
Right.
do you think the contracts are valid, the ones that are in question?
Yeah, I believe they are. Yes, sir.
Do you think that they were? Why do you think they're valid? Because they followed the proper process? Do you think that the council should have been excluded from being part of the process?
Well, retrospectively, I think that the contracts are valid because they're binding legal instruments in accordance with an opinion that I have requested and received from the Attorney General.
But do you know the Attorney General first said that they were not legal?
Well, I believe his October 23rd opinion was that that prospectively, going forward, the Attorney General's statement was future contracts $1 million and greater by D.C. Housing Authority required council approval. The 26th of October statement by the Attorney General is the one that rendered the opinion that the contracts already in place were legal and binding. There were parties on both sides of the contract table that had an agreement, however arrived at, that bound them to do certain things, and that those were, in fact, legal contracts.
If you were in the room, though, would you have said, well, wait a minute, doesn't the council have to be part of this process?
I don't know enough about D.C. housing authorities. I've certainly learned a lot in the last 2 weeks, but I wouldn't have been able to describe what housing authorities' responsibilities were at all prior to, you know, this whole topic coming in before us.
Have the, if you're aware, bless you, are you aware if the funds have been released to start executing these contracts or not?
I am not, no, not aware.
How can we find that out?
It sounds like a CFO question.
Are you usually not aware when monies are starting to be transferred to start
That's a true
projects?
statement. We actually are, once the contract is in place, the funding side, the payment side, everything dealing with the finance is outside of the purview of the procurement shop, and this in all governments.
I had mentioned in my opening statement about a Plan B. One of the things that you've probably heard quite a bit is that well, I said I had not heard it, but I'm sure there are some concerns that projects will get slowed down if these contracts do not move forward. Mm-hmm. And my thought was that if we see the scoring sheets, and by the way, when you do an MOU,
right,
are there in fact scoring sheets attached to the MOU, or how does that process work? Then I'll get back to my question.
No, there wouldn't be. The MOU is really the first step that's going to subsequently result in a contract. The MOU, in fact, is not a contract, in my opinion, and the contract that would be seen afterwards is whatever contract goes out to full and open competition, results in the awarding of a contract to an outside the government entity. But they're normally, in fact, I can't imagine a single case when any kind of attachment like that would be part of an MOU.
And what about my thought about the Plan B going to all the second-place finishers to pick up the reins and complete these contracts?
Well, the reason I wouldn't support that, again, is because we have legally binding contracts in place with...
But isn't that in question? We don't know if they're legally binding yet.
I'm referring to, I'm not an attorney, but I'm referring
and I
to
said that at the beginning.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. Mm-hmm. I'm simply referring to the advice that I've requested and received from the Attorney General.
Because there are some other opinions floating around about the legality of these contracts, as you can imagine.
Yes.
And I guess someone's going to have to determine, because we're not an enforcement branch. We're a legislative branch, but someone's going to have to be the referee to determine what is legal and what is not. Mm-hmm. If they are termed not legal, then would you endorse the Plan B to not start the whole process over again, just go to all the second place folks on the scoring sheets and pick up the pieces that way?
It's really an interesting question, and I think it might be something that we look at case by case, but the chances are that the offer would have perished. Typically after 180 days, the offer is no longer considered valid. The reason being prices change, timber prices changes, whatever went into the original estimate that the construction company made, it probably is not valid after, some number of months. We typically hold them to pricing for 180 days.
So in the meantime, since it sounds like you believe these are legal documents, so you would be in favor of let's just continue to move forward while this process is playing itself out, this investigative process or audit process?
Absolutely. And I think this will result in probably a different way of doing our business going forward, a different way of looking at what our responsibilities are as agencies within the government. But I don't think that in any way should be applied, looking backwards, because I do think we have work underway. We have persons on the government side and on the construction side that have entered into an agreement that they believe to be binding, which I believe to be binding, and they're already underway.
Well, I guess the question, that we're answering on behalf of the residents is that if they are, in fact, deemed illegal, that the projects need to stop, and it doesn't matter who said on whatever date it was that they were legal, because that's what's so concerning, I think, to many of my colleagues and to me because I've been trying to talk about this in the last hearing, which is what do we do in the meantime? If there's a cloud of impropriety, especially since we're talking about public dollars, these are taxpayer dollars. This isn't a private deal. Then why don't we err on the side of let's just move those contracts aside for a little while, pick the second place people, and move on, and then maybe there's an opportunity for the folks that won these first contracts, or I hate to even use the term won, because some folks would dispute whether they won those or not, but folks that were selected, let me use that term, that maybe there's an opportunity for them at another time, but maybe now is not the best time.
Well, I think again, we look at it on a case-by-case. There probably are multiple solutions as we continue through this process to figure out what happens going forward. That certainly seems to be one of probably several solutions.
And I appreciate your, clearly I think, as you probably heard, a lot of the members respect your experience. Have you seen this kind of process done before in other jurisdictions where they, for lack of a better term, sidestep the legislative branch to get a project done or contracts approved? Have you seen this done
I'm not
before?
aware of, not personally aware. I've never gone before a hearing on a matter like this before.
Did you find it a little odd that this has never been done before in your experience anywhere else in America?
No, because I'd be probably very naive to say it's never happened before in other governments.
In my, well, I have a couple of a series of questions, but I think it'll take me past my 2 minutes. So you mentioned the forensic lab earlier.
I did.
What is the thought process? Supposedly there is one D.C. company that has the expertise to provide forensic lab expertise in building the labs. But in this particular case, it was an out-of-town company that received the contract. Now, at the risk of having to explain individual contracts, how much weight is given when there is a company, the only company in the District of Columbia that does something, has all the expertise, has performed these services around the country, and can you imagine what the morale is like, and then they watch an out-of-town company get that contract? I mean, I understand the weighting system.
Right.
I understand the procurement process, but shouldn't there be extra weight given if you're the only company in the district?
Should there be extra weight given?
Extra checkpoints.
It's a tremendous sort of legislative question. Actually, the 12 points that we have within the district government are among, and I've done some research on this, among the highest sort of local business preferences available. And I frankly don't know.
But it's interesting you mention that, because a lot of our local businesses complain that they watch companies from outside of D.C. that have a much easier time getting contracts than they do. So that may be true, but in reality, it doesn't seem to be working that way. And I've been in a couple community meetings with you when that question was addressed to you. How are we going to resolve that? Because there is a perception that out-of-town companies almost get preference to D.C. companies, and minority-owned companies, Latino-owned companies, African-American-owned companies, women-owned companies.
And, I've heard that as well, and I think to the people that make a statement like that, that certainly is reality. From where I sit, which oversees all of the contracts and all of the application of preference points, I don't see that. I actually see that the preference system is working. Is 12 points enough? I don't know. That's sort of a legislative question.
Well, I have... We've started a series of black and brown summits around the city, talking to minority-owned contractors. And obviously I will invite you to the next one so you can come and hear.
I'd love to be there.
From loads and loads and loads of local companies that don't feel the way you just articulated. And would love to be part of your reform process to figure out how they can be more included. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll wait for the next round.
You're welcome, Mr. Brown. Councilmember Bowser.
Thank you, Chairman Thomas, and I want to thank all of my colleagues, the chairpersons who are convening this hearing and last week's hearing. I think it's extremely important that we understand exactly what happened in these processes, make sure that all of the legal requirements with regard to contracts, whether they're an independent agency, a subordinate agency, are followed, and that this council is consulted and all of the approvals are given in due course. Mr. Gregan, I'm just going to go directly to my questions to you, because I have great respect for your work and the experience that you bring to the District of Columbia. And I even remember you attending one of our community meetings where I told you I wasn't sure how you slept at night, given the gravity of the job that you faced. And I think this was immediately following federal officials showing up at the doorsteps of one of our OCTO offices. So we understand that procurement issues in the District of Columbia are significant. But I must confess to being very frustrated by your testimony. The question was asked, is the procurement system broken? And I don't know how we can say that it's not broken. I don't know how we can say that. That's not saying that you're broken or the staff people are broken, but the processes are broken. If the law is broken, we need to change it. And 30 months, sir, I think is enough time for you to come to us with some at least interim plan to get it done. So when we talked about the various agencies that exempt, we want to talk about sidesteps. Some agencies just sidestep right out of the process altogether, and there are a lot of them. So we have agencies like the Convention Center Board, the Sports Commission, Housing Finance Agency, the Retirement Board, and I want you to correct me on some of these because I want to understand what their authority is exactly. I think MPD has some independent contracting authority. We know WASA is an independent agency. The PSC is an independent agency. DHHA, I think CFSA has some independent authority. The Department of Mental Health has some independent authority. DCPS, Criminal Justice Coordinating Council. So I'm thinking to myself, who is under your control? Because we have so many, this is the major sidestep. Right. None of these agencies are in our central procurement authority. And then there's more. Because you know what? When I got on this council, we saw the process, and I don't want to get into a big discussion about earmarks, but all of my colleagues were moved to make sure that things were getting done in the agencies that they have oversight over by giving grants and putting that money directly into the community. Mm-hmm. Because we weren't getting it out of the procurement process, the normal process. We weren't getting it. And so it's unacceptable to me that we give money to agencies and it doesn't get spent the way it's supposed to get spent. That's unacceptable. That money has to get out in the street where it's intended. And if our systems are preventing that, sir, we need more progress in 30 months than what you're presenting. We have to have more progress. And that's just the part that I can't understand. And even we set up other things, nonprofits, to put grants out into the community, to put grants out to arts organizations, to children organizations. Mm-hmm. All of those don't go through your process. And Ms. Che was right. A centralized working procurement system is meant to give district residents the best value for their money. Their money, not our money, their money. And we have to fix it. And we need to hear some interim steps from you to get that done. And we're doing it even more. And I want to hear your thoughts about, even if you're making recommendations, that we stopped exempting agencies from the centralized procurement authority. We just did a major one. Exempting UDC from our procurement, from your centralized procurement authority. And for the very reasons that we're talking about now. Because things weren't getting done fast enough, and people are tired of UDC not working. So we want to give the new administration a chance to get things done. Let me ask you, Mr. Gregan, about the 400 MOUs before I go to that.
Sure.
Because I think that you've done something really well that you were able to share with the community, and it suggests to me that there is a way to replicate that through all of your processes. Can you tell us what you did to make the expedited procurement process around President Obama's inauguration work? And how can that be replicated in other processes?
Well, I appreciate that. That was about, when I got to OCP 30 months ago, I had about 150 personnel, 26 of whom were contractors. There's a built-in conflict of interest with contractors working in a public procurement shop. We're down to less than 5 contract personnel now, and they're all on short-term contracts. We're down to also 118 FTEs, which I think is much closer to right-sizing that organization. For the inauguration, and likewise today under the Recovery Act, which is high-speed procurement, the inauguration was also high-speed procurement. We put together a hand-selected, carefully crafted team of the best and brightest, long-term employees as well as some brand new employees in OCP that, in my opinion, were the most flexible, nimble, critical thinking personnel that I had. And those personnel were motivated from the initial time that I brought them together to think differently, to not be bound by the traditional, methodical, step-by-step, get here, turn left, go there, turn right, that sort of procurement process, that very, very process-oriented, not solution-oriented process. That team for the inauguration, about 12 people, my best and brightest, like I said, were selected and motivated to provide solutions, not to be a part of the problem.
and congratulations to you and those 12 people. And I think we want 12, 15, 100 more just like them. And the ones and everybody who's there can aspire to that level of performance. But we made some changes to the law to accommodate the high-speed procurement, or no?
We did not.
We did not.
The-
So
the-
within the existing law, it's
Correct.
possible to have high-speed procurement.
You're absolutely right.
Okay. Now, my other question, because another thing that I think has been a major thing that has come to my attention during your tenure is this kind of focused on how we provide other services that I think are more minor, and maybe they're major in dollar amounts, but in my mind not as important as fixing the overall practices, having to do with how we buy furniture or how we buy office supplies, moving away from our local supply schedule, the DC supply schedule, to the GSA supply schedule, which will mean that fewer local businesses get selected to do work in the District of Columbia. Why have you been focused on that instead of focused on the big stuff that has us sitting here today?
Well, actually, term contracts, which is I think what you're referring to, orderable contracts for the things we buy recurringly in this government, desks and chairs and papers and pens, the things that we have for years here bought somewhat individually at essentially individual type prices really ought to be on orderable contracts. I don't know of any other government that doesn't have several hundred contracts in place for the recurring needs of the government, whether it's office supplies or IT temporary services, which we have done here. That in no way disallows local businesses to not only participate but win the business. I would completely anticipate that for a number of reasons, set-asides number one, which I can do in conjunction with DSLBD, my colleague Lee Smith, and we will talk about every single one of these term contracts in advance, which I've provided in a letter to the council probably 3 months ago.
Are you going to abolish the DC supply schedule?
Negative. There's no reason in the world to abolish the DC supply schedule. I will tell you that that supply schedule is tied to the GSA federal supply schedules. All the DC supply schedules vendors must adopt a price agreement from federal supply schedules. I honestly think that if our DC supply schedule vendors, and there's only I think about 140 of them right now, if they were to get on the federal supply schedules, which is an easy matter, it's not competitive. It takes time, but it's a relatively straightforward matter, very similar to getting on DC supply schedule. Not only would they continue to support DC government, but would have the world open to them in the sense that they now are on the federal supply schedule, and that's a hunting license to go sell your goods and services anywhere.
I want to turn back to your testimony today about the 400 intra-district MOUs that you've entered into, that you've signed on to since you've been here in 2007. What's the nature, if you could characterize, major categories of those transfers?
They're all different, really, but imagine just two agencies. The one that jumps to mind really is training provided by DCHR, an agency in the city government that might provide training on, I don't know, anything that we require employees to be trained on. Typically, they receive funds from the agency that is being trained through an MOU. So that's one example, but really I don't think they fall necessarily into neat sort of types of things, but typically one agency will provide a service to another for some agreed upon sum.
And do you, at the time, know the amount of the services?
The MOU typically will indicate the estimated cost, and it may indicate a maximum cost as well.
Okay. I'll have some more questions for you,
All right.
Mr. Gregan. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Catania.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Mr. Gregan for his service to the city and also for his continued willingness to try to fix a system which he was not the architect of. It occurs to me that our contract procurement system is a lot like the IRS code. I mean, it is a mess, and it got there by design. The way it is constructed privileges certain people, and those of us on this side of the dais are as responsible and as complicit in its dysfunction as the executive. I cannot count the number of times the people on this side of the dais have inserted themselves into contracting procurement to benefit their particular issue or philosophy with respect to social engineering. We do not have a system of contracting and procurement that is innocent of political influence. It is not designed to provide the taxpayers of this city with the best product at the best price. And so the sooner we set aside trying to lay responsibility for the status quo on any particular person, the better. I appreciate, however, the concern that we are not moving fast enough. That is a chorus that I've been singing for years, because we have never gotten to the point where we are providing real value for taxpayers. We each have our own agenda about the way we want things organized, and to be honest, the system is working for those who helped to organize it this way. I want to say, Mr. Gregan, that, and associate myself with Councilmember Bowser, in that we need this reform faster, sooner rather than later. And if there is something that good can come out of this mess, it's the heightened focus that contracting and procurement is now receiving, because all manner of chairmen of the Government Operations Committee, and I want to commend our current chairman for her efforts in this regard, but this has not exactly been the area of focus of previous chairman of this particular committee. Let me stress how important it is that we do adopt policies and procedures that are simple and elegant at the same time. Because so long as the system is perceived as crooked, we are never going to attract the kind of high-quality vendors that are capable of giving us the best products at the best price. What we continue to attract are people who know how to work the IRS code. We continue to attract people who know how to work the contracting and procurement system to their own advantage, to the disadvantage of those paying the bills. Mr. Gregan, in this pursuit, I would like to see a couple of things. I would like to see, and then I want to return to the issue before us, I want to see stronger disbarment provisions. Last year, this council had no choice but to re-up a contract in excess of $100 million with an entity that we had just settled a case with for stealing from us. And we were told that there was nothing in the law that prohibited us, nothing. And you know the case I'm talking about, Mr. Gregan.
I do.
Is that not the case? We settled for $17 million, them admitting that they had essentially, well, let's just be polite, taken advantage of us. And there was nothing in our code that prohibited us from or excluded them from being eligible to get the contract again. And let me be clear, had we attempted not to give them the contract, the hue and cry from certain members on this side of the dais would have hit a high C. So let us practice a little Caesar's wide routine around here. Let us stay out of the contracting and procurement business. There are no clean hands here. I also want to see, in addition to disbarment proceedings, I want to see a better appreciation of what the criteria are before we start assigning contracts. In other words, if you get 100 points, right, we need a collective appreciation for how we assign those points. A certain percentage of those points needs to be on price, a certain percentage on competence, a certain percentage on past success, and a percentage, because it is the will of this body, for local small and disadvantaged businesses. But that's not always the way it works. From one contract to another, it's a slippery slope, and the percentage gets assigned based on who in the end we really want to have the contract. Because if it is someone who isn't so good on price, and that's the person we want, that becomes kind of a lesser issue. I want that reviewed and set in stone. But with respect to the issues before us today, Mr. Gregan, there is no doubt in my mind that we have come up with all manner of workarounds, whether it be line items, earmarks, MOUs, or whatever, to address the inefficiencies and structural barriers and problems of your office. And it also, I want to be clear, that I hope we have the same enthusiasm for the Office of Contract and Procurement when the appropriation cycle for 2012 comes around. Because if we want a well-functioning Office of Contracting and Procurement, we have to staff it, and we have to staff it appropriately. And right now, it's kind of upside down. We have all of the staff focused on who's getting the contract and jumping through the bells and whistles, and we have very few on the back end to make sure we get the goods and services we paid for. We need to turn that upside down. We need to have an elegant, quick system in terms of assigning contracts with knowable criteria about price, past practice, et cetera. This cannot be a Manhattan Project to purchase a box of pens, and that's what it is. And it's a disgrace, right? We need to make sure on the back end we got what we paid for, and that doesn't exist in this government. And frankly, that could be a little embarrassing, because some of the people we continue to do business with year after year after year who know the front end, they're nowhere to be seen on the back end. Anyway, so we need systems in place. We need, all members of elected officials staying out of the process and putting thumbs on scale, and we need resources to make this work. Now let us turn to the issue at hand, and that is these contracts before us. The contracts before us, whether they be multi-year or contracts in excess of $1 million, what I'm gathering is that this is a practice of using MOUs that we've been doing for years, and for years we've kind of skirted the council's authority under the Home Rule Charter. And so we have to decide for a body how interested we are in going back to the days of Christopher Columbus and sorting through all these contracts and having one massive retroactive authorization where we take our limited contract and procurement staff and we have them looking at contracts from the 1980s and how sensible that is. I don't think that's entirely good use of limited time. I think it's regrettable what has happened. I think our law permits those who've signed off on these things to be disciplined, and Mr. Gragan, that falls on you to help effectuate. What I do think makes sense are for those contracts that are currently underway, and some have been mentioned, and I don't want to cast aspersions on any particular contract, but it doesn't seem like this Banneker contract is a multi-year contract in excess of $1 million that is still ongoing. In other words, we've not closed the books. Any contract that is still underway, even if it has been executed, and those executions are unlawful, every single one of those contracts needs to come back here for a retroactive authorization. Every one of them. Are you appreciating that point, Mr. Gragan, and are you in step? And do you agree with that, or is there a disagreement here?
No, there's no disagreement. I understand the point, and I think that is the sort of executive's perspective on these as well. And again, just looking at the letters that our Attorney General wrote on the 23rd and 26th, it's apparent that looking forward, all contracts done by the Housing Authority or any other independent agency, still parts of the executive branch of government, will come before the council.
Mr. Gragan, I need to see there's some word parsing there that I've heard from the city administrator, whom I respect.
Right.
But I need to understand that we're talking about the same thing. I'm not talking about contracts going forward, because we all agree that any new relationship, multi-year or above $1 million, with the exception of WASA, the Convention Center Authority, and contracts funded through highway transportation dollars, which are excluded by the Home Rule Charter.
Right.
We understand that, but I'm talking about contracts that have been signed, are currently in the process of being effectuated. Okay? They also need to come back here if they have not been, if the goods and services have not been provided and we have not cashed out, for lack of a better term. Do you understand what I'm saying? I do, and some of those contracts probably are completed already. I think they have to be looked at on a case-by-case basis, is what I would say. Well, let me just be as clear as I can be. Any contract for which it is still open, whether it be $1 million or a multi-year, that we are still operating under, that has not been concluded, and by concluded I mean goods and services received and money paid, has to come back here. Mr. Gragan, and I'm also, and my time is running out here, I'm also eager to know, what we intend to do to strengthen our oversight to make sure that these things aren't going to happen in the future. And that goes to a point that Councilmember Bowser was making, that you can only be responsible for those things that you're responsible for. And all of these other systems have actually come about as workarounds to the broken system. So you may not have a clean, elegant line of authority for all of these other items. And so, that underscores the need for you to bring this reform to this council as soon as humanly possible. I agree. Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for holding the hearing, and for the other chairmen and chairwomen. I think this is an extremely important and long overdue focus. Unfortunately, I will not be able to stay for the entire day. I have to go to Boston. I'm chairing a national organization on prescription drug prices. And so I will leave, but I will have staff monitoring this hearing, and I look forward to the resolutions. I want to thank Mr. Gragan for your service. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Catania, and you have a safe trip, and whatever you do, do not wear your New York Yankee hat to Boston and take an extra coat. because I hear it's a little cool up there. We have also been joined by our colleague and my ward neighbor, Councilmember from Ward 6, Councilmember Tommy Wells. Welcome, Mr. Wells.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Thomas, and thank you to all the council members who are responsible for the hearing today. Mr. Gregg and I only have a couple of questions. My understanding is that part of one of the main thrusts of the hearing has to do with, or a portion of it, about contracts that are now under DCHA, and the Procurement Practices Act does, except for appeals and such, this has very little to do with you in terms of the contracts in question. Is that true?
DC Housing Authority is not under the PPA. You're exactly right. That's correct.
And I do think that there's concern about whatever the motivation when we do a workaround, and is it really a workaround? But in particular, the committee I chaired, the Committee with Oversight of Human Services, we recently had an instance where contracts, substantial contracts, were let through an appropriation first to the Children's Youth Investment Trust, and then they did the contracting, which appeared to me that the DC Youth Investment Trust was being used as the contracting vehicle, or third party to do this. Okay. Were you involved in that decision?
And I don't recall hearing about that until just now.
And my understanding, of course, is that the Children's Youth Investment Trust would probably not be under the Procurement Practices Act as well. Or are they?
You know, I've got a list that I'll be happy to provide to council that shows who comes under me, to Councilwoman Bowser's question, who is not under me but subject to the PPA. An example of that is DC Public Libraries and DC Public Schools. And then those agencies, OPEFM being an example, that are neither under me nor the PPA. It's a pretty big list. It's kind of complicated. But really, there are more under me than there are not under me.
Well, let me say that even in my oversight of the Committee of Human Services, that I have a lot of sympathy for, I mean, I don't have any tolerance for not having government work like it should work, and I know you don't either.
I don't.
But I understand that there are things that have to get done. We certainly want to have all the protections and oversight that the citizens expect in the expenditure of their dollars. But at the same time, it's not a reason not to get things done. And so when funds were transferred to the Children's Youth Investment Trust to get some extremely important contracts out the door in order to be sure that services were in the community, and frankly, dealing with juveniles that have been committed to DYRS is an issue of public safety. Certainly not that one type of service is more urgent than another in the district, but there is a sense of urgency, at least for me, and that it was a workaround, and that was a way to get it done. It wasn't to get out from under, I don't believe, it was to get out from under my oversight,
right?
But it certainly was a way to get the contracts done. And I had an oversight hearing, and in order to understand exactly how they're done, what's the chains of accountability, and so the council was inserted into the oversight process. But that does not negate the fact that there's a tremendous amount of not just expectation from the community to get the taxpayers out the door to pay for the things promised, but also an expectation that government must work as efficiently as possible while protecting the till. And so thank you for your testimony, and I look forward to the next witnesses. Thank you, Councilmember Thomas.
Thank you, Councilmember Wells, and we've also been joined by Councilmember Yvette Alexander. I don't know if she has any questions, but we would certainly recognize, and I just want to state for the record that all of the council members have been here, and the only reason that Councilmember Mendelson is not here is because he's currently having an oversight hearing on the fire and EMS, and the Chief Rubin is before him today, and he wanted to make sure I stated that for the record. But that shows the listening public that this is a very important issue when we have a special committee hearing like this, and every council member has come. And I would also say, Chairman Gray, actually authorized and got us moving in this direction. So it's through his insight that we've done that. So I just wanted to make sure that that was put on the record. Ms. Alexander?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And first and foremost, and please forgive me, I believe you stated that Mr. Albert's father passed away?
That is correct. And Ms. Santos' father had some health conditions that required her being with him.
Well, I just wanted to state he has my deepest condolences, and I will keep his family in prayer. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Gragan.
Good afternoon.
You know, the first thing that my residents in Ward 7 ask all the time at every community meeting is about contracts and it being a competitive process, and they have the opportunity to, you know, win some of these contracts and to get jobs on so much development, you know, that's happening in Ward 7. They're excited about that because economic development represents growth and revitalization and, most importantly, jobs for our residents. And time again, I hear that people, and I do have one question because you did mention, or other people mentioned, the model design, build, and design, bid, build. Now, the design, bid, build would allow more of my Ward 7 residents to have the opportunity with their companies, their CBEs, to obtain more jobs. Would the design, build model open that up for more jobs and more opportunities for residents?
Yeah, I think the biggest difference probably is in the length of time it takes to do one versus the other. And the trade-off is that there's more definitiveness in the design, bid, build, in the build contract when it's originally let. In other words, the theory there is that you should get better, more accurate pricing in the build contract because there's much more certainty at that point. But I don't think it in any way, I think it's a wash basically on, you know, whether the business is in the ward or outside the ward or in the district or outside the district.
So what about the bid process? What would the difference be with that three-step process? Could you explain more about the bidding process?
Well, the design, bid, build is just two separate procurements. It's two separate procurements related to each other. The design is one procurement. The build is a separate procurement. The bidding process occurs, obviously, between the two. Typically, or in a design build contract, you will have all of that packaged. So the original contract is the contract that takes you all the way through the delivery of the building.
So, well, I don't think I'm that clear on that. The bid involves different companies bidding for particular.
Exactly. What that fails, those descriptors fail to say there's a bid before the design also. So it just differentiates the old way.
So there is a bid, design, build, technically.
Well, exactly. Before the design contract is let, there's a competitive, full and open competition project for the design drawings, for the architect or the engineers or whoever was going to develop the project. And then that, of course, provides all sorts of specificity in the next bid, which goes out to the general construction companies.
So when MOUs are used versus, I guess, competitive contracts, when MOUs are used, if the intra-district funds, is it to relieve your staff of duties and responsibilities? I mean, does your staff, are you adequately staffed to handle the contractual processes with all the development taking place in the city?
Well, we are, because we have given responsibility to the Director of the Department of Transportation and the Director of the Department of Real Estate Services to manage their construction projects. And they've massively, transportation, I have to say, was working very well, I think, working very well. Our support in Parks and Rec, Fire and EMS, all of the organizations that we supported with our construction design and build organization was not very efficient and was not effective enough and was not delivering projects in a timely manner. And therefore, I put that function under the Department of Real Estate Services, and they've massively restaffed that office. And I believe they're functioning more efficiently and quicker today than we were, you know, in the time that it was in OCP.
And can I ask you, and this may be pertaining to this and some other, I'm getting a little off the subject now, but the supply schedule?
Yes.
Because a lot of businesses that are in my ward state that they used to receive notices and they used to be on a schedule. And is there a process that persons are taken off a schedule, or how do you include people so that they can get notice for different proposals that come about?
There are only 2 schedules that have been affected by any aggregated procurement that we're doing. And aggregated procurement's where you bring in, sort of like a year's worth of anticipated buys, and it suppresses the prices. The 2 that have been affected, supply schedules that have been affected, are office supplies and IT temporary services, because we put in place contracts.
And why have they been affected? And how have they been affected?
In the sense that if you buy, I don't know how much paper, for example, just as an example, the government consumes in a year, but you get a huge volume discount on that, probably in almost anything. If you say we're a $1 million buyer of paper instead of we're a $15 buyer of paper, and it's a trade-off. I mean, it's an important trade-off, and it's actually an important matter for all of us, the legislative branch and executive, to all understand, as well as the citizens, because there are trade-offs. But I don't think the supply schedule generally will be affected. There are many things that don't lend themselves to aggregation, and many of those are still on the schedule.
So people do receive notice. How does one receive notice from your office, or do they check online? Do people have to check?
It can be. It can be both. We always advertise on our website, as well as a newspaper of general circulation within Washington, D.C., which is the Times that we use. But also, it's sort of incumbent upon the interested provider to constantly look for opportunities in whoever their customer base is.
So they look. Do you send anything out to individuals?
If we get a referenced buyer, if for example, we have a solicitation that has an incumbent, typically they will be directly solicited. And the agency that we're buying for also normally will list a number of competitors that could do the work, that they know could do the work.
And do you receive notice from different ANCs and civic associations, council members that want to support a particular project? And if so, how much weight do you give to those factors?
Well, I don't. I don't think OCP does. I think typically, and I've observed this on Parks and Rec Matters, so it happens, about a week after I started work here a couple of years ago, the community input normally goes to the agency that is responsible, for example, DPR or Fire and EMS, or rather than OCP, I think the community input typically goes to the agency that's responsible for that function.
So that doesn't weigh into the decisions of your office at all?
No, and I think it's purposefully kept, separate and distinct from what should be a very, very objective, non-subjective process of determining the awardee.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair.
That was interesting how you did that, Council Member, and welcome, and thank you for joining us. Also, what I'm going to do, for the sake of time, and you've been at that table a long time, some of my colleagues had additional follow-up questions.
Very good.
What I will do is waive my time, and I think Ms. Che has some of the same questions I had, okay, so we can kind of move the witness list, and I'll let her follow up. And what other members could you indicate to me who had follow-up questions? Ms. Bowser, did you have a follow-up question? Did you have follow-up questions? I just want to get a sense of who we had, because I'm going to waive my time.
Well, just two, actually.
Okay,
I wanted to ask.
Not yet. I'm just trying to get a cue, so we have Ms. Che. Mr. Berry, you do know you only have 3 minutes left. I just want to 3 minutes. Thank you very much, sir. Ms. Che?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Gregan, before I get back to this matter about the particular contract, I do want to ask you about your ability to keep data. Councilmember Brown had asked at the last hearing if we could get a list of contracts, if we identify particular contractors, either their businesses or where they are the principals or where they are on teams in construction and development contracts, to see who are the companies getting these contracts, who are the entities involved in getting these contracts. Do you have the capacity, if we were to put that request to you, to identify for us, if we identify certain contractors, all of the contracts and the value and the nature of the work that they've been doing, let's say over the last, since 2007?
Well, if it came through the automated procurement system that I use, the answer is yes, but some don't. There are agencies that don't use the procurement automated support system.
Well, would that include, for example, this particular contract with Banneker Industries? You wouldn't have been able to pick that up?
If Housing Authority let that contract, I would. It's not in my system.
So in other words, for us to be able to have some oversight over if you will, to see if, I'm not saying it's, to see if there are preferred contractors, to see if there are preferred businesses, to see if there's some evidence that might suggest steering, we wouldn't be able to get that. Is that what you're telling me?
No, I would say you wouldn't be able to get it out of a single procurement repository. The truth teller in government contracting is the accounts payable system. It is always the finance system. It is there that money transacts from the government, public ownership of that money, to private ownership of that money.
But that would go to the company. We wouldn't be able to see who the principals are or who's on a team.
Well, it's one step at a time. I think if, once you know the company, the rest of that is
all right,
something
well
you
then, to the extent we can get that information from you, we would like that information from you, and we're going to make a formal request through you, Mr. Chair, at some point. Now, getting back to this contract, what we have is this construction manager or project manager contract that's led by DCHE. Okay. And Banneker Industries is the winner. Now, in terms of that, as I understand it, what was used here was simply an RFQ, a request for qualifications, not an RFQ and then an RFP. My understanding is that we usually use this two-step process. The RFQ is followed by an RFP, and then we figure out how to, from that first list, a short list, and then from that short list we see who gives us the best value.
Correct.
Now, in your experience, is it unusual for a project of this dimension, which ultimately I think was $80-some million, and to oversee all of these particular projects in Parks and Rec, to proceed and identify someone and pick somebody based simply on an RFQ?
Are you saying that there was no RFP or no competitive solicitation?
Correct.
Requests for qualifications in some procurement areas, I think Florida is an example, can be used as the solicitation. I don't know, like I said, I don't know housing authorities.
But the usual way is to have the two-step process. Is that correct?
It's a common way, I would say, not necessarily the usual way. Yeah.
Well, what's the difference between common and usual?
It is one of several common ways. The usual seems to imply that it's used the majority of the time.
Under what circumstances would you only use an RFQ?
I don't know that there are circumstances where I would use an RFQ.
Because you don't think it's the best practice?
Well, it's not. I don't use it as a solicitation.
No, I appreciate parsing this, but I mean, you would never use it, correct?
Well, only because I don't have it as it's not a procurement vehicle that I have at my disposal by the law. The Procurement Practices Act describes, I think, 6 or 7 perhaps procurement vehicles that I can use. RFQ is not one of those.
But not that.
Right.
Now, in terms of this particular RFQ, the factors that they were going to be evaluated on: demonstrated experience and qualifications, okay, ability to coordinate complex projects, familiarity with the law, experience with publicly funded capital projects, and business enterprise designation. There was nothing here at all about price or timetables or anything like that. Now, how can you, if these are the bases on which people are submitting their information, determine which is the best for the District of Columbia to select?
Well, again, not knowing these particular evaluation criteria, when we design evaluation criteria, we're representing the value levers. Getting back to that best value award theory, we're saying in advance what we value in the trading partner, the partner that we're going to do business with. They can include all of the things you mentioned, and there are a number of other things, cost often, but perhaps not always.
Well, but let me ask you, are you familiar with any construction type of projects that you're familiar with, that you have oversight over, that have not followed a two-step process and not made any inquiry about price or timetables?
Well, I'm not familiar with any offhand that didn't include cost or price as an evaluation criteria. I will say that two-step is almost uncommon here. The one-step process of an RFP or even an invitation for bid is a more common practice. The two-step process, I think, is actually better if you've got the timeline to be able to use two steps. It actually focuses not only the vendors, and you get more qualified vendor responses, but it focuses the government.
And you would want to have some reference to cost, correct?
Well, I do every time, yeah.
Okay. How strict are you? How strict are you going to be here?
Let's do this. Let's go to the other members.
Okay.
Mr. Brown may be kind to you again and give you a minute of his 5 minutes, and that way we keep moving on time, because everybody's not going to use all their time. Mr. Berry, you have 3 minutes for Mr. Berry, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Gregan, describe for us very succinctly, well, let me just say, there's a difference between RFQ and RFP. Is that correct?
There is.
RFQ is about the qualification of the company to do the work. Isn't that true?
It is. It pre-qualifies vendors
Pre-qualifies.
in this
Wait a
context,
second.
yeah.
But RFP also has to have price in it, doesn't it?
When you request proposals, the offerer gives a price. That's correct.
That's what I'm saying.
That's correct.
So it seems to me very unusual and wrong. You said you prefer RFQs, but if RFQs don't have price in it, how are you going to stack them? Say if you get, wait a minute, you get 13 people in this deal that DCHE did, and Banneker was scored 92 on an RFQ. I don't know how they did that. Then they got a 4.9 contract. So if you want to get qualification of the company to do the work and that price, how can you make a good decision?
Well, again, I think whatever, and again, not judging this one on its specific merits because I haven't looked at it.
But in general.
Yeah, in general, those evaluation criteria, whatever they are, it could be 2, 3, or 10 things, represent what we know in advance represents, the value for the government.
In an RFQ?
In any kind of solicitation.
What about price?
And price may be one of those, it may not be one of those.
But what if this RFQ didn't have price in it?
It apparently did not, and that's,
It
again,
did
I don't
not.
think, on its face, I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with that. If
Why?
that was not one of the value levers.
Mr. Gregan, how could you professionally say, if an RFQ does not include price, on what basis do you choose somebody to do the work? Since price ought to be, wait a minute, ought to be a factor in terms of the taxpayers' money being spent for a recreation center. How could you say that professionally?
Well, Councilman Berry, what I would say is that I always use price and cost in an RFP.
Okay, well, so if you use it, then it's a good practice, even though you don't have procurement authority over over DCHA.
Sure.
And then we'll talk about that a little bit later with them. You have to just say straight up, professionally, that that's an unusual situation, and they don't include price. Wouldn't you?
I can say that it's one that I've never.
Well, if one you never used.
Right.
Let me ask you this: if you had authority over DCHA,
right,
would you have allowed them to put out an RFQ that didn't have price in it and select this way?
If the RFQ was preliminary to an RFP, there's nothing wrong with that.
That's great.
Right.
I'm getting frustrated. It is clear they did not issue an RFP. They went off at RFQ, which did not include price. Now, having not including price, if you had the authority over them, would you have made a selection of a company that based on just RFQ?
I would have done an RFP after the RFQ.
Well, yes, you would not. The answer is no.
And the RFP would have contained.
No, the answer is that you would not have allowed that solicitation to have been chosen without price in it, wouldn't you?
Okay.
Yes or no?
Yeah, that's not
yes
a
or
solicitation.
No? Yes or no?
No, it's not a
Thank you
solicitation.
very much. It took me a minute of my time to get there. I don't like that, you know.
Which is just about expired, Mr. Mayor.
This is our last round?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gregan.
Yes, sir.
I want to get with you on this supply schedule stuff and et cetera, so we'll call your office to set up a meeting. You've always been available. We appreciate that. You're available by cell phone. You're available by everything. Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I did that because if there are other burning questions that don't get answered by the members, you know we're going to have another hearing on the 16th, and if we need to have them again, we can follow up with questions, so you should be staying ready for that if need be. Next was Councilmember Kwame Brown.
Thank you. Mr. Gregan, once again, welcome. And let me say, Mr. Gregan, I know that you are working as hard as you can to change the procurement practices in your hand, which was just delivered to you, as well as the RFQ. And the reason why I'm going to stick on this RFQ process is because in this government, what happens is, under other circumstances, we can, we do RFQ, then we do RFP, and then people are eliminated. We spent close to $600 million in the government, and less than $150 million is spent with local businesses, and even less than that is spent with minority businesses. So when people want to know what the process is, they just want to know, is it fair, is it not fair, no matter how the process is laid out, right? So you have your request for qualifications states that was sent out from the Housing Authority Enterprise has Kenilworth Park Avenue, and the scope included an adaptive reuse and addition for a 16,000 square foot facility developed a 3,000 square foot child care facility, grade and sod football field, develop a new playground, refurbish current pool shell if needed. Now in front of you, you have Kenilworth, right? And can you read the scope that the contractor provided, the work that they were going to do?
Would you like to
Yes.
to read the project description?
Yeah, this is the scope of work. This is
Okay.
what they said they're going to do. Is it a square footage on that at all? It says to be decided, doesn't it? Up
Yeah,
top?
I see the scope of work and an estimate of the price. I don't see a square footage.
Right, because it says to TBD, which means to be decided. And then when you look at the project description, it just says we'll host programs for the community. Its scope and details, demolishing the existing recreation center and constructing a new one. The new center will improve safety in and around the center and respond to needs of both the staff and the community. The redevelopment will be responsive to the surrounding natural environments, existing parks and recreations, designs, and the culture of surrounding. The estimated cost to complete this work is $14 million. That's the scope of work that was presented that actually was favorable and they actually won. Is that what you normally would see in the scope of work in a response?
Was this part of the RFQ? Because I really don't
Yeah,
even
that
know
was a
what this is.
response
Yeah.
to one of the parks. In order to win, that's what was submitted, and that's what the enterprise thought was deemed appropriate, and they won based on that type of response.
Right.
Is that a type of response you would normally even see in your contract and procurement?
I think in
years?
construction, yeah, it seems a little light, but in construction, if you haven't got the design, you might see a scope of work like this.
And you wouldn't have a total square footage?
Again, not knowing what the project is.
Well, let me help you out. Let me help you
yeah.
out because I'm going to give you the sheet.
Sure.
Could you bring
All right.
this? Could you give this? I'm going to give you the sheet that actually has the requirement in the RFQ.
Okay.
Because you're familiar with RFQs, is that correct?
I am.
And then the qualifications in the RFQ lays out what they're looking for. Is that
Okay.
correct?
Should be, yes.
Well, this is what is in the RFQ. It has Kenilworth Park, which it has, you can see, an estimated budget on it, and also it tells you about the square footage of the facility. Do you see that right there?
I do,
Project
yes.
number 2?
Got it.
And then if you look at that and look at the response, is that something that in your experience of being the contract and procurement for the state of Texas and the state of, I think you said Ohio?
Indiana.
Does that look normal?
Well, I don't know
response.
is this the response?
No, that is the RFQ that went out.
Okay. Well, this
And
is
the
pretty specific, I'd say.
Right, and the response you read was not specific.
Oh, so this is the response. I don't
Yes.
even know what these documents
Yes.
are. Okay, so
Yes.
if this is the solicitation, this looks fine.
Right, how
to
about
me.
the response, Mr.
Okay.
Green?
And the response says total square feet to be determined. I think that probably is based on the fact that it's a 16,000-foot facility, a 3,000-foot child care facility, sodding a football field. I mean, I guess there's some question as to what the total square footage
Well, let
would
me
be.
say this, Mr. Gregan, as someone who supported you, is supportive of you trying to do better. If you was to tell me that nothing looks normal under those circumstances,
Right.
then I would say that we have a problem with you being the chief procurement officer of the District of Columbia.
Okay.
It's quite obvious looking at both. And if that's the case, then we need to probably rebid a lot of the contracts that the contract and procurement denied local businesses, especially they're here in the District of Columbia, that bid it, and they say that they're not specific enough, not that they're not qualified, they didn't respond as articulate as they should, so therefore they denied them. If we're going to allow this to go on in the District of Columbia, then we should have to look at all of those small businesses that are responding and are being rejected inside of your shop. So I'm going to leave I don't have any additional questions, but I'm disappointed that it's very obvious that you could look at that sheet of paper, and I'm not asking you to pick sides. I'm just saying with your procurement expertise,
Right.
it doesn't take a rocket science and say that, wow, something looks a little different here. And for you not to be able to articulate that, I'm extremely disappointed.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. We'll now turn to the other Mr. Brown and the other at-large member, Mr. Michael Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Gregan, I just have two quick questions. I think they're relatively quick. Is there a practice to, well, first, I'll do that part last. Councilmember Catania was talking a little bit about your reforms and sometimes different branches of the government insert themselves into reform practices. Do you think the council has a role in your reform?
I do, and I will tell you, I've enjoyed, and back to Councilmember Kwame Brown on the Vendor Grading Act as an example, Councilmember Schwartz as my previous oversight chair, Councilmember Che, who's been extremely supportive of all the reforms. Do I think the legislature has a role in procurement reform? I absolutely do, and I think that this legislature has been particularly supportive of the work we're trying to do.
Well, I think there are two roles that we may be able to play. One is to help you with your reforms, and if you need some legislation done to help, certainly we could do that. The other is we're kind of on the front line of the phone calls and the letters from the contractors in the city that are very frustrated, as you've heard from me and some of my colleagues, about the process and how folks feel locked out. And you've heard this over and over again, that people from there's a perception that companies from outside the city have a better chance of getting contracts than folks inside the city. What is part of your reform plan to help alleviate some of those perceptions if they're not realities?
Well, I think it's a great question, and frankly, I think a lot of these are perceptions. I've had the opportunity to look into more than one concern like that and find that there's nothing really improper about the evaluation. So, but the perception is real. I realize that, and I think we need to be better apostles, basically, of what we're trying to do here with respect to procurement reform. We need to be talking to the community more. I'm always willing to and able to talk to the community. We need to be able to communicate openly and freely with vendors, which no government procurement office does very well, frankly. And I think we need to present a unified front with respect to the way we're trying to bring procurement back to common sense, public integrity, contracting that benefits every citizen of the district, not individual businesses per se.
Is there a ranking, this is my last question, Mr. Chairman, is there a ranking of kind of the best offices of procurement and contracts around the country? And if there is a ranking, where are we?
Well, I don't think that there's any sort of, I'm not aware, and I've been doing this for about 17 years, I'm not aware of any formal sort of comparative system. I do know that there are certain awards that are bestowed by the professional associations. And during the 2.5 years we've been here together, we've actually won 3 national awards related to procurement reform. And frankly, the district, and I think many of you know this, is getting a lot of positive press about what we're trying to do here. A lot of it's anticipatory, but we're going to stick to it, and we're going to get it done.
Well, positive press can be a misnomer if you have folks on the ground that can't get contracts in the city.
I agree with you.
So that can't be the standard that we get positive press. The standard is our subcontractors, minority-owned contractors, Latino-owned contractors, DC-owned contractors participating and helping to rebuild the city. And that's the standard. So thank you, Mr. Gregg, and obviously we'll continue to work on this together. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Bowser.
Well, thank you, Director. And that you're right, and I noticed that one of the agencies that I oversee, DCRA, that people often don't know the improvements that have been made, but they remember the experience from some years ago. So I do think it's your responsibility to make sure that we're re-engaging and letting the vending community know what things have changed and how they can be better involved in the process. So I empathize with you on that point. And I want to pledge to you and to everybody here and watching that I want to be your partner, and I'm sure that I speak for all of my colleagues in saying that we don't bring you here to bludgeon you. We want answers, but we also want to support real reform that's going to happen fast. A couple specific questions. In the reforms that you're considering, do you contemplate pulling back independent procurement authority?
The independent authority is granted by the legislature.
Do you recommend pulling back any independent authority?
I would love for the laws that grant exemptions from OCP's oversight. I would love to see those go by the boards.
Okay.
They exist for different reasons, but I think the public is better off to have one single place to go for all the answers. And frankly, as you can see here, that's not the case.
And Director Gregan, is there a draft of what you're working on that you can provide?
And yes, there is, and I'd be happy to share that with you. I think many of the staff members on the dais are familiar with some of what we're trying to do. I would go further and say that I would at any time, mutually convenient, talk to any member of the council or any member of their staff with respect to what we're trying to do to improve procurement here.
Thank you. And I would be interested to see the draft and, of course, talk to you about any of our specific concerns. On the issue that you testified about, the 400 MOUs that you've been involved with in your tenure, are any of them the amounts for services over $1 million?
I don't know. I have a log. I don't have it with me, but I can check. I really don't know.
Okay. Those were my questions, Mr. Thomas.
Thank you. Mr. Brown had about 2 minutes left in his questioning that he has conceded to Ms. Che. So before we go to you, I'm going to let Ms. Che get those 2 minutes and finish her line of questioning.
Okay, really quick then. In terms of this construction manager contract, in addition to the RFQ and not having an RFP, there wasn't even an attempt with the RFQ responses to put that down to a short list and have further negotiation. It was just a scoring and then an award by all we can tell. So would that too strike you as, an unusual thing to do?
I'd say negotiation is common and generally is protective of the public dollar.
Okay, and then there was an evaluation panel that picked the winner. And the evaluation panel was somebody from the Deputy Mayor's office, 2 people from Parks, and 2 people from DCHA or DCHE. Would there have been an advantage to have an evaluation panel from outside of these agencies? Or from, the other experts to evaluate this, other than these insiders?
It's hard to say if any more people should have been on that panel.
Okay. And then in terms of the approach to this, in terms of price, aren't there usually, or isn't there value in having a government estimate in some sense of what a project, what a contract should cost, what the range is, so that when you see things coming in, although there wasn't even a price here, still, if there wouldn't that be a better approach to do this?
Yeah, there typically is a government estimate for any bond.
So there are a lot of, as I'm hearing what's happening here, a lot of irregularities in terms of how this contract was actually let and how it ultimately wound up in the hands of this particular contractor. But given that the shortness of time, I just want to go back to the big macro thing.
Okay.
Part of the argument about doing all of this workaround, faster, better, cheaper. Well, we know it's not necessarily faster because you told Councilmember Bowser had you walk through the inauguration approach. If you manage your people better, you can actually be faster. We don't know if it's better because the scope of work is so general, and we don't even know how it's going to be supervised, and it's given to this one person under irregular circumstances to supervise it. And cheaper, we already have Inspector General reports about using these methodologies, how in fact it costs us more money in the end. So this is less of a question to you, but then an observation that the justifications for what was done here actually, when examined, really don't hold up. So that's the end of my questioning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Alexander. And this is the last question, and then we will call the next witnesses.
Thank you. Mr. Reagan, has there ever been an occasion when a contract has been awarded, work has commenced, and it was withdrawn?
I can't think of a circumstance that I'm familiar with where that's happened now.
Never, not only in your tenure here, but in all of your
That's correct.
career.
Yeah, it probably has happened somewhere sometime, but I don't have any personal knowledge of a contract like that.
No personal, so you couldn't speak on that, about the ramifications of if that were to happen, about the process that would take place, the length of time that a project would be completed.
Right, I'm really not certain what the impact would be.
And you mentioned that the 400 MOUs for the intra-district funds.
Yes, ma'am.
Are there some basic top reasons that intra-district funds and MOUs are done, that action takes place? What are, say, the top 3 reasons?
Well, I think the most fundamental reason really is that one agency possesses expertise. Let's take OCTO, for example, our technology agency. I think they probably have quite a few MOUs where they provide program management support to another company that's implementing, for example, an IT solution or something like that. I don't know that there's 3 top reasons. I think the one foundational reason is that one agency has the ability to provide a service that the other agency doesn't have organically.
And did you have any knowledge, now you said you had knowledge of Parks and Rec moving to the Mayor's Office of Economic Development. After that took place, you weren't aware of any other movement to the Housing Authority?
No, I couldn't. I went and looked and could not find any MOU that I was aware of, that I had foreknowledge of regarding that subsequent transfer.
So is it customary in your experience with MOUs that they would move through 2 or 3 different agencies?
Yeah, normally the final signature on MOU typically is the Office of Contracting and Procurement until the law changed in October of this year.
No, I'm saying when you move the money through agencies, if you see money moving, is it customary to go through different 2 and 3 different agencies, like to move from Parks and Rec to Economic Development to the Housing Authority to
I see. I don't
DCPS?
know. It's a good question. I would say probably not really.
So
very
it's
common.
customary to move from one agency to another.
Yeah, typically just like a contract in some ways. Not a contract, but very much like one.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair, I would like to give the rest of my time to Councilmember Marion Barry.
You know, Ms. Alexander, I know this East of the River Coalition works, but
It's the river.
Barry has had more than ample time. But
Mr.
since you
Chairman.
want to be that gracious, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Alexander, my colleagues from our contiguous ward, Ward 7, Ward 15. Mr. Gregan, you indicated that RFQs could be used. Let me ask you a question. As I understand it, RFQs are used for small purchases under $100,000. Is that correct?
Greg, and for the record, start all over again. Your mic was off.
Okay, thank you. There are 2 different, and I'm glad you brought it up, Councilman Barry, because it's an important distinction. There are 2 RFQs that are being talked about here. The request for qualifications that Chairperson Che mentioned is a vehicle to pre-qualify vendors. A request for quotation, the one you just mentioned, small purchases below $100,000, that actually is a solicitation. And the board.
I agree with that. I agree with that.
Okay.
But you have to admit, you did it before, that an RFQ, the big RFQ,
Okay.
request for qualifications, that this particular, have you seen this RFQ that was sent out by
No,
DHC?
only just what was handed to me here.
Yeah,
No, I haven't seen it.
It's the same thing.
Okay.
It's just a copy. It does not have price in there, does it?
These 2 pages
That's
don't.
the total page. Does it have price in it?
I think there's an estimate of $14 million on one page and $15 million on this other page.
But that's not price. That's just an estimate.
It's an estimate, yeah.
Yeah,
It appears
that's
to
not
be an
a
estimate.
contractual thing.
Right.
And also, then there's something called invitation for bid, IFB. Is that correct?
That is correct.
What's the difference between an IFB and an RFQ?
An RFQ, meaning request for quotation, it's also called an informal
No,
bid.
the big RFQ.
Well, they're not even related to each other. One's a solicitation. The IFB is a solicitation that can result in an award. A solicitation triggers what's called an offer. And in contracting, an offer is the fundamental. An offer, once accepted, forms a
The
contract.
big RFQ is just for qualifications.
Yeah.
The IFB is an invitation for bid.
Okay.
Meaning that you don't have to be on the RFQ list. You can just bid if you think you can make it, right?
Meaning request for qualifications?
Yeah.
I think so, yeah. But again, I don't consider that a solicitation.
I just want to make it very clear, Mr. Reagan, that RFQ, which does not include price, is not usually customary way things are done around here.
Well, a request for qualifications, it wouldn't probably include price. But again, to me, it's not a solicitation. So
Well, let me say that again. It is not a solicitation. Is that correct?
it's not one that I have in mind.
No, wait a minute. Is that correct? It's not expressed.
It's not in the Procurement Practices Act, nor is it in the Indiana
Right.
Government
Thank
Procurement
you. Well, I
Code.
got that.
Okay.
Because I'm just saying that a lot of illegal and improper things took place in this situation. I'm trying to establish for the record from your professional experience,
Right.
from you being the CPO, the Chief Procurement Officer of the District of Columbia, that these are not the usual practices that you would practice if you were doing that. Mr. Chairman, the final point is,
Mr. Barry, your East
I'm
of the
finished.
River
All right.
time-sharing
I'm finished.
process is now expired.
I'm going to boycott
So
this.
that condo time-sharing.
I'm not
thing
coming
that's
back.
Going on, it's expired. He used the rest of your time.
I'm not coming back.
I doubt that. But we couldn't keep you away if we wanted to. Let me just say to you, Mr. Gray, I did want to read one thing as you leave for the record and give you an opportunity to say anything as you depart us and we call the next witnesses. However, I wanted to bring to your attention in parting that you should make yourself aware of an IG report in 2007 because we were talking about retroactive contracts.
Okay.
Your office, OCP's response to the IGs was this: after July 28, 1995, no proposed multi-year contract or lease and no proposed contract or lease worth over $1 million for a 12-month period may be awarded until after the council has reviewed and approved the proposed contract or lease as provided in this section.
Okay.
And so this was what is in the IG's report, which your office said, and so I would think that you might want to have that as a case precedent. We'll make sure you have a copy of it,
Very good.
so you know how that decision weighs on future decisions that you make and your contract and procurement decisions. Saying that, you can now make your closing statement.
I just want to, again, as I said in my opening statement, really thank the council for this oversight and the continued support for the reforms we're trying to make. I don't want to leave any member of the public, any member of the executive branch or the legislative branch thinking that we're not making progress. It is frustrating me as much as it is you that it has taken, that in 30 months we haven't completely turned this thing upside down and reformed it. But it is being done methodically, and as I said earlier, I'd be happy to share with any interested individual member or member of their staff all of the things we are doing. There have been some really foundational and important changes already made, and we will continue to make those until we have this system in a form that we can all be very proud of.
Well, thank you, sir, and we will take your appearance here as a beacon of hope and light for the administration, understanding that we do want to have a cooperative relationship and appreciative of you sitting here and answering all of these questions and being forthright with the committee. I would ask you to stand ready if you were recalled for the next hearing, and you are now excused as we're going to recess this hearing later on during the day, so it will still be open for the record. Thank you. I will now call Hermina Hartstock, Acting Director of Parks and Rec. Hermina Hartstock, Acting Director of Parks and Rec. Hermina Hartstock, Acting Director of Parks and Rec. Accompanying her was to have been David Jennifer, the Chief Capital Planning. For reasons unknown to the committee, she has decided not to appear today. So under powers of our committee actions taken in lieu of these kinds of actions and disrespect for this process from any agency head, today we will be issuing a subpoena pursuant to the D.C. Code 1-204.13. You are commanded to appear before the Committee on Libraries, Parks, and Recreation of the Council of District of Columbia at 10 a.m. on the day of November 16, 2009 to testify before the committee concerning the capital contracting process of the Department of Parks and Recreation, and bring with you all agreements and memorandums of understanding involving DPR capital funds since January 2008, all emails, letters, and any other correspondence regarding the transfer of capital funds from DPR to the Office of the Deputy Mayor of Economic Development and or the D.C. Housing Authority and or any of its agents or subsidiaries since January of 2008. All emails, letters, and any other correspondence regarding Banneker Ventures, LLC, or any of its agents or subsidiaries and any other materials relevant to the previously listed items. This subpoena will be issued and signed today by the council member chairing this, which is Councilmember Harry Thomas, and be attested by the Secretary of the Council, and we will serve Ms. Hartstock for her appearance on the 16th. And at this time, I will have any other committee members who wish to speak to this blatant disrespect for our process give you an opportunity to make a comment.
Mr. Chairman, as a member of the Committee on Department of Parks, Recreation, and Libraries, I express those same sentiments. I think, you know, a decision was made, first off, for her not to be confirmed, and this is just an additional action that shows a disregard to the laws of the District of Columbia and to the Council of the District of Columbia. So I know that there are some within this chamber that will text her the message directly, and I hope that the executive is watching. I'm very displeased and disappointed, and this just further justifies that I made the correct decision with my vote with regards to her confirmation. Thank you.
Any other members? Hearing none, let me just say this. We have been notified by my committee clerk that the Chief Financial Officer is en route to give any other further backup information. We appreciate them being cooperative, because she was also a signer from Parks and Recs, and we will fit them in after the next panel so we can have any further questions. So any questions you had for the director today, you can ask of the Chief Financial Officer who will be appearing before us, Ms. Robeson, and that will give us an idea of some of the issues that came before this. I would now like to call panel 3 from the D.C. Housing Authority, Adrian Todman. From the D.C. Housing Authority, Larry Dwyer. From the D.C. Housing Enterprise, William Slover. From the D.C. Housing Enterprise, Anthony Wash. And from the D.C. Housing Enterprise Board Member, William Knox. This will be panel 3. What we can do is add one chair at the end here, and you guys will be a nice, close-knit, happy family, and it will be easy for you to testify. However, keep in mind as you come forth that you will need to use the microphone and share at that time. So the two gentlemen at this end, I would like to say welcome, thank you for your service, and we also will swear you all in under oath of office since you serve an official role in the District of Columbia. We also have been told that the General Counsel and the CFO are here. I'm sure there will be questions for them. The General Counsel was here before. Thank you for returning, sir. And the CFO is also here. We welcome you. As you know, questions were raised, and you do have an unusual relationship in the regard that you are an independent CFO, and so some questions will be asked of you at that time. What I will do is go down the list, and I guess what we can do to make it easy so everyone can swear themselves in, just state your name for the record and your position, and then I will come back and ask everyone to stand, starting with you, sir. Cut the microphone on so that we pick it up.
William Knox, Chief of Staff of the D.C. Housing Authority.
Thank you.
Adrian Todman, Interim Executive Director of the D.C. Housing Authority.
William Slover, Chairman of the Board of the D.C. Housing Authority and also Director of DCHE.
Mr. Slover, before we go forward, thank you for ending your trip and showing the importance and the respect to this committee and immediately returning. I understand you were out of town and you saw it fit to come back because this matters important to you and important to the citizens of the District of Columbia. And I, as chair of chairs of this committee, and I know Mr. Berry probably will say something as well, want to thank you for giving this committee the respect and the citizens of the District of Columbia the respect they deserve by you appearing today. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Larry Dwyer, Director of Planning and Development for the Housing Authority and also the President of D.C. Housing Enterprises.
Thank you, sir.
Anthony Wash, Commissioner of D.C. Housing Authority, also board member of DCHE.
Could you keep the mic open, and could both of you just state your names for the record so I don't have to swear you in if we have to call you to the table? Just say your names really quick, please.
Hans Freilicher, General Counsel of the D.C. Housing Authority.
Yes.
Andrea Powell, Counsel, D.C. Housing Authority.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Deborah Toothman, CFO, DCHA.
Thank you. Could you all rise, please, and raise your right hands? Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury and all other applicable laws that the testimony and answers you provide today are the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and comply with the law?
I do.
Thank you. You're sworn in. We will start, I don't know, whatever particular order you'd like to start in, I'll let you determine it, and we can go down the table.
Mr. Dwyer has prepared remarks.
Okay, so how we're going to, he's going to prepare remarks, and all of you will just be stand ready for questions?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Dwyer?
Council members,
welcome.
thank you.
Make sure your microphone's on, the green light should be on. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay, I have a brief opening statement, and
thank you.
And we want to get to your questions.
Do we have copies, Mr. Chairman?
Did you have copies of your statement to be distributed to the rest of the members? Cut your mics on. Make sure they're on. Okay.
Yeah.
Members, they will be before you.
I have this.
Thank you. Thank you. You have one? Okay. Please continue, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Larry Dwyer. I am the Director of Planning and Development and the Hope 6 Coordinator for the D.C. Housing Authority. I also serve as the President of D.C. Housing Enterprise, a nonprofit wholly owned subsidiary of the D.C. Housing Authority. Under the Federal Housing Reform Act of 1998, HUD permitted and indeed encouraged housing authorities across the country to create subsidiaries such as DCHE. Some of the most successful ones nationwide have followed examples used here in Washington. DC Housing Enterprise conducts its business affairs as required of all nonprofit corporations created under the laws of the District of Columbia, in that we have a board with regular meetings, minutes, board resolutions, audited financial statements, and annual meetings. We assist the DC Housing Authority by providing support for the development of mixed-income housing across the city, by preparing creative funding applications, as evidenced by successful Hope 6 and competitive stimulus funding grants received through the federal government, and by increasing the Housing Authority's operating and capital budgets with proceeds made from these operations. Over the past decade, the DC Housing Enterprises and the DCHA have generated over $1.5 billion of economic activity within the District of Columbia. Through our efforts, we have been awarded 7 Hope 6 grants and recently over $34 million in a national competition for HUD stimulus funds, which will now come to the district for projects in need. We're the 4th largest recipient in the country of those stimulus funds. In addition to the work of the Housing Authority, we have partnered with for-profit and nonprofit organizations in the district, such as CPDC, Catholic Charities, MANA, and many others, to fund the creation and/or preservation of affordable housing, including such properties as St. Martin's Apartments, Edgewood Terrace, Kentucky Courts, and the list goes on. Over the years, I've had the pleasure of working with many of you on projects that have had a positive impact in the wards that you represent, and in some cases a transformative effect on entire neighborhoods in the district. At the DC Housing Authority and DC Housing Enterprises, I work with a group of dedicated and hardworking men and women who labor to get their projects completed without much fanfare and many times without recognition. Among the projects that I'm very proud of, which I believe many of the council are familiar with, and where you have actually seen DCHE at work, the jump-starting of the long-delayed Wilson Pool project, the renovation of the DCI Permit Center, the work on many district-owned buildings throughout the district, which are contained in the Home Again problem, in order to secure them, maintain them, and make sure they do not become eyesores or public safety concerns until they are sold. The renovation of the Oak Street Apartments in Northwest, which was a very disturbed property, into a vibrant home for many low-income residents. Historic facade work on MLK to preserve the historic character of this neighborhood, and our many mixed finance projects throughout the district. DCHE works on projects which can generate a fee to cover its costs to the greatest extent possible to support the existing public housing operations and development activities which have suffered significant reductions by the federal government over the past several years. Historically, DCHE has played a role of nonprofit developer, construction manager, project manager, fiscal and contract administrator, and other related work where it is determined by the Housing Authority and the DCHE Board to be cost-effective and efficient and otherwise in the public interest to do so. Due to the recognized capacity and expertise of our organization, DCHE has been called upon by the Housing Authority and various district agencies to pursue a variety of very difficult projects. When we accept work from either the Housing Authority or another public agency in the district, we must follow the Housing Authority and DCHE procedures and the DCHE procurement policies. We must ensure that we have the capacity to undertake the activity requested by our clients, and we must limit the financial or other liabilities to the Housing Authority. As a result, DCHE can receive funds and engage in partnerships and other activities that some traditional housing authorities cannot assume. DC Housing Enterprises has been a contributing factor to the transformation of the District of Columbia Housing Authority from receivership to becoming one that is nationally recognized and a successful model. We're here today, I'm here today to answer your questions. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to come before the council.
Let me ask you a very, does anyone else have statements they'd like to make, or we're going to just go straight from here? All right, thank you. Mr. Dwyer, let me ask you a very pointed and straightforward question. The last hearing, it was stated that you were asked not to come. Is there a particular reason why you didn't appear last hearing?
Is there a particular reason I was not here?
Were you told not to come? Did you decide not to come?
I was not aware that I was invited to come.
You were not aware?
No.
Okay. So you had no problem appearing before this committee?
No.
Okay. You have a could you explain your various roles and what you do on all of these entities that we've talked about? I think there are 2 or 3 different entities that are involved here.
Yeah, I'm the Director of Development, essentially, for the Housing Authority.
Okay. Are you a contractual employee?
I am.
And do you supervise other employees of the District of Columbia?
I do.
You do. You are aware that there's been some questions and issues raised about your supervisory relationships as it relates to other employees and you being a contractual employee, and that violates certain district government regulations.
Right.
Okay. We need to get a clarification on that and what those roles are so that this committee can move forward and respectfully, and I'll leave that to Mr. Berry. I just happen to be a member on this committee, so take that as a committee member on his committee as well as the chair of chairs for this committee. You stated that you are able to do some unusual things that normal housing authority functions that I have seen in the code do not allow. The question before us today is that we're here because we're talking about Parks and Rec dollars being done for Parks and Rec facilities that don't have any apparent relationship to housing authority projects. The statute, from what I have learned, does not say or does not give you the authority to do other projects. Where does it show in the statute that it gives you the ability to do other projects?
I can't speak directly to the statute. I might ask counsel to do that.
Counsel, do you have an answer for that gives you an ability to do that? And if you could just switch out with Mr. Wash for a minute, I'd appreciate that.
Trying to crawl what the information I provided you at the last hearing on that. Part of the housing authority's charge is to include related facilities that contribute to the community that also include, obviously, our public housing communities. Playgrounds.
But let me just say, since we're going to go back to that, one of the instances that I used was Chevy Chase. And as last architect, there was no apparent connectivity to any public housing project anywhere in Chevy Chase. And so, and I even stressed it a little bit for you and said, well, maybe you're talking about the senior housing, which might be a public, but I don't understand what the relationship would be that would allow such a broad reach of services to do Parks and Rec. And I just need to get a grounds for understanding where the statute tells us that, or we need to get a ruling officially on that.
That is my understanding of where the statute tells us that.
Okay. So that's what you're hitting at.
Correct.
Okay. And I didn't want to get into a long debate about what projects were. Mr. Wash, you can come back to the table. I also, Mr. Dwyer, you were very intricate in being involved on the boards. That's what I was asking before. The two different entities here. So should you give us an explanation of the two entities that you serve on?
I serve as the Director of Planning and Development for the Housing Authority, okay, and its Hope 6 coordinator.
And in that role, what are you required to do, or what boards that oversee contracts are you required to sit on or sit on?
I report directly to the Executive Director, and through the Executive Director to the Board of Commissioners of the Housing Authority in that role.
So in that role, do you review contracts for legitimacy, review contracts for purposes of deciding on who should get the contracts and awarding the contracts? Do you manage the contracts? What do you do in that role?
That's some of what I do in that role.
So explain it for the record.
Overall, the coordination of the development activity for the Housing Authority, the filing of Hope 6 applications or other mixed finance projects, the Office of Planning and Development, which I basically am responsible for coordinating, is the arm of the Housing Authority that does its development work. And so if we're doing massive high-scale redevelopment, it could be something like a Hope 6 or a large mixed finance, such as Edgewood Terrace, which we did in partnership with CPDC, which I know you're familiar with.
Absolutely.
Yep.
And you did good work.
Thank you.
That's not what is the question here. My involvement, as you understand, I'm chair of Parks, Recreation, and Libraries.
Right.
A question here today is $89 million in estimated projects that have been transferred to you by an MOU to do work. And so what I'm trying to really get at today is just what your different roles are. My understanding is there are two different kind of entities that this comes from to do this kind of work. One would be the Housing Authority. The other one would be the Housing Enterprise.
Yes.
What is your role in the Housing Enterprise?
I'm president of Housing Enterprise.
And as president, how many members are on the Housing Enterprise?
On the board?
Yes.
There's 4 members on the board.
Is there a chair of this board?
No.
So how does the board function? Who convenes? Who tells us what to do? How do you
any director may convene a board meeting.
Okay.
Or the board meeting may be called by the president, which is usually what happens when there's board approvals necessary for transactions.
Are you aware of the contracts that were in question today? Have you been provided a list of those contracts?
I have, okay. Councilmember, and I'd like to set the record straight, if I might.
Absolutely.
Just in terms of what DCHE actually has in its possession.
Okay.
We do have a contract with Banneker Reagan for the program management of DPR capital projects.
And what is the value of that?
The value of that contract is approximately $4.5 million.
$4.5 million.
From the
executed, signed contract.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
From
how
the,
much work of that can you tell us how much work has been done on that contract?
From the district actually has transferred to the Housing Authority with regard to this matter $6.6 million, $6.2 million, I'm sorry. And of that, we have made payments totaling about 1.9.
Are you aware where those funds were derived from? I have a list in front of me that says those funds came from projects such as Rosedale, Guy Mason, and others. So are you aware of the funding stream? And I'm asking you that because it's very important, because in our budget, when we transferred them to you, these were programmatic dollars for a specific defined purpose for centers. For example, Rosedale, my understanding, I think it was $4 million or $6 million, and I'll get the correct figure, was transferred to you. And I ask you that because if we go back and look at work, no work was done on Rosedale from that, but on other projects. Is that correct?
As I understand it, Councilmember, the original MOU, the board, the Housing Authority Board, authorized entering into an MOU with DEMHED for $50 million, up to $50 million.
Up to $50 million.
And this is quite a while back, and I know you've all been through this, so I won't.
Let me just say this. We appreciate you being here because I think you have been probably one of the integral involved members in this process, and so your perspective is probably one of the most important perspectives, and not just saying because of this, because of all the kinds of good work you've done. And that is not our intent to disparage any of the good works that you've done, but we need to have an understanding of how these dollars and where they're going and what's happening, and why they didn't come back to us for the review of $1 million or more contractual review. Right. That's why.
So if I just may follow that chain, then the board authorized $50 million worth of activity up to be done and assign that to DC Housing Enterprise. When the Housing Authority and DMPD actually entered into an MOU, at that point, the budget, we had been advised that the scope of the work was going to grow, that Parks and DMPD were anxious to do more renovations in parks. However, at the time, we only had assurances and certifications that $40 million was available appropriately.
But to date, you've testified that only, how much?
6 point.
Okay. Could I have the financial officer come to the table for a minute? Because I need to certify where these funds came from if we have an idea. Could you come forth and just give me that kind of information? I think that's very important. Mr. Walsh, could you let her? And let me just do this.
I can slide out the way and
no,
so you
I
just
need
call
you
me
to
back
ask
up if you want.
because there are a number of issues for men. I think 3 of you are on the enterprise board that are here. On those contractual matters that we're talking about, were all of you present and voting at those matters on the contracts before?
I was.
The contract in question was brought to the attention of the board during Director Wash and mine's first meeting of the DCHE board.
Yes.
So we were there when it first came to us. So the question is, did we vote on it or?
Yeah. Did you participate in this process, I guess, because that's your relevance for being here today?
We didn't participate in this process beyond, Director Wash recused himself from the process.
So, Mr. Wash, you recused yourself on these contracts before us today?
Correct.
And
I participated in the process, but ultimately abstained from the vote because I didn't have enough information to base a vote off of, because the process started in March.
Yes.
I came on to the Housing Authority Board in May, and my first awareness of this contract's existence was at the first meeting when we discussed it for the vote.
So you abstained for not having enough information?
Correct.
And Mr. Walsh, you recused yourself. Is there any particular reasons why you chose to do that?
Well, I recused myself as a contract. I'm also a contractor here in the District of Columbia, and Parks and Recs. I'm currently doing a library. I've done 2 recs, and I plan on bidding on several other recs that come out. Whether I get them or not is another story, but I didn't want the appearance of a conflict of interest, and to me it seemed like a conflict at the time.
I think you made a very wise choice, Mr. Wash. So, for the record, I would say that's probably the best news I've heard from someone sitting at that table so far today. You made a good decision. Now, could you just tell us what I asked about? My time is up, but I do need to understand in my last question, as the Chief Financial Officer, where did the money come from, and what were the projects that it was spent on? That's been a question all day today, because my understanding is Rosedale, Guy Mason, the dollars, or would you know how to track how those dollars came to you? Or are they just sent to you in a big fund? So if you could come and answer that question, I'd appreciate it.
So far, for the rec centers, we've been transferred $6.2 million.
And when you get it, do you know what the money, what the funds were originated from, the originated source?
No, sir, I
Or is it just
don't.
sent to you as a transfer from the Deputy Mayor of Economic Development?
It's just sent to me as a wire transfer from the deputy mayor's office.
See, that's critical, because there's some reprogramming triggers that are being avoided, because these funds are now being sent from to you. You don't know what the purpose is for. All you know is you have a contract to do work, and I'm trying to originate where the reprogramming should have took place, because quite frankly, if that happened, it definitely should have come before this council from the legal interpretation that's been given to me. I will follow back up on my line of questioning, but I'll turn over to Ms. Che on that point right now. But I just needed to have that for the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas, and good afternoon to everybody. I have questions, and I suspect that may be answered by others, but I think largely are going to be answered by Mr. Dwyer. I want to find out about the whole process that took place and find out, who was responsible for what. Now, at some point, DCHE became involved in this process. So could you just tell me how that happened?
Generally, council members, I think we do a lot of different work with district agencies. We do a lot of coordination with DEMPED in particular on the New Communities program. And so there is a relationship there, and there is, I think, some knowledge or appreciation of the fact that we do tend to have the capacity to be able to expedite matters.
So did there come a point in time, when was that, and who first spoke to your entity about this particular set of projects?
Yeah, as I said, I have conversation with folks at DEMPED all the time because of other development business that we're all working on together with the other housing agencies as well. And this particular project came up in a conversation. There was some discussion among several people, myself, David Janero, Jackie Glover, and what I was asked was, did we have the capacity, or could we take on the contract administrative side of this for them, and would we be able to expedite the process? Because as I understood it from the conversations, Rosedale and several of these other projects were substantially behind.
Okay, now, at the time that this came up, it looks as though your entity is not being used for the capacity that we understood DHA to have itself, namely project managers and all of the infrastructure to do projects, but rather you were being asked simply, as it seems, to be the instrument to let a contract with some outsider to be a contract manager. Is that the essence of the arrangement?
In this instance, yes, it was contract administration.
Okay. And who drafted the RFQ that was used in this case?
And at the end of the day, I would say it was people on my team, after having received scopes and input from Parks and from DMPED. But the final document would have been us.
The final document, but who gave you the basis for the document?
Oh, we got material from Parks, we got material from DEMPED, we got lists of schedules of Parks to be done and the like.
Who drafted the scope of work? We've been referring to the various projects in the rather kind of truncated descriptions that are given there. Who drafted the scope of work?
The brief scopes, I believe we got from Parks.
And who decided to use an RFQ versus an RFQ and then the second step of an RFP?
Well, as we began having these discussions about whether or not we could or we could not assist and all of that, and we were being sort of, advised as to just how tight the schedule was.
Can you tell me, like, when you say we and we're being advised in this passive voice, I mean, who?
When I was having conversations with folks at Parks and
at the Parks Department?
At Parks and DEMPED.
Would that be the director?
No, it actually was not.
And who was it?
It was the chief of planning.
The chief of planning. And who was it at the deputy mayor's office?
Probably Jackie Glover.
So
and perhaps David. Janera.
Mr. Janera?
Mm-hmm.
And then, so how did it come to pass that it was decided, and I'm using the passive voice, to use an RFQ and not an RFP?
Well, we were asked if we could, if we could use an RFQ process, if that it would expedite the process of getting a program manager.
So that wasn't your idea, it was the idea of people at DEMPED?
I think it came out of a discussion in terms of which might move more
But somebody
quickly.
had to have the idea. You didn't say, hey, I have an idea, let's just use an RFQ.
No, I mean, it was part of a discussion about expediting the process.
But I'm still, if I could pin you down, did this come out of the deputy mayor's office?
I actually can't recall who asked the question.
Now, did DCHE actually publish this RFQ before the authorizing resolution was actually approved?
Yeah, I'd like to explain that if I could, Councilmember. You're referring to the MOA, the MOU between us?
No.
Between DEMPED and the Housing Authority.
The MOA?
Right. That's
the authorizing resolution?
Yes, the authorizing resolution. Right. The authorizing resolution, and again, based on our structure, and I can get into that a little bit more, but the authorizing resolution had already been passed by committee and was going to the board. That was known to us. And so in my capacity as DCHE president, I do have the right to issue solicitations and begin that process. And the
Even
board,
though you have not been authorized to do so by the board?
well, again, it did go through a committee 2 weeks earlier.
Yeah, but a board is there because it's the board, and then the committee is the committee.
No, understood. But I mean,
My council members don't let me pass legislation.
No, I know. I realize that.
Maybe they will. I don't know.
No, I realize that. I do. Our practice has been that if we have a knowledge through the committee process, the discussion with the board member, that something's going to be taken up in a very short period of time.
So that you anticipated that it would be approved?
We did, and again, the aggressiveness of the schedule was for the purpose of trying to expedite.
So those few days?
Yeah, they mattered.
Who selected the individuals who served on the evaluation panel to evaluate the responses that came back for the contract manager contract?
I selected the 2 DCHE representatives. Parks selected the 2 Parks representatives, and then it was Jackie Glover, who was the project manager out of DEMPED, who came to the
So can you tell me who these people are other than Jackie Glover?
Yes. Sorry. David Janifer from the Department of Parks and Recreation.
David Janifer?
Mm-hmm. Bridget Stesney from Parks and Recreation. Christopher Regan from Housing Enterprises, and Asmara Habte.
I'm sorry, the last one was what?
Asmara Habte.
Who negotiated the price structure for Banneker Ventures?
Once the selection through the RFQ process was made, Banneker began having meetings with DEMPED and DPR. I think I may have been involved in a couple of the early ones, but going through the scopes and going through the potential expansion of the scopes and being asked to respond to with information to that information that they received.
So that too was something done by all of the parties, is what you're telling me?
I'm sorry?
That was done by all of the parties, DEMPED, DPR, you?
Well, I would say a lot of the details between getting to the sort of final budget was more programmatic, so it was more DPR and DEMPED. But in terms of, you know, the last review and the agreement, obviously, we had to be involved.
The price arrangement here is a fixed price, a fee arrangement?
Correct.
And can you tell me what considerations came into play to decide on that?
I'm going from, I don't have the documents, I'm going from recollection.
And there are documents.
I think it'll be pretty accurate.
Can we see all of the documents that you're referring to?
I will check, Counselor. I thought we had already gotten everything over here. But I will say that there was consideration for the multiple sites. There was consideration for a variety of the community process, the multi-agency coordination, as well as the timeline.
Now, when the contract was executed with Banneker, did you know that the final MOU was not yet signed?
Actually, I thought it was signed because we had signed it, I believe.
No, that's not correct, but, so I guess you didn't know that. Okay. Do you know about the addenda to the DPR-DEMPED MOU?
I only became aware of that, I guess, last week. I want to be clear, Counselor. I was a consultant, and I was told that pending funding availability, the scope of the project was growing, and that DPR was working on outlining.
Did you know that 3 of the projects that were on this list were not funded in the budget?
No.
When there was a growing list or growing, scope, who told you that that was going to be the case? You said you were advised, you used that word, you were advised that the scope of the work would grow.
Yeah, DPR was sending us actually expanded lists and scopes. I thought we had provided those, and I think which reached about $56 million by the time the last we saw. And if we...
Who over there was sending you this information? Who was telling you that this scope of work was going to grow?
Oh, the group I had been working with from the beginning had said it was going to grow. And that's why we actually had done an MOU not to exceed $50 million versus the 40 that was, at that time, as I understand it, budgeted and available.
Now,
but it grew beyond that.
People keep saying that the intent of this arrangement was to expedite projects. Do you know what the anticipated schedule is for each project? Did we ever know that?
Yes, we have forecasted schedules.
And do we have a copy of those forecasted schedules?
I don't know, Councilor.
Could we have a copy of those forecasted schedules?
Of course.
Now, of those projects that are authorized in the budget and 3 are not, do all have adequate funding available to expedite the construction, to your knowledge?
Excuse me, Counselor. Based on what I have been told and the increase in the MOU between Parks and DEMPED, I presume that they do.
You presume?
Yes. Well, if those things are accurate, they do.
Well, we ought to nail that down.
Okay.
What is the status for the planning of each of the projects and the design? Where does all that lie?
I would say some of them are coming more together than others. And off the top of my head, I can't give you sort of the order. I know Rosedale is probably closer than some others. I think they're all moving fairly well along.
I was encouraged to keep going.
No, we're going to have a second round, but this is what I'm going to do. Instead of us just going to second round, what happens is too many members, you're on a good thought process. I want you to keep going, so go ahead.
Okay, that's fine. I just want to note as we proceed here that your supervision and knowledge and oversight with respect to these matters does seem to me to lack the kind of specificity and depth that I would hope that you would have since you've taken apparently charge of these projects. Thank you.
Councilmember Berry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me welcome everyone here, particularly Ms. Slover, who did talk to me yesterday about being in Detroit, and I'm glad we were able to work that out very amicably, and you were here. Thank you for that. Welcome all of you all. Let me get right down to the heart of the matter here. In the council committee's views, a lot of irregularities went on, a lot of things happened that shouldn't have happened. In terms of your role at DCHA, and at one point, weren't you a DC government employee? Housing Authority employee, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry?
Weren't you a Housing Authority employee at one point?
Well, only for a brief period of time. There was a period of time, and I know you do recall, at the end of toward the end of the court-ordered receivership.
Yeah.
I was asked by the receiver and with the judge's consent to coordinate the transition.
At what point did you become a consultant?
I was always a consultant.
Okay.
when I came down in the receiving.
Sure, because I'm going to ask Mr. Thomas about that, whether or not, Mr. Thomas alluded to that, whether or not it's proper for a consultant to supervise DCHA employees, but that's another question. Now, you reiterated a long list of things that Housing Authority has done and DCHE has done. Could you tell me, let's take Hope 6, what role did DCHE play in getting Hope 6s?
DCHE folks worked on some of the applications.
What folks? Wait a minute, let's get it straight. I'm right to the chase.
Yeah.
As I understand it, DCHE does not have a full-time staff.
That's correct.
There's intermingling between DCHA staff doing similar work to DCHE. Is that correct?
Yes.
So how did you differentiate between the work that this staff is doing for DCHE, what they're doing for DCHA on Hope 6s? I don't think you could.
There were a couple of clear-cut points. For example,
give them to us right
well,
quick.
DCHE has folks who are intimately familiar with the operation and oversight for infrastructure, and I think
they don't have that same kind of qualifications for DCHA. The answer is yes, Mr. Dwight. You know I know that. Let's just move on.
It crosses over.
No, I'm telling you, I know enough about that agency to know that the same people who you claim do DCHE work are the same ones who had the same kind of expertise for DCHA.
Right.
And I know that, all right, across the board, including yourself.
Okay.
Right? So what we're trying to get at here now, how is time kept between, do it quickly, DCHA time, you work for, say you work 30 hours on DCHA project and DCHE, is there any time sheet that you fill out showing the difference?
Yes.
Can we get copies of those time sheets?
Whether it's laborers or anybody else.
For everybody.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
How many people are intermingled in this process?
In the whole sort of development, if you call it one.
No, that do work for DCHA and do work for DCHE. How many people are there?
If we count the laborers that are doing the home again properties and some of that, probably 35.
Now, in terms of home again, what role does DCHE play in the home again program?
We maintain the properties until DHCD can. DCHE maintains the properties until DHCD can dispose of them.
And the people who work on that get paid from where?
We get paid for that, and we subsequently pay that back to the Housing Authority.
They're paid on DCHA. And do you have records of those kind of transactions?
Oh, yes, of course.
Could you send them to the committee?
Sure.
Committees?
Have we, or would we?
Would we?
Sure.
Now, in terms of the DC, I do this. I'd like for you to send the committees a list of all the projects that DCHE worked on and what role they worked on in that regard. Now, in terms of RFQ, in terms of the DC Housing Authority, who's the procurement officer for that, Ms. Topman?
For the Housing Authority, the procurement officer is actually the executive director. The executive director would pass that authority on to...
Who has it been delegated to?
Lisa Dean.
Ms. Dean. Now, Mr. Dwyer, you are the procurement officer for DCHE.
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with all of the procurement laws that it applies to DCHA?
Yes, sir.
Does the DCHE have its own set of procurement laws?
It does. They somewhat closely mirror DCHA's.
Is it in writing?
Yes, it is.
So we have a copy of that. Not now, but in the future. Secondly, in terms of requests for qualifications, why did DCHE use that process, which does not include price, as a way of soliciting for a construction manager? Why did you use that?
In this particular instance?
Yes, sir.
Wait
a minute, before you ask that, is it usually done in DCHA? this way?
It's occasionally done.
How many
When we're
times?
soliciting program managers or developers, we will use
Did you
this
consult
method.
with the procurement office of DCHA, ask them how they do it, since this is not, something you do every day?
I'm actually familiar enough with it.
You
I am HUD certified in federal procurement.
Okay, so why'd you use this process?
I really think to try to get as quick a turnaround as we could.
Well, I could name some situations where people got a quick turnaround that have been dangerous and hurtful to the person themselves. So quick turnaround shouldn't be the only thing. Who in that meeting with you and DPED and everybody, Jim, this meeting,
I'm sorry?
who suggested that you use the RFQ?
As I answered Councilor Che
I
before,
heard it.
my recollection is it came up in a couple of conversations.
sound like a
Would it
legal-
be quicker?
That sounds like a legalistic answer, but I understand.
No, it's what I recall, sir.
You don't remember that?
I don't remember exactly who.
Something that important?
I recall the conversation.
Or do you think it's unusual? And your other procurements, say the home again situations and any other kind of construction projects that DCHE engaged in, did you use RFQ? Can you think of any instance when you used it?
I can, yes.
You can't or you can?
Can.
Yeah, let me ask you another question.
Mhm.
Is there any instance that they use RFQ to procure the projects? Since you're the procurement officer certified by HUD?
Yes. Other instances where it's used, yes, there are.
Could you name them?
I think perhaps going back to Montana Terrace, possibly Southern Homes and Gardens. I'd have to look.
Did DCHE do Montana Garden?
Oh, I'm sorry. You were asking if DCHE?
Yes, sir.
Oh.
See how confusing it is?
Yes.
Even to you, that you over here one day, over there, the next day. Come on. Did they?
I was going to tell you to pull up.
Give me some instances when DCHE used RFQ to procure construction managers of construction projects.
Or program managers. I can think of at least one other instance where we have done so.
Out of only one. Which one is that?
Off the top of my head, only one.
Well, could you, before this hearing, could you get on the telephone and find out?
Absolutely.
So you can let us know? That's okay. I don't need all that now. Thank you all. Okay. Now, in terms of the construction manager, did he use RFP to get contractors for the construction, construction projects itself?
Yes, sir.
Have you seen those tally sheets?
We have not. We have requested we have some of the information from that, but we have not requested all of the information. We have a very clear check sheet of what needs to be.
Is there any reason why none of these contracts, these awards have been put into contractual terms and sent back to the DCHE? Let me ask you the question.
Yes, they have.
Once the awards were made, whose responsibility is it to develop a contract between, say, Forrester, which is one of the groups, or Blue Sky, and send it back to the board?
It would be developed. It would be developed by Banneker as the program manager.
Who?
By Banneker as the program manager.
You mean for all those contracts, one person would develop the contract for each of the contractors?
No. I think in consultation with Parks and DMPED. We would get them, but what we also.
Well, why would Recreation be involved with this? Since it was awarded, since it was selected by this 5-person group and recommended to you all to do, and the next step would be put in contractual term, why would they have to be involved with that? Since they weren't involved with the selection, except with one person, right?
My understanding is no, that they would have to be satisfied with the terms and conditions, price, and everything of the contract.
Now, in terms of reprogramming, do you think that DCHA is bound by the reprogramming rules of the District of Columbia?
I'm really not familiar enough with them to.
Hans, do you know?
comment on that.
I know that.
I don't know.
Well, can you find out between now and the time, the next half hour or so? Can you find out?
Probably not, but
Why not?
I can make an attempt. I can call someone in my office and see if they can.
Why don't you call the chief financial officer and ask him?
And the question is
is DCHA bound by the reprogramming laws of the District of Columbia?
Okay.
Mr. Peter Nichols, who did a political ruling rather than a legal ruling, would suggest that they are bound by the reprogramming and contractual laws of the District of Columbia. Ms. Tobin, do you know? We just got there, but do you know?
No, sir, I don't know.
Does
that.
anybody at this table know? Mr. Flavor, do you know? Ms. Knox, do you know? You've been around a long time. I mean, I find it rather, Mr. Thomas, incredible that out of all the people at DCHA and DCHE, nobody knows about whether or not they're bound by the reprogramming or by the procurement laws of the District of Columbia as such.
In stating that, Mr. Berry, I'm going to move.
Okay, I'm out.
Mr. Brown, we're coming back to you. I think he may shed some light on that subject in his line of questioning.
Well, thank you. Let me thank all of you for coming, and let me just say for the record that the District of Columbia wants its $700,000 back. We're going to ask that we get our $700,000 back in terms of the fee that we're giving the Department of Housing, the authority. One, Mr. Dwyer, you signed the contract, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And let me thank you, Mr. Dwyer, for your years of service. I've talked to a lot of people who have a tremendous amount of respect for you. It's unfortunate that you're sitting in this seat right now, but you have to deal with the signature that you put on that piece of paper. Inside that contract itself, it does say that in the MOU also states that you're going to follow the laws of the District of Columbia government. Did your general counsel, did you review the MOU, sir? Have you thoroughly read the MOU? I know last time you hadn't seen the MOU, and you're the general counsel. Have you seen it? Can you hold my clock? Hold the clock, please. Hold the clock. Hold the clock.
As I believe I stated last week, I did not review the contract between Banneker Ventures and DCHE prior to its execution.
Okay, I mean, have you read it since then?
I have read it since then.
Okay, so the question was, inside the MOU as well as the contract, are you saying you still don't know if you're to follow the District of Columbia's laws and procedures based on what was signed by Mr. Dwyer as well as the MOU?
Those are provisions of both the MOU and the contract.
Which means that you have to abide by them, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. So we just cleared that up. That's why we're getting our $700,000 back, because, Mr. Dwyer, you don't know. Now, let me ask you a question, Mr. Dwyer, because I do have respect for you. And let me say that we're only here, the only reason why we're here is because one contract, in terms of the MOU and the transfer and your contract with Banneker Ventures, caused us to be here because it didn't come back to the council and it's a multi-year contract. That's the only reason why we're here. All this other stuff we hear about is whatever it is. But the only reason why we're sitting here today is because legally it was supposed to come back to the council and it didn't. And then when we found out it didn't, people started to look at it to find out, okay, why didn't it come back to the council, right? And understanding that we want to get parks and recreations built. I know the mayor wants to do it, the city administrator wants to do it, I know the ward council members want it done, the residents, more importantly, the residents do. So we want to hurry things up, right? And kind of move things fairly quickly, right? So you issued an RFQ and didn't do the RFP because you're trying to expedite stuff. Is that correct? And everyone knows when you're trying to expedite stuff, you know what happens. You have to have, ask for bids, and then bids have a closing date, then the closing date goes on, right? If you miss the closing date, you're out of luck, right?
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me why Banneker Ventures, by the information you sent to us, was 2 days late in submitting their bid, and they got selected then?
I don't believe that's the case, Councilman.
Well, this is, if you look at the page, give you the documentation. Do you know what you sent to do you know what was sent to us?
General idea, yes.
In general, because all the documents came from you, and we will go ahead and make sure that you actually get it. This is from the housing enterprise, I would imagine. It says, response by Banneker Ventures and Reagan Associates dated March 29th, 2009. According to the RFQ on page 4 of 10, the response submission, location, time, and date, response must be submitted by 4 p.m. on Friday, March 27th. So the only reason why I'm asking you this question is because that's what you sent to us. So you guys can look it up and we'll see where we are. But this was submitted to us, so I wanted to put that on the record. The second thing, and the reason why this one contract is what's causing all of these problems, right? Because if it got submitted to the council, we could have cleared all this stuff out. We could have moved on. But since we didn't, we're here today. And since they have to follow the rules, you realize that one of the things as it relates to and this is what you sent us, the response to the council of the District of Columbia. Mr. Dwyer, maybe you can look in your folder that you sent me. And it has to the Public Oversight Roundtable Committee on Economic Development on Friday, October 30th. So this came from the D.C. Housing Authority. The reason why we like to get these contracts, because people always say they're using local businesses, and what else? They're hiring local residents, and they're putting local directors to work. You do understand that the unemployment is 11% and growing, and 28% in Ward 8. Is that correct? So we ask for executed first source agreements, right? That's one of the buzzwords that goes around is the first source agreement. Do you have an executed first source agreement? Yes.
From Banneker?
Yes.
I believe we do.
Do you have it in you? I have one that you sent us, and it is not signed by the Department of Employment Services. It's only signed by Banneker Ventures. If you want to go with me to page, and this is important because we expect people to sign first source agreements. We've held projects up on this council because first source and local businesses was not signed. If you go to the, I believe it is on page, and we'll get you a copy of it, but it's in here. It does say it was signed on October 28th. I know this contract was signed. What day was the contract signed that you signed on?
I'm sorry, sir?
With Banneker Ventures, you signed a contract. Is that correct? What date was that signed on, sir?
I believe July 14th.
Okay. This first source agreement, October 28th, 2009, the signature employment services is not on there. We would like to get an executed first source agreement.
Certainly.
Okay. That's extremely important for us. Next, I have a question as it relates to, did you look at the employment plan when you signed the contract, sir? Mr. Dwyer, did you take a look at the employment plan?
I did.
Okay. You said you had several conversations with Jacqueline Glover?
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain to me why the employment plan from Banneker Ventures that's dated on, that they turned in from July of 2008, project 22 months, this is the information you sent us, sir, has Jacqueline Glover as an employee at that particular time back in June 2008? And I don't know if this is factual, but this is what you sent us. Did you ask questions about this, sir?
I don't think so.
I'm sorry, I can't hear. Can you speak?
I'm sorry, I don't think so, council member. I don't think I saw that.
Did you review it at all?
I did.
Okay, that's why we want our $700,000 back. We're paying you guys $700,000 as in terms of an administrative cost to then pass on to give it to someone else to actually do the work. And what we need is who else works at the enterprise besides you?
As I answered Councilmember Barry, there's a number of people. Enterprise and the Housing Authority have a shared use agreement, so there are a number of people at the Housing Authority that work on enterprise business.
Are you a contractor, consultant, or an employee?
I'm a contractor.
So you are a contractor?
Yes.
Okay, so you're not even an employee?
No, I'm not.
So we have contractors hiring contractors. Basically, we have contractors entered into agreements with multi-million-dollar contracts with the city to then be on a selection panel to hire other contractors to be the contractor to hire the general contractor. You kind of see what I mean? This is the reason why
I do.
And I don't say that to be amusing. I'm saying that because the reason why we're here today is because a multi-year contract did not come to the council that should have come to and we're only talking about one contract, right? So since it didn't come, then there were questions of how come this contract didn't come. So next thing you know, we start to try to look to find out, and these are how these questions are coming up. Is it your understanding that no multi-year contract over $1 million needed to come to the Council of the District of Columbia? Mr. Dwyer, you've been doing work in this city for some time. Was it your understanding that you never had to get that from the council?
Not work of this nature necessarily, Councilmember.
Yeah. Now, the second thing is you mentioned, Mr. Berry asked you a question as it relates to, who signed off or who made the decision, and if we have subcontractors. This is a big issue for me. We have really good subcontractors that have been hired, right? Mm-hmm. And, either they've been paid or they haven't been paid or they're trying to do work, right? And you haven't seen any of those contracts.
You're talking about the general contractors, Council?
Yeah, I'm talking about the general contractors.
The actual construction folks.
Have you seen all of those contracts?
No.
Now, let me ask you a question. Who has seen those? Who signed off on them?
The program manager.
Let me help you. Have you read the contract?
Which contract?
The contract that you actually have with Banneker Ventures.
Yes.
Okay. So who is supposed to sign off on them?
Ultimately, we have to review them and approve them.
Have you reviewed them and approved them?
No, sir. We're still waiting.
Have you asked why you haven't reviewed any of them and approved them?
We're still waiting for information.
Well, how come we know information and you don't know information, and people are now saying that they're not going to get paid because the council's holding up contracts, and you don't even know that there's contracts out there. The council didn't know there was contracts out there. My idea is that we want to help subcontractors, right, who probably went through a process, who probably hired people and are working, but they don't even have a contract. You oversee it. That's why we want our $700,000 back, because you oversee it, right? And you don't know about a contract. But in the contract that you signed with Banneker Ventures, it says that every contractor must be signed and approved by the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development and by the District of Columbia government. You are aware of that, aren't you?
I am aware of that.
Okay. Have they seen any of these contracts?
I believe they've seen some. I believe they may have this.
Now, if they've seen some and you've seen none.
No, I didn't say I've seen none, sir. I said what has been submitted to me.
I asked you, have you know of any contracts, subcontracts? You said no. I asked you, have you reviewed any? You said no.
I said we hadn't executed any, and I have not reviewed them because we do not have complete submissions. We have partial submissions.
So let me go on down to, I think, is the fundamental change on page. Do you have the contract in front of you? And this is my last question, Mr. Thomas and Ms. Bowser, Mr. Berry, and Mr. Wells, and Mr. Alexander. I thank you for your patience. I know we're going to have a round two. But if you have the contract in front of you, if you can go to page 8. And let me say, we are waiting for some sort of solution from the executive. We think it's important. What we want to do is move forward, right? I don't want to continue to have hearing after hearing after hearing. It would be nice for us to move forward, find a way that projects in neighborhoods could get done, and that we have a fair and open, transparent process within this whole contracting saga that was in front of us. And page 8 of the contract, it talks about the termination by the enterprise. Do you see that? And It says termination. It says the enterprise has the right to terminate this contract for convenience and make settlement to the contractor upon equitable basis and set forth herein, which means you can terminate this contract. Is that correct?
That's a standing clause in our contract.
And then you would have to give them whatever work that they've done, and we want to compensate, because you only have one contract with one person.
That would be
you don't know any other contracts that you have. Is that correct?
We don't.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Thomas.
So let me just, I'm going to Mr. Brown next, but let me just ask, were you asking that they could, I want to be clear for the record, Mr. Brown, you were asking for them to terminate based on this clause, and you believe that was legal sufficiency for us to move forward?
No, the one question we have is that we're here because of one contract in which the law was violated, that a multi-year contract that did not come to the Council of the District of Columbia. So the reason why you're having to subpoena people and we're having to do all this different, horse playing around is because of one contract that you actually signed, right?
Yes, sir.
And when you look at this contract, the question becomes there's several different questions that we have in mind in terms of we want our $700,000 back. You shouldn't get one penny of that. But two, on the contract that he signed, it has to have a termination by the enterprise, and it talks about can the contract be terminated, and it is an opportunity to terminate this one contract that's caused all this foolishness. But at the same time, making sure that those subcontractors that are in place now, we need to do everything we can to make sure that they're secure. Those people that are operating, they're paying people right now because, you and the administration is not doing their job to oversee it. So they're working their butts off right now with no approval, no nothing. And they could be out in the cold because of what I believe, the dropping the ball on the part of the government. And I think that is absolutely wrong for those hardworking men and women that are out there trying to get these recreation centers and parks built. Thank you, Mr. Thomas.
I guess I just wanted, as I'm going to Mr. Brown, because the issue for me was to clarify whether he was saying the contracting officer or the enterprise board had to come back and make that decision. And that's what I wanted to make sure of, so the board members at the table will be aware of necessary actions, because you pointed out several glaring deficiencies in this process that were not adhered to in signing the contract in the first place. Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hate to sound like Councilmember Barry, but they just corrected it. Never mind. I'm worried about my time. Thank you very much. Mr. Dwyer, how are you? Good afternoon, panel. Mr. Dwyer, I noticed a little hint of New England accent in your voice. I went to school in Worcester, so I don't know where you're from, Mr. Dwyer.
Boston, sir.
Oh, very good. Well, I was right down the street for undergrad. One thing, Councilmember Brown, and just to follow up, and he mentioned several times about returning the $700,000. You didn't really respond, but do you have a response to his request?
Well, actually, we don't have it.
You don't have it? Where is it?
No. We'll check the amount of money that we received. We had shared with you earlier was $6.2 million. I don't think any of that is Housing Authority fee, but I will certainly check it.
Great. Thank you. I'll put the same disclaimer out that I put out a little earlier, that we're kind of, there's no real flow to the questions because obviously some of my colleagues may ask some of the same questions I have. Do you find is it normal practice to skip the process within your own office, not to have your general counsel view some of these contracts? Want me to repeat?
Just part of it,
No
Councilman?
problem. No problem.
Yeah.
Is it normal practice in your office to not let your general counsel view contracts?
No, I would say that's not the case.
Why do you think it was done this time?
Well, I think specifically to this MOU, that the contract form before we executed it had to be approved by DEMPED, not our general counsel.
But anything with your signature on it, don't you think your general counsel should have taken a peek?
Yes.
Because what we're trying to get at is that this seemed to be a situation that was manufactured for a particular purpose. We'll find out what that purpose is at some point. But we're trying to figure out why corners were cut, why there were efforts made to avoid the council, and efforts for your own general counsel not to take a peek at a document that your signature was going to be on. So those are some of the process questions why we are clearly curious. Have you used this process at all, or this mechanism at all with other agencies? Besides Parks and Rec?
I don't believe so, and the nature of this contract administrative work is very different than what we usually. We're oftentimes for district agencies. We are the project manager or the program manager.
So this was kind of a unique situation.
Yeah.
Were you at some point in time? I know you mentioned you couldn't recall whose idea it was to have the RFQ. But where do you think this whole process started? Where did somebody initially either made a phone call, sent an email, and said, you know what, this is how we're going to do it for whatever reason? Maybe they didn't give you what the reasons were. Where did that come from?
I really do, Counselor, as I said earlier, recall several conversations about expediting the process. Would an RFQ process work more quickly?
Well, of course, the answer is yes. We all know that.
And get ahead of the design issues and whatnot so that the other procurement could be done while work was going on.
And in these group meetings, and I think it was Councilmember Che who asked you to list a lot of the different folks that were in these meetings. At any point in time, did someone ever say, before we do anything, especially if these contracts are over $1 million, they have to go to the council?
No.
You're aware that that was supposed to happen, I take it, right?
Since the Attorney General's most recent opinion and these hearings and your inquiries, I believe that's the case now.
But his first opinion was only 48 hours before, which was that the contract should have gone to the council. This is the second one, but this was before that. So nobody in the room said, maybe we need to get an opinion. Should we talk to our general counsel? Should we?
No, sir.
A quick question for the Mr. Wash and Mr. Slover. Obviously, there's been a lot going on related to these contracts. What is the morale like with the employees over there, and how are folks feeling? Are they concerned, not concerned? Do they think this is not a big deal? What are the employees, how are they feeling? Because they're the ones that have to execute on the contracts that may be valid, because obviously there's a question whether these contracts in question are valid or not. So what's the morale like?
I think the morale at the Housing Authority is a little low right now. I had a meeting yesterday for my paying job, and it was canceled. So I went over to the Housing Authority, and I spent about 3 hours, and I just walked around. Spoke with some department heads and tried to assure people that we're not where we are because of anything they did. The employees of the Housing Authority, many are D.C. residents, are doing a great job in spite of. And I think through this all, at some point, we need to recognize that this has nothing to do with the employees at the D.C. Housing Authority more so than the process that is in question. And I think the council doing that, or you all doing that, will go a long way to ensure them that this process has little to do with them, but more to do with what's been happening or what's taking place in DCHE.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with Anthony in that there is definitely some concern at the Housing Authority, and I think a lot of the concern is centered around the fact that sort of what our main mission that we're tasked with is serving the 19,000 families that we service through the Housing Choice Voucher Program and the 8,000 units we have, and what something like this takes away from that. And so everybody's just trying to stay focused, and the morale's a little low.
Thank you. Back to you, Mr. Dwyer, if I can. Just wanted to give you a little break, so I went to the commissioners or the directors. When this kind of, to use Councilmember Che's terminology, when this scheme was devised, and you noticed that, and I think you just made reference to that this hasn't come from any other agency before, that didn't raise any red flags to you that, wow, we're doing something that's kind of pioneering and we've never done anything like this before? That didn't raise any flags, not just for you, but all the other folks in that room? Because I'm wondering if you were just kind of, if the folks in that room were basically being told, this is what you need to do, figure out how to do it.
No, I didn't feel that way. I mean, that was not anything anyone said to me.
So in that room, when it was time to make decisions and figure out who was going to draft MOUs, no one said, wow, this has never been done before, it's kind of weird. Maybe we should talk to my general counsel before I sign it?
Well, I think we did carefully review the MOUs with the general counsel and the board. So, yeah, there was a lot of discussion at that level.
You talked to your general counsel? When did you do that? I thought you did not have your general counsel review the MOU.
No, it was a particular contract that was in question. The MOU goes to the board. Everything that goes to the board goes through the general counsel.
So even still, the contracts were not reviewed by your general counsel?
Yes.
And the MOU was too?
The MOU with the Housing Authority Board was reviewed by general counsel.
So what was not reviewed by your general counsel?
The particular contract after the board resolution passed. The contract with Banneker.
So why didn't that occur?
I'm sorry?
Why didn't your general counsel review
it probably would have been a good idea. However, the final approval per the MOU that we have is with them.
Mr. Brown, could you pause 1 second?
Absolutely.
The chair of the committee has some relevant information I think he wanted to share.
Yes, go right
on
ahead.
this point. Could you stop his time for a minute, please?
Mr. Brown, Mr. Portlinger, is that correct? Testified before that he never saw
that's why I
the
raised
FO MOU, never signed off on it, and so Mr. Dwyer now says he has. So be corrected on that.
Okay, sir. As I understand it, Mr. Frolicker did see the MOU between DEMPED and the Housing Authority. What he did not see was the Banneker contract.
Could you allow, Mr. Brown, could you allow me
absolutely
to come up and testify?
My recall, Mr. Barry, is I did not see the MOU. I did see the resolution prepared for the board to approve the MOU.
That's all Mr. Brown was asking about.
I apologize.
Yeah, it was answering.
I was simply mistaken. I apologize, council members. I'm sorry.
Thank you for helping me clear that up, council member. What is the mechanism, Mr. Dwyer, to either recall, rescind, stop, reverse? If we had a thesaurus, we could come up with a bunch of other words to stop these contracts. And I don't know if you were in the room when I was talking earlier with Mr. Gregan about a Plan B scenario, which would be just stop these contracts because clearly there's a cloud of legality over them, and let's just go to the folks that came in second and keep these projects moving. Is that something you would fight, or do you like that idea?
Council member, I think, first of all, with some sensitivity to council member Brown's comments about the subcontractors who participated in good faith, I'd want to look at those files and see if some of those folks, in fact, are working, and if there's reasonable expectation of being paid, and if they were procured correctly. So first and foremost, I think that would be a concern. In terms of, as was earlier pointed out, in terms of the Banneker contract, there are methods for separation if that's found to be prudent. As to going immediately to the second place vendor, I'd want to have a conversation with council about that. It's not unheard of, but we've been advised that these contracts are legally binding, and so I don't want to get down a slippery slope. I understand that there's language that gives us an opportunity to make some changes. I acknowledge that. I just don't want to make any kind of statement affirmatively or otherwise at this point, if you don't mind.
Right, and just to clarify, we don't know if they're legal or not, if they're binding or not. We know there's some signatures, but that doesn't make them good. That doesn't make the contract good. But you could also, I mean, the buck kind of seems that it stops with you. You could also make an executive decision. You know what? Because of this cloud, I want all the contracts to go to the city council tomorrow for them to make decisions on them. Couldn't you do that?
Well, I think we've actually...
Yeah, I would just suggest that Mr. Dwyer is a contractor to the executive director who reports to a board, so I think that decision would be made at a higher level, respectfully.
What's the higher level?
Well, between myself and the Board of Commissioners.
Is that something that you would be willing to take a leadership role in making that decision?
Well, in consultation with the board.
When can you have a meeting to discuss it?
I believe we'll be doing that very shortly, and we've also...
Well, very short. What's the definition of very shortly? Because if what Mr. Dwyer is saying is true, that there are some contractors that have already started work, we certainly don't want to put folks out. They need to be paid for what they've done, but...
I appreciate that. I believe that the DCHE board already intends to meet very quickly.
Can that be on the agenda? That someone says, you know what, because of this cloud, it's a mess. We did things that we shouldn't have done. General counsel didn't look at all documents. These contracts should have come to the city council. Maybe it's a good idea to say, you know what, all contracts will go to the council so we can be done with this and let us do our oversight responsibility.
No, we've already begun conversation at the Housing Authority, as you can imagine, and we will be finishing up that conversation.
Is that one of the conversations taking place, considering bringing these contracts all to the council?
Are you referring to the under contracts or the overall Banneker contract? Because the under contracts, I think we've already cumulatively made a decision that those will be coming to the council.
Right. So, okay, we can talk about the Banneker ones.
Right.
There's some other companies out there too that we're discovering, but yes, the Banneker ones we can certainly talk about.
Right. As the interim executive director, one of the things that I have done is requested from our client, DEMPED, some guidance in terms of how they would like to proceed with the contract as the Housing Authority was acting as an agent for that office.
But in your discussions, you can make a recommendation to DEMPED to say, you know what, I think this is our best opportunity to kind of fix what's wrong.
Right. I appreciate that, and we are looking internally to see what's in the best interest of the citizens of the District of Columbia.
Okay. Do you think it's, thank you very much. I apologize, just for quick indulgences. The residents of the District of Columbia want their taxpayer dollars to not be invalidated. They don't want bad things happening. They don't want any sense of corruption or alleged corruption. But anytime there's a sense or a cloud of impropriety, it seems like the best thing to do is just kind of not start all over with the projects, and I'm not suggesting that. I think I've come up with a mechanism to avoid delaying the projects. But clearly there's a cloud over these Banneker contracts and maybe more.
Right. I don't disagree, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Bowser.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the witnesses for your testimony. And I did want to, if you don't mind, understand everybody's role there. Sir, you mentioned you were the Chief of Staff.
Bill Knox, Chief of Staff. I'm also a member of the DCHE Board.
Your name again?
William Knox.
William Knox. And how long have you been on the board?
Since the corporation started in 2002.
And Ms. Topman, you're the interim director?
That's correct.
And what was your position prior to that?
I was the deputy executive director, and previous to that, the deputy chief of staff.
How long have you been at the Housing Authority?
Since 2003.
And Mr. Slover, you're the chairman of the board?
I'm the chairman of the board of DCHA, and because of that position, I'm automatically a director on the DCHE board.
And how long have you been involved with the Housing Authority or its subsidiary?
I was sworn into the Housing Authority Board of Commissioners, I believe it was May 12th of this year.
This year. Are you, you're not an employee, that's a voluntary position you're in?
Voluntary, yes.
Are you paid at all?
We get a stipend.
Get a stipend for meeting attendance?
Correct.
Okay. And Mr. Dwyer, how long have you been involved with the Housing Authority? It sounds like you precede the actual housing authority?
I was a member of the receivership team when the Housing Authority was in receivership. And when it came out, I was asked to stay on as the Director of Planning and Development.
So when did you become employed or a contractor or whatever by the receivership? What year?
October 1995.
Mr. Wash, when did you become involved with the Housing Authority?
I became involved, I was sworn in at the same time Bill was sworn in.
May 2009?
Yes. And I'm not an employee, I'm a volunteer as well.
You're a volunteer, that you just stipend for meeting attendance like many of our other boards.
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay. And you're the general counsel, sir?
Yes, the general counsel. I've been the general counsel since the beginning of October 2008. Prior to that, I was the acting general counsel, and prior to that, I was the chief of litigation in the general counsel's staff.
How long have you been involved with the Housing Authority? When
Since
did you
July of 2001.
Now, the Housing Authority has, I think it's been testified that this is the first time that you've done anything like this for a government agency. Is that correct, Ms. Todman?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question, Councilman?
Has the Housing Authority performed work for district government agencies prior to Parks and Recreation work of this year?
Yes, we have.
Okay. I asked you to provide a list of those projects, and I'm looking at it. And there's some additional information I'm going to ask you for, including the dates and the amounts.
Okay.
To the extent that you might be able to give us some general responses, I would appreciate it. You said that the Housing Enterprises or the Construction Services Administration, LLC, which is also your subsidiary, is that right, Ms. Todman?
That is correct.
So of those two entities, you have participated in Home Again projects, and we heard earlier that those projects are to maintain them until DHCD disposes of them. Is that right?
As Mr. Dwyer testified.
Okay. In doing that, what is your agreement with DHCD?
Councilmember, I apologize. I'm a recent board member to both of those subsidiaries. I would request Mr. Dwyer to answer that question.
Before I do that, what was your capacity? What were your responsibilities as Deputy Executive Director?
I had oversight of about 6 departments.
Which?
Customer service, administrative services, the public affairs office, the fair hearings process, and the information technology, ITD.
So you had no involvement in construction, no involvement in contract administration?
Not in my previous role, no, ma'am.
So you are only now having involvement in contract administration?
In that those departments do not report to me.
Did you participate in board meetings as the Deputy Executive Director?
The DCHA board meetings?
Yes.
As a staff member.
But you were there?
Yes, I was there.
Did you attend all of the board meetings?
As many as I could, yes.
Okay, so you should probably be able to speak to issues that came before the board as a Deputy Director and participant in those meetings.
I could speak to what I heard in the board meetings.
So who's responsible for preparing the Executive Director for the board meetings? Who's responsible for preparing the Executive Director for board meetings?
When you say prepare, do you mean in terms of the resolutions?
I mean in terms of all the staff work that goes into being an Executive Director, being ready for a board meeting.
Right. Generally what would occur is the Office of the General Counsel would provide documents to the Executive Director.
There wasn't a senior staff meeting to get ready for a board meeting?
I mean, there are senior staff meetings. We would talk about various things, including
So you talk about the agenda?
Yes, we would.
As the Deputy Director, do you actively participate in those senior staff meetings?
Yes, I did.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, so are you suggesting that Mr. Dwyer is the only person who can answer questions about projects before you took over in October?
I'm suggesting that Mr. Dwyer can answer projects at a first-hand nature. I would only know what Mr. Dwyer would be reporting in the senior staff. It would be irresponsible for me to answer questions I wouldn't have first-hand knowledge.
Well, let me give you a piece of advice, Ms. Todman. Your organization is a continuing body, just like mine. Now, I got here in May 2007, and it would be irresponsible for me to tell my residents that I didn't know or wouldn't take it upon myself to find out about anything that happened before 2007. Do you agree?
Well, I've been the interim executive director for the past month, and I'm getting deeply involved with some of these questions now.
Okay. Well, we would expect you to be able to speak to your organization's performance before you got there, just as I'm required to be able to speak to issues in my ward or before the council before I got here. But let me ask you about some of the other arrangements that we have, Mrs. Dwyer, since you're the point person. Mr. Slover, do you have anything to add to that?
No.
Do you also not know anything that happened at the board before you got there?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I mean, I attended a few meetings, but then just as a spectator.
Okay. So for the home again, Mr. Dwyer, what is the relationship with the Housing Authority and DHCD?
Council member, we have an HOU.
A HOU?
I'm sorry, an MOU to do housing maintenance with the Home Again properties, both the structures and the scattered sites. We have some substantial experience managing a scattered site portfolio.
What's the value of the services?
It's currently, it was at $650,000 per year. I'm advised, because of emergency repairs and the like, that there may be a wish to increase it to $950,000, but I don't formally have any request to do so at this point.
Do you have a relationship with DCRA?
Yes.
What is your relationship with DCRA?
We have an MOU with DCRA. We have a couple. We assist them. Probably the biggest thing, or the more dramatic thing, for lack of a better word, is if there are emergency situations. I can just recall a couple offhand. There was a failed structure last year, middle of the evening, right next to a daycare center. We were called and had our people on the site and had the building down by the morning. We may have a roof collapse.
So, but these aren't housing, these aren't your properties, these are private properties.
They're not our properties, they're either private or abandoned, but they're ones that DCRA has cited for, usually it's health and safety violations and whatnot.
Do you know what the value of the services that you provide to them are?
I know we had an MOU with them for emergency services over a 3-year period for up to $2.5 million per year, but they haven't used nearly that amount.
So you have an MOU for $2.5 million multi-year.
Right, but they haven't, and it's coming toward the end of its life cycle.
Do you know when you entered into that? So 3 years ago, when did you start that arrangement?
Probably 3 years ago.
I'm sorry?
Probably 3 years ago.
3 years ago, so in 2006?
I believe so, Counselor.
Do you know how that agreement was negotiated?
On the emergency repairs of code violations?
Yes.
Yes, fundamentally between my operations staff and the head inspectional and public safety folks at DCRA.
Do you remember who at DCRA?
I don't. I know that Linda Ago is signatory to it, and that she and I have talked about. She's aware of it.
Okay.
I can't recall who exactly negotiated it.
Was that, do you know if that agreement was the subject of a reprogramming?
I don't believe so.
Do you know if you sent that for council approval at all?
The MOU, Counselor?
Yes.
No, we
Okay.
would not have.
Were you involved with the demolition of the Woodrow Wilson pool?
We were.
And how, under what agreement?
An MOU.
Not the ones that we're discussing today, a
No,
separate MOU?
Totally separate.
Who was the MOU between?
I believe it was Parks and us.
And how long ago was that?
2 years.
2 years ago.
Yeah.
Were you involved in the construction of the DCPS bus parking terminal?
Yes, we were.
Where is that located?
That is located over by DC Village.
When did that happen?
Last year.
And what arrangement was made with that? What agency?
DMPED.
Were you involved in the renovation of the DC General Psychiatric Emergency Room?
Yes, we were.
That's not a housing authority property.
No, it's not.
When did that happen?
That was completed probably about 1.5 years ago.
Okay. Were you involved in the renovation of youth service facilities at Oak Hill?
No, ma'am.
Did you do any health and human services renovations? Human services renovations?
I'd have to check. I can't recall on hand. It's certainly not a regular.
Were you involved in the renovation of La Casa on Spring Road in Ward 4?
No.
I believe you were. I believe Mr. Kelly made a big point of your involvement and your construction company being involved. Do you have can you provide a complete list, since you have been, and I'm going to direct this to you, Mr. Slover, because I actually do believe the buck stops with you as chairman of the board. So my question to all the chairmen is, we would like to see a list of all of the projects that Construction Services Administration and DC Housing Enterprises have been involved in since their inception. I'm interested also in the dates that they started, the amounts of the work, if an RFQ was used, if an RFP was used, if they were multi-year. And I'm interested to see that. When do you think we could get that information?
Excuse me, Ms. Bowles, are you asking that they submit this to the chair of the committee?
Yes, as a member of the committee, one of the committees, I would like that to be submitted.
For the purposes of this process, the information needs to be submitted through the chair of the Chairs Committee so we can distribute it accurately.
Mr. Chairman, that's already been asked for.
And it had been asked for previously, correct?
Yeah, I don't recall hearing the questions about the dates, or the amounts,
So that's why I'm asking, so
or
we
the
can be clear.
mechanisms.
So you want dates, amounts, and...
They have everything, according to Mr. Hubbard and Neil have asked for everything, dates, time, what percentage of participation on these projects. See, Ms. Miles, this is convoluted, I agree.
No, I just want to understand how long we've been involved in having the Housing Authority do the work. And let me also explain the question.
For the record, let me just say, Ms. Bowles, it has been stated that this is a practice that was done prior to this administration as well. And so it is clear for the committee's purposes that this has been an ongoing practice. The purpose of this hearing, and we're clear on this hearing, has certain rules been violated as far as MOUs or contractual information being provided in over $1 million to this committee, and that's the focus of these hearings, and we're trying to stay focused on those issues. I understand where you're going with that, but we need to make sure that we're relevant in the fact that the reason we're here is what Mr. Brown is continuously stating, because the contract and procurement procedures are not being followed.
May I just finish my point, and I know I'm over time. I beg your indulgence for one final statement.
No, I'm not doing this on your time if there was time left, but I want to be clear where we are in this investigative hearing, that's all.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And finally, I just want to know, have you submitted, and I only just got this binder, a copy of your resolution? I think your general counsel testified last time about the procurement practices that your board has approved, Mr. Slover.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Have you submitted the resolution that outlines the procurement practices that DCHA and DCHE are to follow per the board's directives?
I don't know if we've included the practices. You mean DCHE's procurement policy?
DCHA and DCHE.
I don't know. We've included in the package of material the actual policies.
Okay.
But that certainly can be provided.
Can you direct me to the tab where that's located?
I said I don't believe they're in your package.
Oh, they're not in my package.
No, I don't believe they are.
Okay, I'll have some questions about that on the next round. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, the members, for their indulgence.
I want you to pay it, not that you may not recall it, but Mr. Brown cited in the contract that it specifically stated that they had to follow D.C. laws and other acts. You want to read that piece to it, or get it to it, because it's in the book, and the contract clearly defines what rules they're supposed to follow. So I just thought you might want to make note of that.
Well, I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman, but many of my questions are for the witnesses, and so I would expect the witnesses to respond to them directly. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, Ms. Bowser, it's not a point of the questions being at the witness. Well, a point of this committee that I'm chairing is a point of clarification for the record, so we understand what the contract says and what has been brought before this committee, so those watching and participating will understand what that means. Ms. Alexander?
I thought I was next, but I'd be glad to defer to Ms. Alexander if you like.
Were you here before, Ms. Alexander?
Yes, I was, but
and
I would always
that would
defer
mean
to-
that you would be next, Mr. Wells.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Thomas. And I have to say that I think that Mr. Kwame Brown's questioning, Councilmember Brown's questioning, did raise a couple of issues, in particular in terms that should go to past practice, that does go to how unique is this situation in order for the council to be able to understand, is there something special that occurred in this contract. My understanding is, and Mr. Berry was here, so he may be able to clarify later after my time, that that the law that was passed by the council, I believe in 2000, exempted the D.C. Housing Authority that created it from the Procurement Practice Act, except for appeals, so that your own procurement practices would control, because again, they were specifically exempted from the D.C. Procurement Practices Act. So I understand that, and that's what I've read. Now, in terms of understanding past practice and how this authority has been used with council knowledge in the past, is that have you, and this can either go to our acting director, Ms. Todman, has the D.C. Housing Authority been used before as a procurement vehicle for projects that do not relate directly to housing, but where it's a transfer of funds to be used for something like Parks and Rec before this administration?
Again, what I can speak to is that the Housing Authority, through its subsidiaries, have done work for various city agencies. I would have to defer to the presidents of those subsidiaries in terms of what their role was in the procurement process.
Mr. Dwyer, you would know that. Has the Housing Authority been, the procurement arms of the Housing Authority been used for things other than providing subsidized housing?
Yes, I think referencing the list earlier.
Was it, and so it was used previously by the Williams administration for that purpose?
For purposes like the home again and the...
What about, is there any involvement of DCHA in the Walker Jones project?
Yes. Yes, we're playing the same role in the Walker Jones project.
So you've played the role of getting the school built along with the library and the recreation center at Walker Jones?
Yes.
And do you know where we are in that project?
I believe we're coming close to the end.
Okay. And was that project for more than $1 million?
Oh, yes.
Excuse me?
Yes, Councilman.
And did you bring that project for council approval?
No.
Did you, Ms. Todman, or your predecessor? Did this come to the council for approval?
I've been advised it did not.
Okay, and so it was far in excess of $1 million. I guess that project was around $50-some million?
I think in the area of, yeah, you're right, Councilman.
Well, seeing that you have had practice of taking projects and not coming for council approval, was there, have you, and I think this has been asked before and I'm not sure that it was a clear answer, have you brought to the council before projects in excess of $1 million to the council for approval?
Through DCHE, no, we have not.
Through DCHA?
Not that I recall, sir.
How about your attorney? Do you know, you would have to help prepare and advise, have you brought projects to the council before of $1 million or in excess of $1 million of an expenditure through DCHA?
Not since I have been the general counsel. Has any of the DCHA contracts gone to the city council?
So at this point, we'll get further down to the RFQ possibly, but at this point, this project is not unique. You've done Parks and Rec, you've done a library, and you've done a school through your procurement authority. Did not follow the Procurement Practices Act, because I don't believe you're required to, other than appeals, and I think there's something else added on. So without coming to the council. Now, I'm not, I do think that these projects do need to come to the council. And I don't, I'm not going to speak to whether I think the contracts that have been let, whether they're valid or not, because I think that there's an issue of being able to rely on us as a contractor. But in terms of prospectively, I strongly agree with the Attorney General and with the former Corporation Counsel Charles Ruff's opinion that these contracts that you have, that unless you're specifically exempted and allowed by Congress, that anything in excess of $1 million must come to the council. But I could also see where the way the council wrote the law that was passed in 2000, being silent on that could be interpreted either way. But I do believe and support the opinion by Charles Ruff. So in terms of the going forward, Mr. Dwyer, what role do you have with Banneker moving forward with this contract? Do you still what's the oversight? What's the reporting responsibility?
We would have oversight responsibility, and we would have
What's entailed in oversight responsibility?
Well, one of the most probably important things is the approval of the subcontracts to many of the subcontractors that Councilmember Brown was referring to earlier.
So you're in the approval role of the subcontracts.
They would technically, they're not executed by us. They need to be reviewed, approved, and executed by us.
Would you be aware of the expenditures being made by Banneker?
Only up to the point of the $1.9 million that they invoiced us for.
So Banneker so far has only invoiced in total under this contract that is in question in front of us today, $1.9 million?
Yes, sir.
Well, there's been discussion that over $3 million has been spent on Rosedale Rec. How did that happen?
I don't know. I'm presuming it's another phase of the project that was done directly by somebody else. It did not come through us.
I'm having a hard time hearing you.
I'm sorry. I don't really know the answer to that question, but $3 million worth of work did not come through the Housing Authority.
So you have not reimbursed Banneker or any of their subs $3 million for expenditures on Rosedale Rec?
No.
Do you have money that's been transferred to you on behalf of the building of Rosedale Rec?
No. We have $6.2 million for all of these DPR projects that we're talking about.
Do any of those projects include Rosedale Rec?
That's one of the projects, but the only...
So that's one of the projects?
Right.
Okay,
right.
But the money has not been spent?
No, not the portion that we're administering, certainly.
All right. So under what circumstances how does Banneker invoice DCHE? Like they tell you what the expenditures are, and then you approve the invoice to be paid. Is that correct?
They submit an invoice with all appropriate backup documentation. We check it very carefully, and that's how payments are made.
So you would know to the degree to whatever expenditures have been made on Rosedale Rec through the monies that have been transferred to you?
Presuming it's part of this overall project, yes.
Well, right, presuming that it's under you and not somewhere else. All right. Now, in terms of the Walker Jones project, are you still making expenditures on behalf of the Walker Jones project?
Actually, it has reached its cap, and I believe there's been a request for us to look at amending it, but it's reached its contract cap at this level for us.
Are you aware of the action that the council took on Tuesday regarding expenditures through transfers of funds?
Yes, I am, Councilor.
My last question, Mr. Chair. My understanding is that that there are still some deliverables on Walker Jones in terms of furniture and such, and that the authority is not there to pay for it because of the council actions. We can go further into this, but I'm concerned that we need to know the impact and how it's being interpreted regarding your actions and your authority to spend on any previously committed to expenditures that folks expect to happen. I mean, we expect the equipment and the furniture to be at Walker Jones for the children there. So you don't know the answer to that at this time?
I do not.
following on that, who gives, when the CFO gives you authority to spend on something, does authority go to you, Ms. Todman, and then you tell Mr. Dwyer, or does the CFO let Mr. Dwyer know?
With regards to DCHE, it's a direct relationship between Mr. Dwyer as president of DCHE and the CFO.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thanks for your indulgence.
Thank you, Mr. Wells. As we move on, I want to make sure we have some points of clarification that you should pay attention. In your book, and I hope you have the book, if you haven't had the book, in tab 3, the money you talked about in Walker Jones is clearly defined and outlined, and it did have a housing-related function to it and the MOU, so you could have that information for Walker Jones, which gives you that information. You also, and so I wanted to be clear also that witnesses, you testified that there were no contracts for over $1 million sent to the council from either of the entities that Mr. Wells talked about? Is that what you testified to?
That there were not.
There was, I believe, one contract with the CSA entity that did come to the council for approval.
Well,
I can't recall the name of that project.
Well, I will tell you this. Our records show that there were 6 contracts sent in council period 17 to the council that were over $1 million, and so it did come here. So what I'll do for you, Mr. Wells, is provide with you, and you need to clarify your answer because you've given an incorrect answer according to our records. Maybe you didn't know, or maybe you aren't aware of it, but I will tell you that our records, we had them pulled just now, and 6 of those contracts came in council period 17.
I certainly would appreciate a copy of those records, and we can look back into ours.
Well, I would hope also, I will gladly provide you the same information I have. I think it should be a standard practice that your agency has that information that was sent to this council, and we shouldn't be doing the reverse for information you sent to us in the first place. So I want to make sure that you have that information. And the last thing, Mr. Wells, was in my earlier question, we did speak to Rosedale, and I want to make sure that we're on the same page. It was said that when money comes to you, it comes to you from the Deputy Mayor of Economic Development, and that you don't know what those projects, where the funds were derived from? Is that what you testified earlier?
No, I don't believe so, Councilmember. I believe what I
when
said
I
was...
asked you that question, that's what was said to me. I asked you specifically because I outlined Rosedale dollars,
Right.
knowing that in our budget it shows that $4 million has been expended from Rosedale's budget. You did say, however, that no task orders for Rosedale have been done, but in the budget book that we submit, which is the problem, shows that $4 million has been expended of the $16 million allotted for Rosedale. So I just need a clarification on that.
It hasn't been spent through us, and I don't want to be speculative, but as Councilmember Wells stated, it may have been another phase of the project that someone else is handling. I just don't know.
And did you say you had a contract for Rosedale?
I have been submitted to me for our review a contract for Rosedale.
So how did demolition work start?
That's my point, Council, not through us.
Okay. Well, that contractor that's doing the work is the contractor that's before you, so, okay. Ms. Alexander.
Thank you. And I would like to thank each of the witnesses for coming forward this afternoon. It shows that you have integrity and professionalism to come forward even, or the courage, I should say. But as far as Ms. Todman is concerned, and my interaction with the Housing Authority has been a very positive, professional, interactive working relationship. So I would like to thank you for that. Ward 7, as you know, has a major, pretty much a major share of the public housing in the District of Columbia, one of the top 3 wards I know in Washington, D.C. with public housing. So I'd like to thank you for ongoing working relationship. I did want to ask a couple of questions with regards to the intra-district funds, and I guess the major reason for using that process is for speed in the process. Is that correct? It's for, to get projects done.
I believe speed and capacity, I think, in a lot of these other things we're talking about, home again, the housing.
And
right.
I know with the D.C. Housing Enterprise, I know we have a lot of new communities projects throughout the city, and I guess it's frustrating for some of our residents to see the Housing Authority, I think this is the confusion with it too, seeing the Housing Authority do so much outside of the scope of public housing into other things, and sometimes the perception for the residents is that that's a priority and not the New Communities Project or, you know, other projects along those lines, and, you know, that's just a perception out there. I wanted to ask, what interest does DCHE have in terms of the New Communities Project, and can they use the resources they have to expedite some of those projects?
It's conceivable, council member, but I would like to.
Is it achievable?
It's a challenge. We're working hard at it, but it's a challenge.
What are you doing
in this economic environment? Well, we're trying to work with DMPED and developers and others to try to figure out how to finance acquired property so that we can relocate people, as we've begun to do, as you know, to a small degree in Lincoln Heights, and hoping that we can accelerate that activity so that we begin to actually see phases of the projects being completed. The other thing I'd just like to say with regard to, related to this, in your earlier comment, we've had the discussion many times with people about making sure we don't divert resources away from the main mission of the Housing Authority. I would like you to know that the D.C. Housing Authority is one of the only major housing authorities in the United States that hasn't had to lay off hundreds of people in the last couple of years. And one of the reasons that is the case, as Adrienne stated the other evening in her testimony, is because of work being done by the subsidiaries that can be done by employees who then can get paid when the subsidiaries get paid and not laid off.
That's interesting, because I'm going to go into the next question with regards to staffing. So DCHE has not impacted the staff of the Housing Authority. None of those functions have been compromised because of what your entity, what services your entity provides.
To the contrary, Counsel, I think it's kept a lot of people employed.
It's kept a lot of people employed.
It
So
has.
you're not replacing anyone's duties or responsibilities through this entity.
No.
I wanted to ask now, you gave the different roles of the nonprofit developer of DCHE. What percentage is, you mentioned construction manager, project manager, fiscal and contract administrator. What is the majority of the responsibility for DCHE? Because contract administrator is a fairly new one, or isn't used as much as the other roles?
I think it's not as predominant in terms of the mission of the agency as the entity as the other roles. If I failed to mention development agent on behalf of the Housing Authority, I greatly apologize. Projects like Oak Street and Williston and some of these tax credit projects and doing the infrastructure at Henson Ridge, things like that, the DCHE is a nonprofit development entity, and for instance, all of the UFAS units at Capitol Gateway, at Henson Ridge, the multi-bedroom UFAS units, actually DCHE went in and figured out how to do tax credit financing to get those built and get those online so that we could meet the requirements and the needs of our disabled families.
Thank you. And I see another familiar face on the panel, Mr. Anthony Wash, who has worked greatly with the Ward 7 community, and I applaud you for all your efforts. But I do have a question for you. Now, I see you are with DCHE, and you're a member of the Housing Authority Board, and you're also a contractor. So for those three roles, do you see any conflict of interest with those three roles, and how are you effective in all of those areas, being that there are times when you have to recuse yourself and there seem to be some obvious conflicts of interest? So are you thinking about stepping down from something, or, I mean, how are you managing those three separate roles?
Well, with DCHE, I was given the responsibility as to chair the Development and Modernization Committee, and I was of DCHA. One of the committees is Development and Modernization, and based on my background in construction, I was asked to chair that committee. And by default, and by the regs of DCHE, the chairman of DevMod is automatically on the chairman of DCHE. I had no idea what DCHE was until our first meeting, and they told me, well, by default, you're on this committee. At that time is when I realized that I had to recuse myself. I'm not sure how this plays out. Maybe I will have to step down from DevMont. My whole intent was to, at some point, be able to contribute to DC Housing Authority, because I grew up in public housing, so my whole thrust behind this was to see what I could give back.
And I know you're passionate, but I can't imagine a situation where, you wouldn't have to recuse yourself in a lot of instances. So that's just something for your consideration. Now, I want to get specifically, because I know that Deanwood Recreation Center is involved in the MOU process with the Housing Authority. Now, I understand that $27 million is with the MOU with the Housing Authority. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's the MOU authority.
Okay. Now, out of the $27 million, how much of that, and I'm showing $14.8 million has already been transferred.
That's correct.
So that's been spent.
No, of what's been transferred, $6.4 million has been spent.
So out of the $14.8 million transferred, how much has been spent thus far?
6.4.
So with the remainder from that, and then the balance of 12.4 million, well, the balance will be more. What's the balance?
The current balance?
Yeah.
Current cash balance? About $8 million.
So what is the outcome of that? That has not been outsourced or contracted at this point?
Yeah, that's for contract payments for keeping the project going forward.
Okay, wait a minute now. You said 6.4 has already been spent and 8 million has already been allocated for contracts.
Yes.
Okay, so then there's a balance of 12.4 million. The total was 27 million.
Oh, that will come beyond the 14.
Right.
Yes.
So what's the status of the balance?
I don't know. We just got a big payment to keep the project going forward. The next payment, I think, could be affected by last week's council action and the need to come to a resolution to matters before us.
Right. So all of the balance of the 12.4 million will be decided upon now. All the contracts over $1 million will come before the council at this point.
I certainly believe that's what the council is.
Isn't that what you were instructed by the Attorney General to do at this point?
How many of these contracts have yet to be executed, though? I'm not sure. I don't think a lot. So this may be a retroactive thing.
Well, through the chairman, can I get that from them? I would like to obtain from the 12.4 million. You said that 6.4 has already been paid out. Another 8 million has already been contracted out, not necessarily paid. And then I'm talking about, the Deanwood Recreation Center. And then the balance of 12.4 million has possibly already been contracted out, because the project is just about, it'll be completed, I guess, in the spring. So I want to know the process. So you're saying that everything has been contracted out for the entire 27 million?
I believe the majority of it, Councilmember. But again, only $6.4 million worth of work has been done to date.
And that was used, so if only $6.4 million worth of work is done, that's all that's been paid out?
That's correct.
Okay, because we wouldn't pay out any money if the work hasn't been done. Okay, so I want to know about the balance. What's the status of the balance? And I guess now from this point forward, it would come before the council.
It's going to be, yes.
And for that 6.4 million that was paid out, that was by the RFQ or RFP process. That was the process. Well, I guess I want to ask, and this is my last question. When the money was transferred from economic development, from the deputy mayor's office, were the contracts already awarded? And were you just executing the contract administration? The contracts were already awarded?
I believe so, yes.
By them, and you were just managing the contract. So
the general contract was awarded by us.
Okay, it was awarded by you.
Right.
Okay, and all the subcontracts were awarded by
the general.
The general. So you don't know if the general has any more contracts out there?
Over $1 million? No, I don't.
Well, I would like to get that information
I
for the
understand.
balance. So aside from the 6.4 million out of the 27 million, I want an expedited breakdown of who received the contracts and for what amount. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I can get that when?
As soon as they provide it to the committee, we'll forward it to you.
Can I get a time, a week, a day?
How long will it take you to provide that information?
Mr. Dwyer? Early next week.
Early next week.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. It's back to my round. When I was questioning you before about the board makeup, there are two boards. So how do you get elected to the DCHE board? You go through a process where you're confirmed through the council for that particular board?
The DCHE board is made up of four basically set positions, so if you fill the role of that set position, you're on the board.
Ex officio.
So it's ex officio.
Right.
So two of those said positions are the ones that you and Mr. Wash said, correct?
Correct.
And the other two are employees of the agency positions?
Correct.
Okay.
Chief of Staff of the Housing Authority and Executive Director of the Housing Authority.
So why is it set up that way?
I wouldn't have any.
I mean, you just walked into it. Both of you just kind of.
Right.
Because Mr. Walsh, you just testified that you didn't know you would even be on this board, and because you went for a whole other purpose. Next thing you know, you're on the board, and now you have to recuse yourself from activities because it was a potential conflict because of the kind of work you're doing. And you didn't know, I guess.
I didn't know the DCHE board existed when I was approached to be on the Housing Authority board. I didn't know about the subsidiaries.
So you're double dipping, as they say, huh? You didn't know,
Take it
but
as
you
it
got
comes.
double duty on this. And so I guess I'm asking this because how transparent is that? If you have, because they both have some of the same related matters, correct?
Yes. I mean, a lot of the well, as we see on this contract, it came in through DCHA when it was assigned to DCHE.
So in your opinion, what is the need for this other board, this secondary board?
For the subsidiary?
Yeah.
Well, I think it's the subsidiary structure that really is that's being called into question, I think is what you're asking. Because the board is actually, it's a separate entity.
So who's responsible for keeping track of the finances of the DCHE?
Now, a little bit of knowledge is a dangerous thing, so I think I'll let
Who
Larry
follows
answer
the
that
money?
question.
For DCHE, who keeps up with the money?
Myself and the CFO.
Okay. Yourself and the CFO. Could the CFO come back to the table? Because I always believe in following the money. It's like Hansel and Gretel. Follow the breadcrumbs. And you will ultimately end up where you need to be. So in your accounting, and welcome once again, and I know you've been waiting patiently for my round to come back as we waited an hour to get back to you. I apologize for that. In your accounting, how do you know what the purposes of the funds were sent to you? How do you know what they were for or what they're intended for? Because our issue, as you heard me ask you before, was funds that are being taken from certain projects are now given to your board, but they're given to your board just as funds, correct?
Yes, sir.
So what responsibility do you have to ensure that those funds are spent on the projects that we originally deemed for them to be spent on?
I'm going to have limited knowledge of this as well because I have just been the CFO at the agency since May the 11th. What I can tell you is that I have contract amounts, payments that have been made or committed to people.
For the record, you tell me what the contract amounts were and who the contracts were and were awarded to. Do they match these, I guess, what were those proposed sheets that we had or statement of works that we had in our book? Is that how they matched up?
Can I give you an example? The Deanwood Community Center.
I'd be more than happy.
Deanwood Community Center, the contract amount is $27.3 million. Committed to that project already is $23.6 million. We've been invoiced approximately $4.6 million, and we've received payment of $3.4 million.
That money's not on hand, is it?
Pardon me?
Is that money
Only
on hand?
$14 million of that has been
But you've already
transferred to
committed
us.
$27 million, but you only have $14 million on hand?
I have not committed. DCHE has committed these to the contract.
How do you commit? How are you committing funds that aren't even available to you to dispose of? How are we doing that?
They have a contract for $27.3 million.
But you understand what I'm saying? When we authorize these dollars, that means the dollars are there. Because I can read an email I just got from somebody as we're sitting here talking about, I still have not been paid. So that's what I mean. How are you committing for projects and we don't have the money? Because it ultimately, aren't there clauses and penalties that we have to pay in late fees that we haven't even got to that? What are the provisions for pay? So we don't have the money. So you said we've obligated $27 million?
The contract award is for $27.3, the contract amount.
And to date, you've been invoiced for?
We've been invoiced for 6.4 of that, and we've paid 3.4.
And how much work has been done?
I can't answer that question.
So who manages the project so we know? Who? You manage the project? You're the, I guess you would be the COTAR? Who's the COTAR?
In terms of Deanwood?
Yes.
That would be me.
So how are we verifying expenditures and pay and scope of work? What scope of work are you using? Because the scope of work, if I pull up the one, and I don't know if Deanwood's the right one, if we have that in that book, I'm going off of memory right now, but if we go off the scope of work, it really doesn't tell me what we're supposed to be doing.
No, there's much more extensive scope of work for Deanwood as a separate.
Okay, so.
Which I thought you got last week, but if you haven't.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying we don't have it. I just
That's okay.
I'm just trying to do some questioning off. She used Deanwood, so I'm not going to try and attempt and waste my time and go back through and keep it here. But that's my point. How do we match up these scope of works, statement of works, or whatever they are, to the dollars? Because we're in some cases obligated to dollars that you don't have in your possession, correct?
Well, we actually contained in all of our contracts and MOUs with the district is a caveat that we are not responsible to pay any costs that funds do not become available for.
So are the contractors that are doing this work, like Mr. Brown was talking about, who go out here in good faith, the contract that we're talking about had a contractor who now got subs to do work that they might not get paid for under that caveat, right? So this guy can just pretty much hire people and then you're not responsible for paying for them?
No. Back to the earlier question about the concern of subs and things like that. If we were to, for any reason, exercise the termination convenience, that's one of the reasons that clause is there in the event that something happens and money runs out, and I think the district does this as well. But we're obligated in that situation to pay any outstanding bills. And so, the idea obviously is to make sure that the financing is ahead of what's required. So you've got the cash.
So forgive me if I'm very slow, but I'm still trying to track and see how do we match the dollars for their intended original purpose to the projects they were intended for that were authorized by this council. Because in my committee, we authorize dollars for various projects that now have gone by MOU from Director Hartsock to the Deputy Mayor's office and then to you. And I pulled up in the book, if you went to tab 3, you would see where under our budget book from us, it is showing an expenditure of almost $4 million, for example, for Rosedale. But you said you haven't signed anything for Rosedale.
Correct.
And the resident said, I can guarantee you, Mr. Thomas, that $4 million worth of work hasn't done because we can't even put a fence around the demolition site. And God knows if it's costing us $4 million to do a fence, we're in big trouble to protect the site from people going on it. So the site has not been secured, but you're actually responsible for that work, right?
Responsible for the oversight of that work.
So who would be sued if somebody falls in? We would still be responsible for being sued for any liability issues that exist because we have torn down a building without dollars coming to you, in essence.
Yeah, I'm really a little bit sort of taken aback on the Rosedale one. So
you are aware that the building was demoed,
I
right?
was, and I assumed all along it was a separate task or job.
But you don't know of any pay for that,
We
right?
we did not manage it
So
or
we don't
administer
know
it.
who's. And so when we bring up the finance officers from Parks and Rec, we can ask if that expenditure. That's the issue here.
I understand.
And that's why I'm trying to bring us home to that issue, so we don't lose sight on how many other wonderful projects. You know, I could have sat up here and said, and you know, we have history, you and I.
I know.
In fact, Montana Terrace is the way it is today with townhomes because of your great work, and I'm proud of it. I live next door to it. The new homes in Woodridge Place was a great housing authority project that for your purpose, you took public housing residents, gave them first-time home ownership opportunities, turned one of the worst projects in our neighborhood, as they called them, into 5-bedroom townhomes and got people who were on public assistance to buy their first townhomes. So that's not what I'm here arguing about.
I'm not sure.
You know, and if you sat there in that chair on that kind of work, you would probably go out of here with a gold medal. But what we're talking about right now is dollars that have been given to you in somewhat of a shell game. We have these two entities where you have two board members sitting next to you who said even when they got there, they didn't know they were going to have to serve on some other board that they didn't even know anything about. And then the other issue is CSA is totally clear because they do a whole different set of work, and they do good work at it. And so as we look at all of these things, it is, you know, a problem for me, you know, to try and follow this process. It's a problem for those residents from Rosedale who have taken another day off to sit here and are sitting back there with just amazement on their faces. It's a problem when the public continuously sits here and says, you're slowing up our projects, but how are we slowing up your projects when you don't even have money for the project in the first place, but the project has been sent to you, and we're playing this game with the citizens of the District of Columbia that's just not realistic. And I have this young lady here who you know, is independent of our other CFOs. So how does the accountability structure work for us? And then I go right back to Mr. Brown's question. With all the irregularities that have been pointed out and the flaws in this process with the contracts, the RFQs and all of that, why would anyone at that table not say, let's rethink this? Is that what, can I at least hear that? Are we trying to rethink this process? Do we think we're following the letter of the law? You can speak, Chair.
With regards to the particular process that was followed with this contract, or with regards to the subsidiaries, or with regards to the whole picture?
I'll make it simple with regards to this contract of 12 that was awarded to one.
Well, certainly this contract has multiple problems in terms of the process that was followed. It's not deniable.
Thank you. I'll leave it at that, and I'll transfer to Mr. Berry.
Thank you very much. Let me just get down to the heart of the matter. In terms of Walker Jones, Mr. Dwyer, are you the contracting officer for that?
I'm the administrative officer for it.
Administrative. Who's the contracting officer for that? What agency?
Oh, no, yes. I'm sorry, if that's what you meant. Yes, we are. We're the contract administrator for Walker Jones.
Where did the money come from for that project? CFO, what's your name?
Miss Toothman.
What?
Deborah Toothman.
Toothman.
T-O-O-T-H-M-A-N.
Okay. Are you the CFO for DCHE also?
I'm the treasurer on the of DCHE. I'm the CFO
Why
of the
does DCHE have a CFO?
We have a treasurer.
No, you understand English.
Yeah.
I worked with you a long time.
Does
the DCHE has a CFO, either part-time or full-time or no time? Which is it?
For all due purposes, the CFO of the Housing Authority serves as the CFO of DCHE. We use the same
But Ms.
financial...
Toothman says she's not the CFO for DCHE. She's a treasurer.
I understand that.
Well, there's a big difference between being treasurer of a nonprofit organization and being the CFO. Now, you know that. So she is not the CFO for DCHE, right?
That's correct.
You don't have a CFO.
Right.
Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
And in terms of Deanwood, are you the contracting officer, contract administrator for Deanwood?
Yes.
Where'd that money come from? Ms. Toothman, do you know?
The money for both of these projects have come through DMPED. DEMPAD.
Was it part of MOU?
I have not
Mr.
seen...
Dwyer, is that part of it?
separate MOU, Counselor.
Do you have a copy of that MOU?
I thought you did, but yes, we do.
Yeah, we can get one to you, sir.
Mr. Fortlinger, did you review that MOU as relates to Deanwood, as relates to Walker Jones?
The MOUs for Deanwood and Walker Jones, I believe, were before my tenure, so I don't recall
No, but
reviewing them.
institutionally, can you check to see if the general counsel before you got there?
I can check, yes.
Mr. Dwyer, when was the MOU executed for Deanwood and for Walker Jones?
Walker Jones, I believe, was 2007, Councilmember.
Were you general counsel then?
I was in the general counsel's office, yes.
When did you become general counsel?
In the, I think it was September 29th, 2008.
Right. What about Deanwood?
Deanwood was the latter part of 2008.
When was it?
The latter part of 2008.
Well, you should have been there, Mr. Fortlinger. Were you there?
I may have reviewed it. I don't have a specific recall.
That's a legal answer. Will you find out before we leave this hearing? We'll call now and find out if you reviewed it?
Yes, I can.
And find out if anybody in your office reviewed it?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Now, how much is for Deanwood? Miss, well, you wouldn't know that, would you know that? What's the contract for Deanwood?
The contract for Deanwood?
Mm-hmm.
$27.3 million.
But how much has been transferred from the deputy mayor's office?
$14 million.
$14 million.
Approximately.
And Mr. Dwyer, you're going to give us, it may be in this book, we got so much in this book. I need the MOU for Deanwood and for Walker Jones.
I'll work with Hans and get them for you.
Okay. You need that. Call back to your office somewhere. We need that before I leave here. I'm going to look at it. The other one, now, Mr. Dwyer, you testified that your DCHE has property management, has construction manager service. Now, if it has construction manager service, why would you have to hire at $4.5 million another construction manager? Why would you do that?
We wouldn't have the capacity at this point to have taken this on as the program manager, Counselor. We just received another $34 million in federal stimulus. We have multiple projects across the
That stimulus money, did it go to DCHA or go to DCHE?
HA.
HE, so why are you talking about stimulus money? Wait a minute. But DC, all this is just all mixed up. It's not mixed up in my mind, you know. So if the DCHA got the $34 million, why would you infer that DCHE got some of it and didn't get it?
DCHA submitted applications that in some cases involved DCHE being...
No, in this $34 million.
That's what I'm...
Was DCHE mentioned in the application?
Yes, about half of them.
About half of it? Yes. You're going to get 14, you're going to get 27, you're going to get $13 million?
I don't know if the numbers break down 50-50, but the projects break down 50-50.
Ms. Tolman, do you know anything about that application?
I'm sorry, sir, can you repeat the question?
Do you know anything about that app?
Oh, the stimulus application, I certainly do. Yes, we won $34 million.
And was DCHE mentioned in that? In what role?
I didn't read the application. Were they mentioned, Mr. Dwyer?
What role, Mr. Dwyer?
In a couple of instances, at 2905 11th Street, for example, which is going to be a senior disabled retrofit.
Okay, we can get that.
With a tax credit developer.
We can get to that. But why in your testimony, you know what this hearing is all about, why when you admit in your testimony that we didn't have the capacity to do construction management, you know it was about this contract, didn't you?
No, that's not what I said, Councilmember. I said we wouldn't have had the capacity to do this contract, given all the other things.
What contracts you talking about now?
The one you addressed, the Banneker rate.
What about these parks? You didn't have the capacity to do construction management on that.
Not in the program management or construction.
I know, but why wouldn't you mention in your testimony, since you knew the committees wanted to know about why you went outside of a normal process to get a construction manager at over $4 million? Now, in terms of the 13 bidders, could this committee get the tally sheets from those 13 bidders? We have them. Oh, thank you, Mr. Brown.
Sir.
But we'll get that. Did you sit in on a discussion about the talent and the selection of Banneker?
Yes.
And you agreed with the tally? Who else in that meeting?
Excuse me?
The 5 other people were in that meeting too?
Yes, the selection panel themselves.
Okay. And there were just 6 of you all, right?
Well, there were 5 panel members, and I was sort of the person who coordinated to make sure we had.
But you were the 6th person.
I'm sorry?
You were the 6th person. There were 6 of you sitting talking about these tallies.
Yes.
And who made the final decision?
We have the tally sheets, and we.
Who made the final decision? When you got 6 people, you know everybody's not making the final decision. I've been around here long enough. You know better than that. So what happened, everybody give their input on that tally sheet, right? Then you add it up and see if it all comes back to be 92 for, cumulatively 92. Somebody may give 90, somebody may give 94, and you add it up. And then who made the recommendation to the board that they accept Banneker?
The way the process works, council member, is we have the panel review. We share that, obviously, as with DPR and DMPED, and then ultimately the contract has to be brought back to me from the board, but both DMPED and DPR have to be satisfied with who that is.
Mr. Slogan, you said you needed more information about the Banneker contract?
Yes, sir.
What more information would help you make a decision?
More information. Well, I think being part of the process from the beginning would have been helpful in making a decision.
What part of the process would give you more information?
Understanding the RFQ process, understanding the selection criteria of the RFQ process, understanding the contract, understanding a lot of the things that I was uncomfortable with making a decision based on.
Did you ask at the meeting for that kind of information from anybody?
I asked at I looked at the first meeting. I asked for some more information. They showed me some the sheet that's, I believe, in here.
Were you satisfied with it?
Excuse me?
Were you satisfied with what you saw?
I didn't feel it was enough information to make a decision.
So in the second meeting, you asked for it, and what happened? Did they give you the information you asked for?
Well, it was the sheet that's in here.
I
got
know.
the information. I still didn't.
I'm rushing this because I've done over just a second. Is that it seems to me that if I were a board member, I would keep asking questions till I got the correct information. And I would suggest to my colleagues that you not vote till I get this information. That's what I'm bothered by. It's institutional. When mayors change from one place to another mayor, you don't stop the whole government from going. You don't abstain from it. And so I'm just bothered by the fact that you want information. You should have been able to get it because we can't operate the government that way. And Mr. Thomas, are we going to have another round or are we finished for the day? I think we need about another 5
Only if you agree to stay and hear all the public witnesses with me tonight.
I'm not making that argument.
As a chair of
how long we'll be here?
4 chairs, then I. Thank you. Let me move on to Mr. Brown.
Wait a minute.
Oh, that's your time, Mr. Brown.
And Ms. Slover, my suggestion would be to everybody here, I have never heard of a nonprofit board or profit-making board that doesn't have a chair. I don't understand that. You agree with that, Ms. Slover? Could you need a chair?
I've been asking about the board, the subsidiary structure since I got there, and I've been trying to figure out the genesis of it and the purpose of it, and so I share your concerns. Excuse me?
You need a chair, Mr. Walsh. My suggestion to you, because you got a number of conflicts for your own business sake, you want to do business here, I would resign from that board. I would not let that hinder me from doing business, and it's hard for you and other African-American business people and small white business people to do business, and so I would suggest that. And Mr. Knox, you've been quiet. You agree with all this anyway. I'm finished.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Brown.
5 more minutes now. 1 more round.
Thank you.
I'm not sure we're going to do 5 more minutes, Mr. Brown. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me thank all of you. Let me just say to Mr. Slover, as the chair, it's really time for you to take control of this operation as it relates to some of the things that you see that are obvious errors in what's going on and try to fix them. Okay?
I don't disagree, and as I said, I've been...
No, I said it because I appreciate you being honest in your answers. Let me also say the reason why I think we should get our $700,000 back because everyone keeps saying that it's 6 members of the panel, right? Well, I need everyone to kind of pay attention because someone's not paying attention. It's 5, right? It's 5. That's how many it is. It's not 6, Mr. Dwyer. It's 5. Well, we asked you, went back and forth, and you kept saying 6, and it was back and forth. 6. It's 5, right? We all know that 6 members don't make up a board. It's an even number. I mean, you know, I'm a graduate of D.C. Public Schools, but I can also read, too. And I read what you guys sent me. It's 5. It's 2 from Parks and Recreations, 2 from the Housing Enterprise, and 1 from the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development. And the reason why we're here is because some members feel, and I guess the Attorney General has said yes, that these multi-year contracts needs to come back to the council. That's the only reason why we would not even be here if it wasn't for that. And then we start to look at the contract itself that we're looking at, and we're asking questions, and people are saying they just got here. They have no idea. And then the 2 people from the Housing Enterprise, the organization is letting the contract, and we clearly have went down this road on the RFQ, and whether you believe it should be an RFP or RFQ, it's questionable that an RFQ is what you normally would use, but we give people the benefit of the doubt, right? So we go down this list of items, and we're paying the enterprise $700,000 to execute this. But the 2 people on the board of the Housing Enterprise recuse themselves and abstain. They don't even vote. So when you talk about a firewall, there's no firewall. The people that made the decision was the 2 people from Parks and Recreation and the 1 person from the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development. Because everyone else recused and abstained. So you kind of see, I mean, so when people want to know why is the council, you know, what's going on, why we're looking at this stuff, because it would make it seem as though the Housing Authority itself, you know, made this decision independently. But clearly the records show differently. That's why we have oversight. Yes, I want the parks done. Yes, I want them completed. But we have a legislative obligation not to follow one leader down a road that's going to take us off the cliff. Right? It's clear here. 2 people, is it clear to you, Mr. Dwyer, that the people that made the decision on this contract are the 2 people from Parks and Recreation and the 1 person from the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development on this one contract? Mr. Slover?
No, I think there's a little confusion. The 5-person panel was made up of 2 people from DCHE, 2 people from DPR, and 1 person from DEMPED. Those people took in the RFQs and scored them.
Well, great. Let's go through who actually made the decision then. Who made the decision?
With regards to
the contract.
The ultimate winner of the contract was made by that panel, correct? By the 5 people on the panel.
That's what I said, the 5 people on the panel.
What you're saying is that 2 people from DCHE recused themselves from that panel.
Did you recuse yourself from the vote?
I wasn't on the panel.
Okay, who voted?
The vote and the panel are 2 different things.
Okay, who voted for who agreed to this contract?
Bill Knox and Michael Kelly, but they're directors of the DCHE, and they weren't on the selection panel. So the selection panel was a different process than the vote.
Okay. Now, I have a question for all of you because you're all under oath. Is it your understanding that Michael Kelly signed the contract and the MOU that we currently have here with no date on it? I want you to think very carefully before you answer that question. Mr. Dwyer, we'll start with you. Is it your understanding that Michael Kelly signed the MOU and the MOU that was sent here, the last MOU that I think had $86 million on it?
No.
Could you please speak into the
microphone? I'm sorry, Councilmember. That Mr. Kelly signed an $86 million MOU?
The last MOU was signed, and it has, and my understanding, I want to know, did Mr. Kelly sign it?
I think Mr. Dwyer's hesitation is that the MOU that was executed by the Housing Authority was for $40 million. Is that correct, Mr. Dwyer?
There were some modifications and amendments to it. Is that correct? Do you want me to give you the document so you can look at it? I need to know this answer. You know which one I'm talking about, don't you, Mr. Dwyer?
Yes, Councilmember.
Okay, what I want to know, did Michael Kelly sign it?
What Michael Kelly signed?
Yes.
What I have seen that Michael Kelly signed was a $40,350,000 MOU between DMPED and the Housing Authority to undertake DPR projects. I am not aware that Mr. Kelly signed, nor do I believe he signed.
So the modifications were not signed by Michael Kelly?
They were not signed by, I don't believe, the modifications haven't even been agreed to by the Housing Authority yet, sir.
Right. Then where do we keep getting $86 million from?
I believe, and I believe this is accurate, but I believe that There's an MOU between DMPED and DPR for $86 million.
Okay. And you have that Ms. Santos and Michael Kelly signed the last MOU along with Conrad Bridges. Is that correct?
Yes.
That was the $40 million.
Yes. Yes.
$250,000
Yes, sir.
contract.
Yes, sir.
Do you know what date he signed that on?
I do not.
Do you have the documents that shows what date he signs that on?
There was no date next to his name.
Okay. And did the chief procurement officer sign that MOU?
Not the copy that we have.
Do you have is there a copy that's out there that's original that nobody has? I mean.
No, I'm just saying the copy in front of me doesn't have one.
Okay. Do you have any documentation of any other MOU, the ones with Parks and Recreation, the one that I know that Councilmember Bowser articulated and Councilmember Wells articulated, that there's been a lot of MOUs with the government? Right. Every one that we received has been signed by everyone. This one, the only one that hasn't. Is there a reason why that, Mr. Dwyer?
I'm unaware of it, sir.
Okay, the General Counsel, is this executed MOU then if it's not completely signed by all parties? If you ask your General Counsel to come up real quick. Do you consider this an executed MOU when it's not signed by all the appropriate parties that it should be, like all the other MOUs that's been submitted to this committee?
It is not signed by Mr. Gregan, the Chief Procurement Officer for the district. It is signed by Mr. Kelly, who was the Executive Director of the Housing Authority, and by Ms. Santos, who is the Deputy Mayor.
What date did Mr. Kelly sign it?
It is undated.
Okay. And it's not signed by the Chief Procurement Officer?
That's correct.
My question again, is this an executed MOU in your opinion?
I believe it is, because it is signed by the Deputy Mayor and it is signed by the Executive Director of the Housing Authority.
So under this MOU, then it's very clearly that they do not have to follow any of the D.C. Official Code 1301.01 because it wasn't signed by the Procurement Officer. Is that correct?
I don't know the answer to that.
What do you think the answer is?
I think it probably should have been signed off by the Chief Procurement Officer to deal with the funding aspect.
And who is the initials by the CFO's Associate CFO Officer designee? It's an initial there. What is that? It says OK and it has something by it. Do you know what initial that is?
No, I don't.
Okay. Is it your understanding that Conrad Bridges signed this document?
Pardon me?
And I don't know what it is. It just says OK by someone. So did Ms. Santos sign it or did someone sign it for Ms. Santos?
I don't know.
I don't know. Have you looked at this document?
Yes, I have looked at the document.
Okay. And
I have no reason to believe Ms. Santos didn't sign this. I have no reason to believe Mr. Bridges didn't sign this. And I have no reason to believe Mr. Kelly didn't sign it.
That's why we want our $700,000 back. You know why? Because I'm only a graduate of Woodrow Wilson Senior High School in Washington, D.C. I didn't go to law school, not Harvard, not Yale, no school. But it's very clear that someone okayed it, and I believe the DJ is David Janarone, who did DJ'd it on behalf of Valerie Santos, or he okayed it on behalf of Conrad Bridges. So why would, because when someone else signs, they put their name by it. Is that how it normally works sometimes when you sign for someone? You kind of push your initial saying that you okayed the signature?
Normally, the process, the person would sign their own name and indicate they were signing for the signatory who was typed underneath it.
Okay, have you ever asked anyone about this?
No, I have not.
I know, no one asked it. See, this is what we're talking about here. And the reason why in closing, this is the problem that I have. Mr. Dwyer, you're directly responsible because you are the consultant that's hiring the consultant that's hiring the consultant to hire the general contractor. You're getting paid $700,000 to hire. You're the consultant. The entity is getting $700,000 to hire another consultant for $4.2 million, right? $168,000 a month. They get their money in their bank account every single month, probably direct deposit. And then they turn around and they get to hire a general contractor. They may hire you, Mr. Walsh. Guess what? They hire your company, but guess what? They get to charge you 9%, right? So that's another cost. So it does cost this government an incredible amount of money on top of the money that we spend to get something done. Now, that's not the most effective and efficient way to do it, and that's not running the government like a business. If it is, you would be out of business. As simple as that. So in closing, Mr. Chairman, let me say that, as we move forward, I would hope that we resolve these matters as quickly as possible. I know that Councilmember Catania and others have indicated this contract needs to come back to the council. I believe that the contract itself needs to be looked at and reviewed. I think it's an incredibly irresponsible when you look at close to $6 or $7 or $8 or $9 or $10 million in fees going out the door. Mr. Dwyer, you're of the Housing Authority. The Housing Authority spends how much on its contracting officers? You're the new person. How much do you spend on your contracting officers over at the Housing Authority?
How much we spend on our
Yes,
contracting
your budget.
officer?
Yeah,
We
right
have
now
a,
you employ people, right? You have a budget of personnel costs.
yes, we do.
How much is your personnel cost?
We have about $100 million operating budget at the Housing Authority.
And how much do you spend on your contract and procurement shop?
The administrative services is around, I want to say, between $1 and $2 million.
Okay, you see what I'm saying? $1 and $2 million, but yet we got this contract going out for $4.2 million. Plus they get to charge 9% of the fee on top of that. Plus you guys get $700,000. You kind of see what I'm saying? Something's wrong with that picture. Yeah, we want to get the recreations done. I want my son to play on a great football field. But I'd be daggone it is we have nonprofits that get their money cut out of this budget. We have, organizations that are helping kids that can't get money. We have arts organizations not getting any money. We're dealing in tough times, and yet we're just throwing the money out the door saying, don't worry about it. It's going to get done. It's going to happen. And those that oppose it are going to hurt the community. That's why I'm happy that Rosedale is here, so they can have an opportunity to see that we're up here fighting for them. That's what we're here doing. So I want to thank all of you for your time. Mr. Walsh, I would suggest that you probably get to moving off of this board, because you have a great company and you employ great residents in the District of Columbia. And if I was you, I wouldn't get caught up in this foolishness, because you don't know and they don't know and no one seems to kind of know. And that's why we're going to get our $700,000 back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilmember Bowser.
Thank you. My thanks to the witnesses. And I wanted to start off by saying I reviewed a list of projects in my earlier round of questioning. And of the ones that I'm familiar with, I want to make this point very clear, that quality work was performed for the residents of the District of Columbia. So my point in laying out those list of projects was not to say that they were inappropriate projects. It was to say that this has been a successful way that we have proceeded in the District of Columbia to get some things done. And we just want to make sure that the process is uniform, transparent, and fair. So I think it will be helpful for all of the members of the committee and the council to look at how the process laid out for the other projects. Let me ask you, Mr. Slover, who are the current members of the board of DCHA?
DCHA, the current members, there are 9 current members of DCHA board. Would you like their names?
Yes.
Let's pull it from memory. We say Ken Grossinger is the labor rep, Frank Lancaster, Aquarius Von Gossary, Ms. Whitfield are the 3 resident members. Fernando Lamos is an appointed member. Anthony Wash is an appointed member. LaRuby May is an appointed member, and I am an appointed member. I believe that's.
And the deputy mayor.
Oh, and also the deputy mayor, Valerie Santos, is on the board.
Okay. And was the board fully staffed when these decisions were made? Was not staffed, but did you have all your members?
Decisions with regards to
the contract that you didn't vote on.
This contract was actually the timeline, or following this contract, it came in March. The MOU went through the DCHA board, which that was not on at the time, so I'm not sure what the staffing was there. I think they might have been down a member or 2 at that point. Then that DCHA resolution assigns this MOU to DCHE.
And when was that?
When was that?
When
that was
did DCHA board assign this?
March 11th.
March 11th. So is that is that the only action that your board took with regard to approval of this agreement?
The DCHA board?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and then the DCHE has a board?
The DCHE board is made up of 4 ex officio members.
And what type of approval process did that board undertake?
That board was presented with a resolution to approve a contract with Banneker.
And who presented that to the board?
Mr. Dwyer.
So this is the board that doesn't have a chair?
Correct.
Okay. I have to agree with Mr. Berry on that, on the point that he makes, that a board has to somebody has to set the agenda, set the policies, make sure that everything that's before the members is appropriate, and I don't quite understand that either.
Well, as I said, we've been looking at the structure of these subsidiaries since I got here in May, and so
Well,
we're
good.
actually trying to figure out a way to look
Who
at them.
chaired the board before you arrived in May?
Marcy Cohen was the previous chair, but she was sitting in. She was the vice chair who moved up to chair when I believe Frank Smith vacated his seat.
Okay, Mr. Slover, can you talk to me about what the procurement process is for DCHA?
I cannot speak to the procurement process of DCHA.
Well, you testified that there were problems with the contract. What do you base that?
Well, I would say that was a DCHE.
What are the procurement processes at DCHE?
I was saying there was a problem with the process of the contract. Clearly, when we specifically, for example, when the MOU was executed July 31st and the contract was dated July 14th, it's kind of hard to say that wasn't.
What's the process? What is the procurement process?
As I said to you, that's not a procurement problem. That's a process problem.
Well, that wasn't my question. My question was,
I don't know what the procurement
you don't know what the
no.
procurement. Who knows what the procurement process is at DCHE?
I would imagine Mr. Dwyer.
What is the process, Mr. Dwyer? Is that in our binder? Is that in this? Is
No.
there a written?
I don't think so. I think we can get you a
Is
copy
there
of
a
that
written
policy.
policy?
Yes,
There is a written policy.
Is there a written policy at DCHA? Nobody asked you for the written policy? You haven't been asked for the written, anybody? You haven't been asked for the written policy?
Someone did today.
Someone did today?
Someone asked today.
Well, we can get that to you before we leave here. I'll ask staff to fax it over.
Did this process follow your written policy, Mr. Dwyer,
Yes.
or whomever?
Yes.
This followed your written policy. Okay. So Mr. Slover just testified that it didn't. Can you all confirm?
I didn't testify that it didn't follow I don't know the procurement procedures, so I couldn't have testified to that. What I said, what I was in response to was that the entire process had flaws. That was my response.
Okay. But you don't know the process.
Well, I'm saying from after looking at it and looking at it now, with regards to specifically the timelines.
Okay. So tell me again the timing problem.
The timing problem, the specific timing problem would be that we executed the contract July 14th and the MOU was executed July 31st. That alone is a timeline problem.
Was that from your end? Had it been signed from your end prior to that, and it was awaiting the deputy mayor's signature after that?
Yes, Councilmember.
Okay. So what you're saying, Mr. Slover, is that it wasn't fully executed because it hadn't been signed by the deputy mayor's office. Is that right?
I don't know that for sure, but it looks like Valerie Santos' signature was July 31st, so yes, by default.
And so you testified earlier, Mr. Dwyer, that you thought you had the ability to proceed because it had been approved and signed on your end.
Yes, and verbally approved on DEMPED's end.
And verbally approved.
Quite frankly,
on DEMPED's end.
when I signed the contract, I thought the MOU was executed.
Okay. That's my last question, but Mr. Slover, you testified that employees were concerned that the focus of the Housing Authority wasn't on its main mission. You said that earlier?
If I did, I must have misspoken. What I was saying that the focus of the latest attention on the Housing Authority is not on our mission. That's what I was attempting to say.
Okay, so you're comfortable with the body of work that the Housing Authority has been involved in that is on your main mission, but
very
also...
much so.
Okay.
Very much so. I appreciate you're correcting the record there, because what I was trying to say was, of course, in response to
the negative attention.
The negative attention is not at our core mission. It's at this
I got you.
subsidiary.
No, I just wanted to be clear
that.
about your statement. Thank you, and thanks to all the witnesses.
Mr. Brown had a follow-up statement, and he had a few seconds left, and then I'm going to go to Mr. Wells, who just reappeared. And Mr. Berry, we're going to then go to the public witnesses as you suggested. So
let me thank you, Mr. Thomas. Let me just thank the Director of Contracts and Procurement, who stayed the whole time. I know he was over here. He just went to the bathroom, but he's been in the corner the whole time. Also, we received a letter from the on behalf of the Deputy Mayor about Banneker Ventures, and I think it's important that as a lot of accusations or people saying things based on information that they have, I think it's important to maybe put some clarity on it. It was to their best of their knowledge that Mrs. Glover, who was inside the documents that were submitted to us, does not work or had not worked for Banneker, and it was to the best of her knowledge. So what we're going to do, which I think is important because as a big supporter of local businesses, when we have Ms. Santos testify, we are going to ask for Banneker Ventures to come testify and give them an opportunity to clear that up. I don't want anyone that thinks that Ms. Glover, who now works for the Deputy Mayor's office, even though on the paperwork that's submitted, she was a part of that. Apparently that was a mistake, I believe, and we want to give them every opportunity to do it. So we will be having them come testify next week along with the Deputy Mayor, and I want to make that clarification. Thank you, Mr. Thomas.
Thank you. Mr. Wells.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Thomas. In my previous questioning, I was wanting to kind of narrow down your role and your understanding your scope of authority, your past practice outside of this administration and with this administration. Now I want to get a little bit deeper into a better understanding of the particular transaction that I think is causing a lot of concern that, again, Councilmember Brown has kind of burrowed into. And that is when you did a RFQ, specifically, what is an RFQ and why would you choose to use an RFQ rather than an RFP? And the viewing public doesn't know what I just said. So if you'll explain what those are.
Right. The RFQ method is a request for qualifications by which you seek, under which our procurement rules and our practices does not always necessarily contain an initial evaluation of price. And it is typically used for a variety of reasons, but one is speed. And I think I spoke to that before. The contracts then awarded, or the price negotiated on that is based on negotiated scopes of work. And then the next step in the process, and that's the one I testified earlier that we have not received all the material, is the awarding of work to the general contractors. And in this particular case, we've not approved any of those contracts right now, although we're being told
but
that
you
people
chose one group over another. How many groups applied or bid or submitted asking to be considered under the RFQ?
13.
13 responders. Now, under the law that created DCHA, which you're kind of a subsidiary of, so you have to, everything flows that way. Those other contractors had the opportunity to appeal your decision under the Procurement Practices Act. Did any of the other bidders appeal?
I don't believe so, Councilmember.
You don't think so, or did they not?
No, not to my knowledge and my council's knowledge, we have not gotten an appeal.
So
from
out
them.
of the losing 12, so it was a competition of 13. 12, the 12 that did not get this contract did not appeal.
Correct.
Even though they had the right to appeal.
They did.
Now that you're down to one who's been selected, Banneker Ventures, exactly what is it that you asked them to do?
They've been working with Parks and Deputy Mayor's office to fill out the scope of these various projects, to put timetables and schedules together for them, and to go through the process of selecting or procuring general contractors to do the construction work, which they would then basically bring back to us, and we would certify as to whether or not the selection has been appropriate. We have not reached that step yet, and that I know caused some confusion because I don't think people realized that before today, but we have not reached the step of awarding the general contracts, and we don't have all the material we need to actually analyze.
There's been some question about why couldn't you do that function? Why do you need to pay someone else for some $1 million to do that? Why couldn't you do that?
I think the question, I tried to answer it earlier. I think based on all of the other work we have going, our capacity is stretched out. I mean, just CAPA alone and now the stimulus.
Well, how many full-time employees do you have?
There's only about 25 or 30 people that work to run all this, and it's $1.5 billion in redevelopment.
No, in terms of DCHE, how many full-time employees?
Well, I don't know what the FTE would be off the top of my head, but there's 25, 30, 25, well,
Okay.
counting laborers, by the way. So,
Right.
yeah, there's not a lot of people. It's the answer.
So it's a matter of managing capacity.
At this point, yes. And obviously, consistent with the director's and chairman's discussion about our co-mission, our focus now, of course, is on the stimulus awards that we were fortunate enough to win and completing out our development projects. So it's not that we won't be doing anything else, but it's taking on something this direct on that many sites is just too much of a stretch for us, for our capacity.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. We'll now go to Councilmember Berry.
Thank you very much. Let me say to all of you, we certainly appreciate you coming. And Mr. Dwight, I've worked with you over the years, as you very well know. What is your salary as a consultant?
It's actually on an hourly basis, Counselor. I make $80 an hour.
What is it average a month?
I don't know.
Come on,
Probably,
don't do that here. Now, come on, man. You know what the average is.
Yeah.
What is it average a month?
14 to 15,000
a month. So what does that annualize it? How much is that? How much did you make in the calendar year 08 from this job? As the now we do two things. How much did you make as a consultant from the DCHA job, and how much of that was reimbursed by DCHE?
Sorry. Before expenses, I believe about $200,000, and how much of that was covered by DCHE would probably be somewhere in the 20% mark.
That's above what a DC government employee would make in its.
Yes.
Yeah. That's a problem for me. Not personally, but institutionally. That's a problem that a consultant would make more than a DC government employee who held a comparable position would make. That bothers me. Probably bothers all of us on this committee. It's not personal. This is just institutional that goes forward. Also, Ms. Toothman, where did she go? What's the duties of treasurer of the DCHE?
What is the duties of the treasurer?
Yes, ma'am.
I review the documents before the checks are written and make sure that there's substantial documentation to support the payments.
Do you have any responsibility for the controller function? Control, make sure that the money that's there, if it's got $10 million, that it's controllable, that you don't spend on the budget. You have any responsibility for that? I think the answer is no. Is that correct?
Yes.
Mr. Dwyer, who has responsibility for the controller function to ensure the budget is in balance and that you're not overspending your budget? Who has that responsibility?
I work basically with the finance department, and I think Deborah and I are actually.
Who's the finance department?
Well, obviously.
She just said she has the treasurer. But Mr. Dwyer, everybody's here. Mr. Thompson, I agree. Everybody come. It's clear to me that Ms. Toothman doesn't see her job as the controller function, controlling the money. And you don't see your job as controlling the money. You work with somebody. Right. Why do you think the government has a CFO? Why does DCHA has a CFO? It's not only to do the budget, but to control the money, right? You agree with that?
I do agree with that.
So that doesn't happen. Mr. Knox, I might say all four of you all, do you think you have any fiduciary responsibility as a member of this board?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Tolman.
Yes, I do.
Yes, sir.
Wash.
Yes, sir.
Well, it seems to me in this instance that has not been carried out fully based on the testimony we heard here. There's confusion about who does what. There's some acknowledgement that this, who audits the audits? Do you have an audit for fiscal year 09, Mr. Dwyer?
Yes, sir.
Could we get a copy of that audit?
For 09? Oh, I'm sorry. We don't have it for 09 yet. We have it for
when?
08, 2000 through 2008.
I was saying fiscal year. What's your fiscal year?
Same as the housing
October
authority?
1st.
October 1st?
Well,
So the
09 would have been started October 1st of 08. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Is it time to go to an audit now?
Yeah, we're just closing the books.
Who's the audit firm? You have an independent audit?
Yes, we do.
Who are they?
It's being
We're
reviewed.
doing a solicitation.
We have a solicitation going on right
Who did 08's audit?
now. Willie Hope and Associates?
Do we have a copy of that?
Sure.
And what does it show? Bottom line. Does it show balanced budget or show that?
Yeah, it showed the organization was
Did
financially
they use
healthy.
general accounting principle, the gap method?
Yes.
Okay. Well, as I said, Mr. Thomas, from what we've heard here, we have some good people. And I said it to the DCHA employees. None of you are responsible for what's going on here. The only people I'm holding, Mr. Thomas, Ms. Shea, Mr. Brown, holding responsible is the 4 directors of DCHE. That's Mr. Knox, Mr. Tubman, Ms. Slover, and Mr. Walsh. And the board of directors, the 9 people of DCHA, which are non-DC government employees there. And Mr. Dwyer. That's who I think this council are responsible for the looseness that's going on over there. And again, it's not to get anybody's integrity, but institutionally, there's nothing that we've heard that allay our fears that there's been looseness with millions of dollars of taxpayers' money. I don't think there's any intent on anybody's part to steal any money, to take any money, but it's been looseness. And that bothers me. So you're going to find these council members and the full council are going to either necessarily, legislatively or otherwise, pass legislation to tighten this ship up. And Mr. Slover wants to do that. But we've got to have a mechanism to do that. And this is embarrassing to the city. It's embarrassing to the taxpayers, embarrassing to this council that this has happened. And we're assured that this council, with Mr. Thomas' leadership, is going to clean up what city paper describes as Mayor Fenty's first scandal. Thank you.
Thank you, and that will be all for you for today. We will be having our continuation on the 16th. I would like to now call the members from the OCFO from Parks and Rec and those from that agency forward. And as I bring you forward, I'm going to, if you could come to the table and just state your names. What we're going to do is, I wanted you just to state for the record that you were here and in attendance, and we're going to ask that we return you on the 16th so you don't have to stay, because we've had the public here for a very long time. And what we're going to attempt to do is close out with all the public witnesses and bring back all the government witnesses. So if you could just come to the table and state your name. And I'm really doing that because I wanted to show at a moment's notice that you all have been willing participants in this process, have been cooperative, and I don't feel that we should penalize you further today, as you've heard this testimony, to answer on behalf of the Director of Parks and Recreation questions that I want her to answer, quite frankly. But we are going to ask that you start off the next hearing with some financial data and information. But what I would like for you to do is just state your names for the record. All of you can come up who's here from the, I think we have somebody from the Deputy Mayor for Economic Development's office too? Okay. Dolores? All right. Just state your names for the record and then we're going to proceed. And I just want to thank you for coming today. And let me just say before you say that, thank you for all your work and your independent work that you've done to help this committee in the past and the other committees that you serve on, in your testimony last time. And thank you for so willingly being here and being here now for 4 hours waiting to finish. But I think that served its purpose for today. Yes, Dolores.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas. Good afternoon. My name is Dolores Shepherd, and I'm the Associate Chief Financial Officer for the Human Services Cluster Agencies.
Thank you.
Again, Chairman Thomas, I'm Cyril Byron, the Associate CFO for Economic Development Regulation Cluster.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Barbara Roberson. I'm the Agency Fiscal Officer for the Department of Parks and Recreation.
Thank you, Barbara.
Good afternoon. I'm Conrad Bridges, the Agency Fiscal Officer for the Deputy Mayor
Office, Planning and Economic Development.
You may consider yourselves excused until the 16th. On the 16th, we will start with you as the first panel. And we at that time, I don't know if you knew, but we've issued a subpoena for the appearance of the Parks and Rec Director so that we can get the adequate information, and we'll have you here on that day. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Hearing that, we will now have, going to our public witnesses. Cardell Shelton is not here. Mr. Ronald Moten has just stepped out. If someone has him in the hall, could he come forth, please? He's been waiting all day. Willie Smith. Come on up, Willie. I didn't want y'all to stay with me another night like everyone did last time, and we left out of here quite late, so I was trying to be respectful. Come on, have a seat at the table, Mr. Smith. Mr. Moten, I've called you. I was trying to be respectful and not have you all stay, and I've moved the government witnesses until the 16th subpoena hearing so we can all get you home in a reasonable hour. So we have at the table so far Willie Smith, Ronald Moten, John Cotton, not here. Ija, how are we saying this name, anybody? I'm gonna have Mr. Wells tell me this name on the witness list. You got that one? Panel 5, the president of the Deanwood Citizens Association. Marks.
Asia Moo.
Asia Mooks. Are they here? You know Asia Mooks? Okay. Not yet. How about Sherry Lawson? Freddie Johnson. Norwood Collins. Who was that? Norwood Collins. Tara, there you go. All right. And then we will have one more panel after this. You all will get 3 minutes as public witnesses to give your testimony. Mr. Moten, you get surprised every time I say that, man. And you know what? One thing I know about you, you can give an oracle in 3 minutes. You can do more with 3 minutes.
The only reason why is
I'm going to be
because...
indulgent. No, it's all right. I'm going to give you a little bit of time, but go ahead.
I go first? Okay.
I think you were first, Mr. Moten.
Okay. Can I go last?
The first shall be last, and the last shall be first. Is that all right with you? All right. We'll start at this end of the table. I know you got some biblical quotes in you, so I figured that's what you were trying to do. Yes, sir. Yeah, pull up to the table, cut the mic on.
Yes, sir. My name is Freddie Johnson. I'm here on behalf of the Deanwood Community Center. And I can honestly say that I've been very fortunate, thanks to Mayor Fenty, is how I came on board. Also, David Generone and Keith Forney. All these gentlemen afforded me the opportunity to be a participant of the Deanwood project. And I am so honored and grateful because I had a situation there that wasn't doing very well and everything. And I happened to catch the mayor one day, and I brought my issues and concerns to his attention. And when he responded, I really thought he was giving me the brush off. However, you know, that's how I came on board. And again, I can't stress enough how grateful I am. And I think the project at Deanwood, I don't have all the information about what's going on with the money issues and everything. But I know as far as since I've been working there, I can give those thanks and honors to the mayor, for affording me the opportunity. That's all I have to say.
Let me just ask you this: you're a contractor, and you were a resident that was hired because of the work created at Deanwood. Is that what you're testifying to today?
Yes, I'm a resident, not of Deanwood, but I'm originally from Northwest. That's where I happened to run into the mayor at. And I guess David Generone was the person that connected me with Keith Forney, how I came on board at the Deanwood project.
Well, I will tell you, Mr. Forney is a great asset to this agency. I met him first through the Trinidad project. He built that rec center. Yeah. And so when you say that story, that's the ultimate outcome I want to hear of all this work, and that's the purpose of this, to make sure people like you are sitting in their seats saying we're employing you from that work, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Noah Collins Jr., and I also represent the Deanwood Rec. How I got on was through One Stop on Franklin Street, unemployment service.
And Ward 5.
Yeah, Ward
We were
5.
glad to send you to work.
So I'm a resident of Ward 7.
Yeah.
And I was fortunate to get hired through Manhattan.
Go ahead,
Manhattan
finish.
Construction hired me, and I've been on ever since. But since the job ran out, they were fortunate enough, or how can I say, maybe I say, they liked me as well. So they moved me to the Steel, which is Robert Harris. And now that contract has ran out, and they're trying to find me another position.
What are these two contracts that have run out? And what projects were you working on? What were the
For
sites?
Ward 7, that's Deanwood.
Yeah, you were working on Deanwood.
Yeah, with Manhattan.
All right.
And that job was completed, and I'm working with, I was working with Robert Harris. That's Steel. So that's toward the end. Maybe it should be right at the end.
So you're a laborer for the company?
Yeah.
And what company were you laboring for?
Manhattan at first.
Manhattan.
Then to Robert Harris Steel.
Okay.
And now my project manager is in the process of moving me to either Mason or the
Were you a
ductwork.
skilled laborer or an unskilled laborer? when
Well,
you
I was
came?
skilled at the time.
So you had, what were your skills that you brought?
Concrete, AC duct. I told little drywall. That's basically what we're going on, and tile.
All right. And I guess I'm asking you all that because as we identify residents, I knew you knew my dad and some other things, and so I wanted to make sure that we identify people with their prerequisite skills. And that's the exercise we're going through, to make sure that folks get work from these projects in our neighborhoods and are able to be
And
productive.
I also want to give a shout out to my caseworker, Mr. Dario Stewart, at the One Stop.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I pressed him out.
That's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah.
I want to thank you for coming down today. We're going to hear from you. Mr. Moten requested that he would go last. He's ready to preach.
I didn't request, I asked.
You request, ask. Okay. Yes, sir.
Give me a couple more minutes. I'm like Mr. Moten, but I met you last Thursday.
You got your mic on?
Yes.
Okay, pull it a little closer. We want to make sure we get everything you say.
Oh, okay. Yeah. My name is Willie Smith.
Hey, Mr. Smith, good to see you again.
All right. I met you on last Thursday in the hallway.
Absolutely.
With brother Jabbar. I've been a volunteer coach at Rosedale, mentoring over the 15 years. I basically, I want to say that Rosedale community really needs this construction process to move forward. It brings training opportunities for young adults in the community. I, along partnered with Marquette Gaddy, recently started a program called HOOD, Hope, Opportunity, Open to Positive Change, Decision and Development. Mentor life skill program in the Rosedale community. Through this program, I was given the opportunity personally to meet with Mr. Dwayne Oaks of Banner Conventions, Susanna of Blue Sky Construction, and Mr. Steve Martin of Oakley and Williams Construction. We sat down, brainstormed how opportunity in the community through a construction project. Each of the contract companies committed to offering job training opportunities, well as development opportunities for young adults in the community. I currently listed, I have here over 50 names on my roster sheet stating that opportunity and investment in state advantage of opportunity. I thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak on this behalf of Rosedale community and the projects. This opportunity, I started off with a program called HOOD, with Hope, Opportunity, and Positive, Open to Positive Change. So my thing is we need this project to go forward because we were looking forward to my young guys getting entry-level jobs on the construction site. With Banneker, with all the stuff I heard today, my head hurt. You know what I mean? But through the opportunity, through the grace, that I pray that the city council make a good judgment that in spite of whatever happened, that my guys, I got on this roster sheet, get an opportunity to start on this job with this training because they did commit it to me about the jobs and training. And, myself, I was down here on last Thursday, fighting for my own job with OPEFM, because I got laid off. So I hear all this money been tossed around and all that, and I'm a citizen. Like I said, my decision is still hold on to my community, and my community need positive role models like myself, because right now, me and my partner, we just get money out of our pocket and do programs like basketball tournaments. That's what we had. That's where it all stemmed from. A basketball tournament we had for the last 2 years, and this last year, it came to be pretty big last summer. So right now, actually, I met with a lot of guys, and they need some hope. And with this job, this construction right here in our community, I think we'll give them a lot of hope in our community. If y'all just, we all get our heads together and think on the positive side of this, in spite of what some people did up top, don't keep on cutting the people at the bottom, because that's the one that suffers. Our kids. You call these kids at risk. Now you telling me I got to go back to the community with these names and tell them, man, what now? And you say we at risk. If we don't give them a job, we really gonna be at risk.
Well, I hope you heard for the record that we are trying to follow the money that's supposed to be allocated to do just what you're trying to do. And it is my intent and this committee's intent, and I see Mr. Wells is still here. It is all of our intents to ensure that those young men work. So provide us with a list. And, we're trying to find resolution to ensure that these contracts in some way for the work that's been done, because the one thing I know about Rosedale, and I said it before, it was allocated in the budget to start that work. And that was from your community's good work. And so we want to make sure we have success stories like these young men at Deanwood and keep them working. So that's the purpose of this. And no one here is trying to stop that. But there are some, as you saw, and you sat through the hearings, and I'm glad you did, some very egregious things being done that we have to make sure the contract law is in place.
One quick question. We're going to need more space for Gibbs, because y'all, they put a hole in the wreck, but it's not them. It's not, not in demo. It's just a hole in the wreck, but we in the Gibbs. And I want to, ensure that we're
trying to get the MOU at Gibbs amended for you, so I need to find out where that is. That's what you asked me last time, to get more space.
Yes.
So we're trying to see what that is. That goes through the school systems, and so I will make sure I send a letter from all 4 of the chairs requesting additional space for the community.
Oh, okay.
And I don't know, Mr. Wells, did you do anything asking for additional space in Gibbs yet on your office's behalf? They wanted more space for the Rosedale Rec Center in Gibbs. They have a current MOU granting them space there, but they didn't give them enough space to operate the programs at Gibbs. And what I'm doing is my staff is trying to work with I guess it's the Robin Eve Jasper shop to get more space.
Well, as long as, thank you, Councilmember Thomas. And let me also just from the outset say that Councilmember Thomas, you and your staff, and Councilmember Brown here as well, have been very clear. Whenever I've walked to the little ante room or gone outside, they've pulled me aside and said, look, we're 100% behind getting Rosedale Rec done as promised. So the first thing is that I know that my colleagues are completely dedicated to keeping Rosedale Rec on track. In terms of any space changes or whatever, there's been a terrific amount of community involvement that has helped add the library onto the building. So any changes in space, any changes in...
What we're speaking of is they're in Gibbs right now for temporary space while the rec is being demoed and rebuilt. And they only gave them, I think, 2 activity rooms. They gave you 2 multi-purpose rooms, correct?
Yeah, 2
4 classrooms.
Oh, then of course,
we
yes.
want to get more space out of Gibbs. And so what I was saying is it would be, I would defer to the Ward 6 council member to ask for more space as well. And what I was going to say, the committee was going to send a letter based on what testimony was given that they need more space to operate a continuation of their programs. This is long-term because it's going to be an 18-month space for them. So
that sounds fine. I appreciate that. And again, Mr. Smith we've talked before, and I'm very impressed with your dedication to saying that the community is cared for and that they're fully engaged in this. Yes, Councilmember Thomas, of course.
You hear Mr. Moten's testimony, and the first shall be last, and the last is first.
First, would like to thank Marion Berry for his statement earlier. about, not snitching and practicing citizenship. So therefore, I know nobody will be upset with my comments because I'm only practicing citizenship. So I'll go from this point on. First, I would like to start with a quote from Martin Luther King Jr. when he said, "We must work together as brothers and sisters or perish as fools." Or go to the book of Mark 3:25 where it says, "A house that is divided against itself cannot stand." I'm sad that some people in this council become masters of deception and have misled the minorities and poor people of this city that things that we talk about in our past and today are always in their best interest. For instance, I heard people from this dais have talked about the mayor and the chancellor are inhumane for what they did to the teachers. While myself, I thought it was inhumane for the teachers to be escorted out of the schools, I personally know that you did not put out all the facts. I also know that this body did a similar behavior that you accused administration of when you carelessly eliminated the earmarks that you told countless nonprofits and their children and families and parents are the most disadvantaged citizens of the community without any notice that their funds will be eliminated, without any risk assessment to see what the outcomes of eliminating these funds will be, which is very careless. Besides that, this happened would be not because of the elimination of funds, but because of ethics on this council. Now, I would like to talk about the process of contracts in front of this council. I have seen them firsthand. This council will strike down a contract that would have saved the city $50 million and that was bidded on and won fairly. However, Bruce Bernero, a friend of and fraternity brother, Vince Gray, who was connected to G-Tech and was sent to jail for lobbying folks, lobbied Vince Gray to do this with his girlfriend who worked with the Mannings. And everybody on the council knew about this, but nobody on the council stood up and stopped this, and they knew it was wrong. When me and my partner as citizens took a stand about this, we were basically told to mind our business, and our organization was attacked. Then on top of this, we have seen where friends of the council members have been sent to minority contractors to hire their friends quietly or was stated that nothing would happen. Should I go to the corner and find some real gangsters and put them on the diocese? Because this is the way some of us are acting. Now let's talk about the mayor circumventing the council to get these projects completed in a timely fashion. I know that my friend Kwame Brown has ridden around the city talking about the LSBDs not being part of construction deals and minorities not working on the sites as DC law requires. And I totally agree with him. That is why I personally know people who don't have a problem with this process. For example, in Deanwood, there was a $50 million in contracts awarded by this council to big companies who do not live or do not have the LSBD requirements or lived up to the requirements with LSBDs or minority contracts or hire minority peoples from our community, as these people sitting beside me. That is why I have a problem with this process. Then there was another $50 million that was given to the process that the people just came before us and went through the process that everybody's talking about. This process hired minority contractors who hired people from our communities to do the job and lived up to the responsibility, and the mayor raised the bar to a 50% use of LSBDs, which I think everybody in this room would agree with, and everybody from the communities that I represent will agree with. I think it's criminal for us to have continuously to have contractors hired. For instance, the libraries. They were given to a contractor who does great work. But none of the people, Mr. Brown, when you ride on those sites, look like me. None of those contracts live up to the LSBDs. So what I'm saying, this process circumvented it, and I heard what was said today, and I believe a lot of things were done wrong, and I totally agree with some of your questions that you asked. But I'm talking about the process that was put in place can be used as a proper process to do some of the things that you fought for, and I've heard you for years fight for local small disadvantaged businesses and brothers and sisters from the neighborhoods that I represent who are never hired. I ride around town all day long, and all I hear all the time is these people are unemployable. And these people, for instance, Blue Sky Construction has always found a way to hire our people. No matter where they come from, they get the jobs completed on time, and I think it's criminal for people to keep coming in here talking this mess and not educating the people on the truth. I would also like to put on the record that this process started with trying to go into Alan Lou's shop, and it was struck down, Mr. Thomas, and you probably had a good reason why. But what I'm concerned about, when Murray Shea process came through to get her aquatic center built, was a part of the Department of Recs, not DCPS, nobody stopped it. And this is what I'm talking about, the political nonsense that cannot be tolerated where we take sides. We take sides on who we want to take sides on. And that's wrong. It's wrong for you to stop something on one end, and then on the another end, you don't stop it. It's not right. And nobody can explain to me how that project went through, and then this project was stopped. Then the councils say that, hold on. No, I'm good. I thought Harry was sharing it. Oh. I'm sorry. In closing, I would like to say that when I come into this chamber, sometimes I think I need to wear a Teflon vest because I think all the real gangsters are in here. We really need to stop this nonsense because we know that we are not here today for the reason that people say we are here. This reminds me of my childhood days when we used to have different gangs, and I was a part of the Gangster Chronicles, and there was another gang called the A-Team, and that's what this reminds me of. We had the Gangster Chronicles and the A-Team fighting each other. We need some resolution to this because families, one thing I know from that, when we were beefing with each other, our families, our friends, and our communities always suffered. And when we became friends, all that stopped. And in this building right now, people's families, their friends, and our communities are suffering because of what's going on. And if we don't come together and resolve this, a lot of people are going to suffer.
Thank you, Mr. Moten. And let me I'll address the issues before what you said about the committee. First and foremost, if you read the legislation that was proposed to not have Alan Lou do it, it said other than that we're not school-related sites. If you know, and you said Wilson is a school. So the difference in that contract was Alan Lou already had authority to do school sites, and the reason why we introduced the legislation was because we were going beyond his scope of authority outside of schools that were not connected to recreation sites, and that was my concern, which led us to this. And I'm glad you brought that point up, because quite frankly, that is why we're here today, because the administration was fully aware that on October 1, that law was going to take effect, which would not have allowed any independent agency to move forward without sending it through the process, which we would not be here if they had just adhered to the law. When I do what I do, it's nothing personal. As you know, I tried very diligently to work with this administration, and I work with anybody. I am not running for mayor. I have no intention to run for mayor.
You're running for Ward 5.
I'm running for Ward 5 council member. Okay. And that is no secret, will never be a secret, and I love my job and will be running on my record and my merits. And I will tell you this. Some of the things you say, I think you're smart enough to know that if you read the legislation and look at it, that some of the things you say are just not accurate and true. And I'm not.
Can you tell me what's not accurate?
I just told you the Alan Lou piece.
I still don't agree with that because
I'm telling you what the law says. I'm not talking about whether you agree or not.
The school and recs are two separate entities, so it still had to be done for the DCPS to do it with recreational dollars.
At school sites to do the work. It is if you understand how it works, and you're a very wise young man, you
I understand how it works. I'm listening to what you're saying.
In our school sites, Parks and Recs has MOUs with the school to use the facility for a recreation center. In this instance, as you know, there was a law created for Mr. Lou to have authority of construction at school sites. The issue became that Mr. Lou was they were going to broaden his authority and go outside of our procurement process. So these issues that you raised, if you look at the law, everything I've done is according to the law.
Does the school site belong, does the aquatic center belong to DCPS?
The aquatic center is operated on a joint site with DCPS and the rec center. That's probably an exception. And the land is owned by DCPS.
Okay.
That's the difference. Okay. So that's why I want to be clear with you. And if you go further into the charter and you go further into the lease agreements, most of our schools, most of our rec sites were deemed given to us through an arrangement from the Park Service for us to have those sites with exclusive purposes, schools, recreation centers, or libraries. And it's very specific to that. And so we try to protect that because in most instances, that's why I'm an author of public property law, so that we do not violate that clause and end up giving back property, because technically the Congress could take back some of these sites and these school buildings we're trying to sell right now because they don't fit the purpose of what Congress originally gave that land to us for. So I just wanted to put that on the record. As far as these young men sitting next to you, that is our purpose, and I'll let Mr. Brown, and I'm going to try and break this down, speak to the economic development issues. Each member will have some response. As you know, any committee, any council member can attend. Every council member has been in this hearing today. I'm glad Mr. Gray came so he could speak for himself, because I think he's very able to do that. We're going to follow our lineup, and I will do this and do deference to the chair if members would allow him to go before us. Mr. Barry, you kept me here all day.
I've been here.
And we stay here all day with you.
I've been here all day.
So could you please give me that authority? Thank you. Mr. Chair, you can go ahead.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas. Councilmember Thomas, has this witness been sworn in? Can you swear him in?
Would you like to take the oath, Mr.?
For what?
Because I asked you to.
Nobody else before me was sworn in.
Well, I wasn't here before, so I'm asking you now, Mr. Moten. I'd like this witness sworn in or either be dismissed from the table.
How are you going to do that?
I asked the chair to do
Somebody
that.
going to curve me out of here?
Well, I guess we could
Well, that's what's going to happen.
do that, Mr. Moten.
Somebody going to curve me out of here?
Can we have him sworn in?
Let me say this, Mr. Moten.
Man, you're not going to make me do nothing. You didn't make nobody else before me, did? That's not going to happen.
I did.
That's not going to hurry. Mr. Thomas, rather, that's not going to happen.
Mr. Moten, what I was going to say to you is this. You honestly believe that what you're saying is the truth, correct?
No, I honestly believe, but my thing is, people are not going to treat me differently than they treat people before me. I'm not a government official. Now, if you want me to be a government official, let me know.
I believe that I could stretch this as far as I wanted to, but I believe because you're a recipient
I was sworn, last time I was sworn in, it was a deposition.
I believe that there were allegations that were made here on the record that I would like them repeated, and I would like them repeated under oath, and then I'd like to ask some questions about them.
I answer any questions, but I'm not going to do what nobody else before me didn't do.
Well, I don't understand how a witness could come in here and make allegations about the integrity.
Well, can I ask you questions under oath? Can I ask you questions under oath?
Let me do this, Mr.
Can I ask you some questions under oath?
I'm a public official. I'm always.
If I can ask you questions under oath, you can ask me questions under oath.
One or two things can happen. The chairman has his time to ask you
Well,
questions.
as long as I can ask him questions under oath, if I can ask him questions under oath, then he can ask me questions under oath.
Mr. Moten.
I got some questions for him too, so if he want to ask me some questions, I want to ask him some questions. No, I'm not.
Mr. Thomas, there were allegations made about me. There were allegations made about me in Mr. Moten's testimony. I would like those repeated, and I would like his answers to questions related to that delivered under oath.
Mr. Chair.
I'm not going to ask you any questions. You want to ask questions, and you run for the council.
Let me just say this. We have a witness who has, I believe, because you receive funding for most of your projects from the government, there could be some technical issues. We could ask you that because a lot of the things you did say were under that domain. But you still are a recipient of. Okay. Well, Mr. Chair, I would ask you to as chair, and you do this more than I do, that if there are no questions that we have, we would just move on, because I think those statements were not founded, and I would hope that Mr. Moten, if he had any issue with it, would have raised them.
Well, that's why I asked that they be delivered under oath, because if the witness believes that they are accurate, then there should be no question about being sworn in. And then I would like them repeated, and I would like to have the evidence to support what the witness alleged earlier, because those are defamatory statements that were made. I don't take lightly anybody in the District of Columbia. I don't take lightly any witness's testimony, and that's why I came out here, in order to address unfounded, inaccurate, defamatory allegations that were made by this witness. I would like them repeated on the record under oath, and then I'll be happy to engage in a dialogue with Mr. Moten.
Well, I tell you what, I can bring the whole thing. I bring it down here Monday.
Why don't you do it right now?
I bring everything Monday. Since that's
All you have to do, Mr. Moten, all I'm asking is something very simple.
Since I spoke up on the issue anyway, so I can bring everything down here Monday. It's not a problem.
Yeah, all right.
It's not a problem.
At this point, for the decorum and respect, if any other members have questions, Mr. Chair, thank you for being stating it quite that way. I will move to the other members so we can expedite this hearing and go forward. You have other? Yeah, nobody.
No question besides Mr. Grant?
No, it's not answering the question. Let him go.
Mr. Brown does have his. It's fine. It's fine.
Well, I don't have any. I'm going to say this, young man. You know, in terms of the council in this city, I could be considered the job czar. I fought for jobs for young people, for adults, for the last 30 years. Starting with our summer job program, starting with other adult training programs, going forth for the last year and a half because the chairman wanted me head of the DOS. So my commitment to jobs ought not to be even doubted, and I'm going to do, this council going to do everything we can to ensure that what's happening at the top of here, which I think is outrageous what the mayor's doing, and how they doing it, is not going to affect you all. I think the chairman shares that view. I know everybody I talked to on this council, the 5 of us on the Workforce Development Committee. I just want to assure you, young people and adults, that you got a friend and these members of this council who are doing all we can not to let you get caught up in the shenanigans that are going on up here and at the top of the government, which I think is outrageous that's going on. Now, so I hope you understand that. I want to commend you for your hard work and et cetera. Now, I'm going to make a statement, and I had an appointment at 4 o'clock, but I want to stay here and listen to you all. And Ron Moten knows beyond any doubt that I have been a strong supporter of Peaceaholics. He knows that some 10 or 12 years ago, I wrote a letter to the parole board in New Jersey on your behalf because I thought they had wronged you. And so I'm saying all this to say this, that it's unfair to any member of this council to lump us all together. I had the debate with you downstairs. I said, Ron, you're absolutely wrong. You come to your friends, Mr. Alexander, myself, and curse us out and defame us.
Who did I curse out, Marion Bird? Marion Bird, who did I curse out?
Again, I'm going to remind you, let Mr.
You
Bird
cannot
finish his
interrupt
time.
me, Ron.
I didn't curse nobody.
Oh, don't interrupt me now. Stop it.
But you're not telling the truth, Marion.
No, don't interrupt me.
Mr. Moten.
Oh, well, leave the table.
You
You
have
won't
been
interrupt
to,
me.
excuse me, Mr. Berry, hold his time, please. You have been to enough hearings, and I'm trying to be respectful and let you say whatever it is, because I know we can stand these allegations or whatever you're saying because they're not true. But also on that, I would hate to have you treated as a hostile witness because you're not following the decorum. This is the Council of the District of Columbia that has various prescribed rules of decorum and respect. And as anyone said, if I would challenge anyone in a democracy, if they want to be a part of this system, then to do what all of us did, run for office, and that's the process. There are rules that we follow. You've been to enough hearings to know that. You've been to enough of my hearings where I listen to you and hear what you have to say, and it's simple as that. So let's be respectful, and let's move forward. Go ahead, Mr. Berry.
I was saying, I'm just giving the history for the public who's watching. I didn't think it just popped up somewhere. This debate's been going on. We were downstairs in front of the Wilson building. Mr. Alexander came out of her car, asked to come over and talk to you all. You called her trash. I said to you on your face, I said, Ron Moten, you're being disrespectful of a woman, first of all. And two, it wasn't necessary to do that. She's your friend. Are we on that side of it? And so what I'm saying here, please speak to the issues, no question about that, and disagree on that. But don't lump us all together in one bag. We're individual council members with individual votes, individual philosophy. And let me just say this unequivocally, you know the difference. This council does not award contracts. I said loudly and clearly. This council does not award contracts. You know they don't. The council approves or disapproves the contract after the mayor submits it to the council, and then execution of that contract is the responsibility of Mayor Fenty or whoever is mayor at the time. Don't mislead the public and think that this council is up here approving contract. You know better, because you're very bright, you're very committed, and you're very passionate about this. And so, please, when you come to this table, do as you've always done. One, be respectful of the process. And two, don't mislead the public about what's going on around here. And so you've done that on a number of instances today. And I can understand the chairman's view about this. When you make those far-reaching allegations, we're tough-skinned up here. We're adults. We're elected officials who care. But we're not going to, I'm not, and others are not going to let any witness come and make outrageous kind of statements without them being answered. Now, so that's my statement. I urge you, wait a minute, I don't want an answer. I urge you to start taking a different approach with your friends on this council and go to those who don't support you. I can name them if you want me to know. And wait a minute. I said I didn't want a statement from you. And so, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Thomas, I appreciate you being a little flexible on this thing here. But we can't, I don't think this council as an institution can have this kind of conduct by anybody, whether it's my mother or not. And I don't want an answer from you. I don't want nothing from you except respect and continue to work in the community, do the good job you're doing. Thank you.
Mr. Berry's time has expired. Mr. Brown.
Thank you. Let me thank all of the witnesses. Let me also thank the gentleman as it relates to these jobs. And right now, unemployment is 11% in District of Columbia. It's almost 30% in different wards. And let me say, as you mentioned in terms of Blue Sky Construction, Fortney Construction, and everyone else that's out here hiring people, these are the general contractors. You can kind of see what I'm saying? These are the general contractors who are actually hiring people. We have a difference of opinion on Banneker Construction. I don't know what $4.2 million, I don't know, what we're doing as it relates to that. The reason why we're even here is because one contract did not get, a multi-year contract did not get the approval of the Council of the District of Columbia, right? So I was hoping that as we move forward, no one cares more about jobs than me. No one has fought for local, small, and disadvantaged businesses more than me. As you look at, Mr. Moten's correct. You go on these jobs, and I've been saying it for the last 5 years. We're building a Department of Employment Services in Ward 7. Looks like a football field. Can't find a D.C. resident working. Can't find local contractors. People aren't saying anything. Forced to construction, not hiring no one. Acting like they're hiring subs, not hiring no one at all. I got a problem with that. Library, same thing. Got a problem with that. That's why I came up with the compliance unit. You know what the compliance unit do? Goes back and audits some of these functions when they're finished, so we can see if people tell us the truth or not. Right? We're going back and forth on court to see if we can audit them. I mean, so, and the one thing that I fundamentally have a problem with, and Mr. Moore, I hope you could appreciate this one. It don't matter who you are. Process is a process. If I let one slide, then I can't be arguing about the other process. So as someone who cares about local, small, and disadvantaged businesses, if I close my eyes to one process that was flawed, then I don't have a voice to other projects that are not flawed. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying at all. And if we're paying $700,000 to an entity that didn't pay someone $4.2 million for them to then go hire Blue Sky Construction and Fortney and charge them 9%, which comes up to $7.7 million, that's almost $13 million that we're spending to get the same work done. To me, I fundamentally have a problem. And we say, why do you have a problem? We say, why do you have a problem? Because we couldn't fund organizations because we said we don't have the money. Because we're in budget crisis and we can't do different things in the community that we talk about and other people talk about. And he said, why don't you have the money? Well, maybe there's a good reason why we don't have the money, because we're not really effectively using our money. So to me, this is all about one contract. If that contract would have came to the council, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. we wouldn't have this conversation. I don't have any problems with some of the general contractors that were hired, because I know them and they do good work and they hire people. The other night, Mr. Thomas will tell you, was on the phone, lady came down here, she didn't have a job, she had 2 grown sons. We got a phone call from a company right there on the dais, text us. And those 2 young boys got a job right now. Do I see all those other ones, the people at DOS, have they called? Have I seen, anyone else called that's doing some of these libraries? Have I seen anyone else called that's renovating these schools, trying to hire people? No. So of course I want to be able to support it. That's why the solution has to be that we should figure out a solution to move forward with these contracts that are in place, right? For the general contractors out there doing work and people that got jobs, nobody wants them to lose their job, right? But we have to have a solution that makes that all keep forward as we move forward, that goes up, that stays in place. Now, the one contract is questionable. And I don't care if they're a minority firm or non-minority firm. I can't yell at other people if I don't hold everyone accountable. So as long as we're consistent, it's all right. But let me end by saying this to Mo. Mo, I've known you for a long time. And I know you're frustrated. You have every right to be frustrated. You're in the community with the people. People don't have jobs. Local businesses don't have contracts. The economy is just tightening up. And everyone who say they care, you can't find them when you need them. We try to help raise money for different nonprofits, and we can't get all these companies that's supposed to be doing all this work to help write the check, to help do some of that stuff. I understand their frustrations, but I would just hope, and you're a citizen, so you have every right to say what you would like to say, because people come down here and they say some stuff. But I will say that if there are things that are just either, far-reaching or not, as you said, you're prepared to defend any statement that you made.
Trust me, I am.
And I would hope that is the case, because
Can you allow me to speak? Because
give me 1 second and I'll allow you to speak.
Okay.
Allocations, because allegations, you don't want to.
So witnesses can't respond?
His time is up. Then I'm going by the rule. I'm going to go to the next member, and they can do what they need to do.
So you're saying that I can't respond enough? Marion Bird can make a statement. This person can make a statement. I've been doing this since 1995 and never seen that happen.
Well,
never.
I'm telling you.
So that's what the process is today.
The process is their time has expired. Ms. Alexander. No, Mr. Wells was next. I'm sorry.
No questions. Thank you.
Ms. Alexander.
Thank you. To the gentleman, the Ward 7 residents, you gave testimony about jobs that you've received at the Deanwood Recreation Center, and that's wonderful. And I just wanted to state, and Councilmember Brown, if you want to hang around, I'll yield time to you, because I just had a comment about the process of you obtaining jobs. That's exactly what we want to happen. And sometimes when the process is circumvented, if contracts are sole sourced or there's not a competitive process, that could risk other persons getting a job. In some instances you were lucky, but it could leave out the next person if there is any impropriety with a contract. What I just wanted to state is that no matter what the process was, we all want the projects to continue in the wards. We all want our residents to get the jobs. So in the worst case scenario, if the contractor did not continue on the Deanwood project, I'll just use that for an example, you have a track record with the work that you have done, and we would think that whoever the next person was, if it was someone else to complete a project, you would be encouraged to apply. You would be the first ones that would qualify to continue. We don't want that to affect you in any way with whoever is awarded any contract. So just know that you would have my support. I hope you would have the mayor's support and the rest of this body to promote you to continue with your jobs that you're doing. So don't think because you're with one particular person that if that person is gone, you would not continue to get employment or to get the jobs, because your work stands for yourself and it will not be compromised because of any impropriety. And that goes for you too, sir, with the jobs that you have already been awarded in your community. I just want that to be a point that would have no reflection on you as long as you did the work that you were supposed to do. So I want you to spread that to all the residents. Don't have any worry about who is holding contracts, or if they lose this then I lose mine. No, it doesn't work like that, or we truly don't intend for it to be that way. And Mr. Chair, I have some more time if
Right. Well, thank you.
Councilmember Brown
And
wanted
that's
to
what
say
I'm trying
anything.
to acquiesce here is to help everyone understand that what that's watching. She has acquiesced at her time. There's 2 minutes and 30 seconds left. Mr. Moten, if in that time you can respond. But I would like for some of the other witnesses, so I'll be a little flexible. I'll give you a minute or so to respond, Mr. Moten. Please go ahead.
First of all, I would like to respond to Mr. Bird's comments. While I love him, I totally disagree with him. Yes, I did say that Councilwoman Alexandra was acting like trash, and the reason why I said it outside of the building was because she said that she did not like people who did not elevate themselves and who drop out of school. And I have a copy of that on tape as well. And anybody who represents the Ward 7 community, where you have a high percentage of dropouts, I think that's an insult to the community that I live in and represent. So I think I had the right to be mad. Maybe not call her trash, but I had a right to be upset. And I told her if she apologized to those citizens who were outside talking to her, that I will apologize to her. But by no means that just let her off as an elected official for saying that, or having all these people in her community with billions of dollars worth of contract with no jobs. That's number one. And number two, I don't think it's right for the chairman to come in here and try to put me under oath. People come down here plenty of times and said things that he didn't like. But when it's about him, he wants to put somebody under oath. That's not due process. Right, like you all say, I'm not stupid. I'm not crazy at all. So don't come down here and try to hang me. You're trying to hang the wrong person. And then I just heard her from the dais call me crazy. He's crazy. Nobody up here said nothing. Nobody said, didn't you hear it? He heard it. I know he heard it. She called me crazy. He's crazy. So you can't say one thing on one hand and then do another thing. And I'll say it again, that people in this building are not working together. But that's why I'm resigning. As of Monday, I won't be with the Peaceaholics. But I tell you, people down here are going to have to deal with me. And you think I was raising hell, now I'm not going to be under no government contracts. I'm going to work for my people. I'm going to slave for my people. And if people think they seen something, you ain't seen nothing yet. You ain't seen nothing. I'm going to organize the people. I'm going to educate them about all this stuff, about all these people getting these contracts and now working on these jobs. And it's not just the mayor. Some of the people on this diocese are approving this stuff too. The people who got those libraries, the 5 libraries, they do a great job. They came through y'all. They not hiring nobody. Nobody's working on the sites look like me. Nobody, none of the LSBDs in our communities are working on these sites. And people are being misled that that's happening. That's all I'm saying. So,
but you do realize that some of those very contractors that are doing those libraries are some of the very people that are under question right here today before us on these other contracts?
Who?
I'm not going to say that, but I will tell you
Why not?
factually, because it's not important to say that.
Well, I wouldn't know if you
I
don't
want
say
you
it.
to know.
I wouldn't know.
want you to know before you say these things. That's the point of this. Research what you say. Secondly, Mr. Moten, I'm giving a lot of latitude. I do want to hear from you.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. I appreciate it.
And I'm giving a lot of latitude because every member down here slaves for their community. So to give the impression that we're not working for the people, the reason we're here is we're elected and ran in our prospective districts. And so, you know, for me, when I come to work, I'm going to be honest with you, my friend. It's not about getting reelected again. It's doing what's right and following a process. And by doing what's right and following a process, I believe that those in my district will see the kind of good work that I do for them and will reelect Councilmember Harry Thomas. So, you know, I won't speak for everybody here, but we are public servants, and that's what we come here to do. And you have to be fair, and what people have said to you, and you've heard it repeatedly, if you're going to call us out, call everybody out, and even yourself, because we all have an accountability chain that we have to adhere to.
All of us have deficiencies.
Then let me just say this to you. Only person I got to count to at the end of all this is the man upstairs.
A lot of us
and
do.
I will say that on this dais, and people can talk about separation of church and state. At the end of the day, I'm a Christian, and that's how I operate.
I'm spiritual.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
well, spiritual and Christianity is two different things now. Let's be clear about that.
Yeah, well, I'm a Christian too, so I'm right with you, Councilman Thomas. And I wear the scripture on my shirt, Romans 12:2 talks about renewing of the mind. The whole thing in a nutshell, we get our people to renew their mind and stop thinking like they used to think, a whole lot of stuff we changed. So I came up with renewing of the mind because, you know, I could help them make some better decisions. If I get them to change the way they think in the community, I can help them make some better decisions. So you got all this development going on in the communities, but they're not developing the people in the community. They be developing builders. Let's put some money in the people to develop the people. So that's the whole thing in a nutshell. The Word of God said, my people perish for a lack of knowledge. So if we don't have no knowledge, no training, and no understanding, what can we do? That's all we're going to do is be, as everybody calls us, at-risk youth. What is at-risk youth? Everybody at risk. I could be at risk because I got a pink slip from the district government. Am I at risk now because I don't have no paycheck coming in? Am I at risk? No, because my mindset ain't there. All I do is pray that the city council do justice, that they're going to get my job back. Because I heard some stuff on Thursday and today. It's unheard of. It wasn't ethical. You know, it was unfair. They got money thrown around, and I know y'all going to do what's right by the citizens of Washington, D.C. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, my brother. And you know, see, everybody at that table was worried when I started on time, and I think we are giving you more time than probably the other panels, and that's fine with me.
I appreciate it.
But you wanted to add something?
I just want to note this for the record that the people I used to work for dealing with the contract, his name is Robert Harris. I said Robert Steele earlier, I think.
Okay.
As far as the youth concerned, I testified about 3 years ago for drum and bugle corps. We try to start in the city, in every ward. And I explained to Ms. Flowers and them about youth. Now, everybody said the future has a past. If this is the past, what do our future hold?
Right. Gentlemen, thank you. And we appreciate you testifying. We're going to call the next witnesses, and thank you very much for your participation today.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas.
Thank you, Clark Brown, Councilman Thomas.
Let's see. I ended, I think, Mike Robinson. Come on up. Come to the table. I want you to come in, Mr. Robinson. I want to make sure Pastor Steve Young was here, and I saw he left. Pearlia Smith is not. Is she here? David Smith. And we had Elaine Carter. Ms. Carter, please come on up, and I want to thank you as you come up for your years of service on the housing. I think you were on the housing board at one time. Were you not on the board at one time?
Pardon?
Were you not a member of the housing board as a resident? You can just tell me. You weren't on the resident council for housing?
Yes, I was president.
I thought you knew Miss Barr. I'm not sure if you did.
Yeah, you need
so don't have me sitting here like I done lost my mind. Miss Barr raised me, and I knew you were a good friend of hers. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. You want to let her go first, or would you
Yeah,
like to go
please.
Let me go first, because I got to get my girl car, man.
Would you know what? Yeah, that's important.
Nah, because she's been blowing my phone up.
Get that car. Go ahead. Let me hear you. Go ahead.
I just, first of all, I want to thank y'all for having me here.
Yes.
And second of all, I want to thank Mayor Adrian Fenty and Mrs. Harris. I think it was one of his aides or something. I want to thank them because they got me on the Deanwood project. And I want to thank F&L Constructions because, they helped me better my skills and everything,
That would be Mr. Forney.
Right.
Yes. I know Mr. Forney.
I worked on North Michigan Pop, that project right there. I worked on the Marvin Gaye project. I also worked at Deanwood. And, I was working on the trash trucks that he got and stuff like that, so he helped me, better myself. And, I can't say nothing bad about him because ever since I've been there, he's been treating me fairly, you know what I'm saying? So, that's all I really want to say,
Let me just say, Keith Forney, and has worked and done tremendous work.
Right.
I met him first when he was doing probably North Michigan Park.
Right.
But that was before I was council member, and then I had oversight of Trinidad, and he does do tremendous work. I think one of the things, if you looked at, and I always look at these contracts, the level of work he was getting when he first hired you is not the same level. That is why we want to ensure that there's a fair procurement system in place to help him make sure he gets work and keep you working. Because I know one thing I can tell you, he has stood by young men like you, and in fact, it would be crazy for me to work against anything he's doing because his business is actually located at 1818 New York Avenue, which is in Ward 5.
Right.
and a business incubator site. So I appreciate you coming down on his behalf.
All right, so can I be excused?
Yes, sir.
All right, I appreciate that. And,
Go get that car, man. You're not getting in trouble because of me, man.
She's been blowing that phone up.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. My name is Elaine Carter. Y'all look good up there, but I wouldn't have your job for all the tea in China, and I love tea. But I've been working in my community.
You love tea, huh?
Yeah. I've been working in my community for something like 35 to 40 years. And I'm saying to y'all, I work with the children all that long and the seniors. We never had all this money. It seems like money ruins people. It make them evil. The kids, I used to get money from the parents to go on buses to the zoo and different places to New York. And it wasn't all this confusion. And I just threw that in there. But what I really want to say, I was resident council president of my council at Stanton Dwellings. We get this thing called the Hope Six, which I call the Hopeless Six. I'm setting up at the Housing Authority. I was told to play ball or get out the park. I can't play ball that good. What I want is we were promised. I was the last one to leave my house because they didn't guarantee the residents to return after they were put out. I was the last one, me with the big rats in the paper. So I told them, no, I will stay here until the residents have somewhere to go. The only way I move is they had to carry me to court. And I got a paper saying that all residents have a right to return with the Section 8. Okay, or even with public housing. Now we are fighting a war. We have homeowners and renters fighting against each other because they don't want the renters there. But like I say, it was renters there before it came home ownership. Okay, I saw Mayor Fenty last week. He had a walkthrough. I asked him what happened to Turner School, because we were supposed to have a new school, new public housing, and a new library. He said Turner School is not closed. Green was supposed to close, but they put Turner down at Green. Now the kids, they're saying that Turner is sold to transportation. Who is in charge of transportation? But David Gilmore, who's left the city. It all goes back to housing. So the mayor didn't know that it was sold. Our library is a new library across the street. They were supposed to build the new Turner School on the other side of the property of Turner. Then the kids were supposed to move in, and then they were supposed to put the library in. But look around you. Wherever you see public housing tore down, you better believe it's a school person got to move. Teachers. Okay, I wrote this letter, and I'm going to be quick with it. I'm writing this letter trying to understand what is going on in our schools. I was president during the time of the Hope 6 grant. I call it Hopeless 6. We were promised in the Hope 6 a new house to come back to and a new school, which was Turner Elementary School in Ward 8. Now we are told that our school had been sold to transportation, who was headed by David Gilmore, who has left the city, gone but not forgotten. On Monday, November 2nd, Chancellor Reed came to Turner, which is now located in Green Elementary School on Mississippi Avenue. She came at the request of Mr. and Mrs. Lee, who seemed to run the school, to confront a teacher. Mrs. Lee used to work for Mayor Fenty, and she, along with her husband, tell everyone that they know the chancellor and the mayor to intimidate them. Teachers was fired by, at the same time, Mr. Lee was given a 2-bedroom classroom as a supposed to be scientist with turtles and snakes. He is not certified as a scientist and have a picture of all our children he take all day with the camera, to say I work with children. Mr. Lee has stated that in order to receive grants, I guess to pay for his Hanson Ridge house note. I call it Hanson Ridge because it's hell to live there. How can teachers be fired and parents be hired as teachers? Chancellor Reed said the kids will be at Green for 2 years and return to Turner, but no modernization had been done. Only yellow school buses had been learning how to drive on Turner property. Last week we had a walkthrough with Mayor Fenty. It was a secret walkthrough. He stated that our school was not closed. He asked Mr. Dwyer for housing because our school was Hope 6. He said and stated Turner was not a Hope 6. That's the biggest lie I ever heard. I know that's not so because I was a member of the Hope 6. Money was already allocated. We asked the developers, and they say they still have their money, but housing took their money back. Please investigate. Help our kids to get back. It is too far. They give them brand new buses. If they miss the bus, they have to walk down the long hill down to Green, where there's deer, snakes, and wild turkeys running loose in the area. Parents and PTA was not notified of anything. We need to have a meeting. Thank you. Like I say, I am a 70-year-old senior, and I am still fighting. I have been out there for Marion Barrett, Phil Mendelssohn, David Catania, you name them. I've been out there. And like I told Mayor Fenty last week, I stood out there from 7 in the morning to 8 at night to put him in. I was staying out there from 6 to 9 to get him out. If we can impeach a president, we can impeach a mayor and a chancellor. And thank you. Have a blessed day.
Well, on behalf of all the other 70-year-old seniors, I will say you still got a lot of work in you, and so we thank you for being here. And let me just say this, now that it is 5:08 p.m., we will recess this committee hearing until the 16th, and we'll be publishing notices for that hearing. And we're now in recess. Thank you.
Thank you.